A warm welcome back to the island of Cyprus, northern Cyprus to be specific, and we are live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino, playing host to the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition. Ali Najad now joined by reigning World Series of Poker main event champion Karai Aldemir, who has made the short trip down from Austria. And Karai, today we have event number 3, the $75,000 short deck event. Truth be told, Karai and I are not quite as versed in the game as many of those that you're going to be seeing out there. In particular, the regulars on the Triton Tour have descended upon Cyprus in the interest of getting their short deck fix. A game which I think when it first came out, there was a sense it would be the new big thing. But as it turned out, I think you'd agree, didn't really take root outside of the Asian circuits as much as we might have thought.
Yeah, you're right, but I mean the World Series has short deck events. I mean we of course see all the Triton events having in the short deck with the best players in the world. I mean Jason Kuhn is playing it so much, Seth Davies, Mikita is really into it, I think, and of course Richard Young, Paul Fuhr. So I'm not sure about that. I mean people are playing online short deck. I feel like it's a fun game, lots of action, see lots of all-ins. So if you guys are into that. You'll definitely see a lot of action.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
the shove festivals abound here in short deck. And the point that you make is very valid. Those who want to play high-stakes events have bothered to start to take up a little bit of study when it comes to short deck. I know some solver efforts have been made out there, and it is a game where the deuces through the fives are removed. The aces play as fives as necessary in order to complete straights. And the other wrinkle, of course, flushes beat full houses.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, equities run closer together than in full deck. We only have 36 cards in the deck instead of 52. And yeah, let's see what the best players are going to do.
Unlike in Hold'em, the game is centered around an ante size. Everybody antes up, but the button antes double and is last to act. To the left of the button is first to act, and you must complete or raise, like you would, out of a small blind.
Yeah, and that means that everybody is getting a really good price to limp in, especially if the table is full. So, especially in early position, that's what we're going to see a lot today. We will see people limping and then maybe ISO raising a little bigger than we're used to from No Limit Hold'em. And yeah, we will also see some big jams because there's a lot of antes in the middle. I mean, now you can see 6 antes in the middle already, 3,000. Players start with 100,000 in chips.
500 is the ante. The button is 1,000. There is Jokro in the cutoff, limping in with the ace-10 suited, a hand that at first glance seems oh so powerful, but in short deck, considerably less so. You see Ivan Liao with the ace-8 offsuit on the button, popping it up to 5,000, and Jokro will make the call.
Yeah, Ivan is looking to steal the pot right there, but of course ace-10 suited, even in short deck, still a powerful enough hand to call and see a flop.
3 jacks right away on the flop. Both players checking quickly, and now a 4th jack out there, so ace-10 no longer the best hand. Both players will have the ace kicker.
Yeah, it's not like in PLO where you have to use both of your hold cards, just like a normal full deck, No Limit Hold'em. You can use all 4 jacks and both have the same kicker, the ace.
Oh my goodness, and the ace shows up. Nevertheless, you could play the board, and Jokro obviously flashing a smile as he knows that this will be a chop no matter what. And these sorts of board textures that would be considered so rare are going to be more commonplace in short deck with the removal of the deuces through the fives.
Yeah, we will see more paired boards, we will see more connected boards in general. Straights are especially powerful because they just happen a lot. A straight draw is worth a lot compared to regular full deck.
Registration is open for several levels. Not everyone has made their way down to the tournament area quite yet. Some folks might be enjoying lunch and maybe even wrapping up at the spa earlier today. Mikita Badziakuski was down there. Had a chance to chat with him. Yesterday met his lovely girlfriend Diana, who has made the trip with him. The two of them have been spending time in Thailand. Had been taking up residence in Cove, believe it or not, and clearly that is not somewhere that they would like to be currently. Our apologies that our graphics are having some issues here off the top, but certainly we'll look to keep you as up to speed on the action as possible. We're following along with the pictures just as you are here.
1005.
And the King 9-7 rainbow board now pairs on the turn. Position is incredibly powerful in short deck, and pre-flop play is a very technical aspect of the game as well, as you and I came to learn earlier today when getting a bit of a primer on the game. We'll leave the who gave us the primer part of it out so as not to expose their knowledge base.
Yeah, and position is especially important even pre-flop, because the button will be last to act pre-flop here as well. The only downside is that he has to pay 2 antes instead of 1, like everybody else. Ivan's debating here whether to bet at it or not.
Bet 20,000.
Yeah, 2 Malaysian players here getting at it against each other. Ivan Leo, of course, fan favorite. You've seen him a lot at the Triton events, already 5.5 million in earnings at the Triton events alone. Against Kiat Lee.
Spirit, 4, 4. 6.
Got ourselves a tank here early.
Yeah, that looks like a big first hand there.
Indeed. Kiat Lee playing under the Malaysian flag, along with Junhua Yap and Ivan Liao. William Jokro representing Indonesia, and Seth Davies, the odd man out.
Floor, table 1.
It's worth mentioning, Karai, that short deck was effectively what put Macau on the map. Some of the largest cash games ever played were taking place over there, and for some time we found some of the American regs, the top cash game players, disappearing for long stretches of time. Tom Dwan coming to mind, Andrew Roble participating in a lot of these super high stakes games, and they had to make adjustments because obviously they were a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of how much practice they had had in the game, but the games were so big and so good that the players were willing to make their way over and learn on the fly, and many of them were able to make some life-changing money while playing in some of those games alongside the likes of Paul Pua and Richard Yong and many of the players that we'll see here in today's action.
Yeah, I remember Phil Ivey was really into it too. I remember when Tom Dwan and Phil Ivey made these videos on YouTube. I think it was, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, when they explained the rules of the game, told everybody what's going on, how big the action is in Macau. And yeah, that's when it got a little more popular in the US as well, in Europe. Yeah, especially when Triton got introduced. And yeah, we saw, as you mentioned, some other players trying it out for the first time.
Yeah. By the time people are willing to publicly talk about these sorts of games, it feels as though the best of times are behind us, usually. Much like a fisherman.
Yeah,
He's not
probably.
going to talk about his secret spot on the lake until he feels as though maybe it's dried up. Meanwhile, pocket nines for Ivan Liao. And unlike in No Limit Hold'em Karai, these pocket pairs nowhere near as strong pre.
Yeah, especially the smaller ones, because I mean there aren't that many cards in the deck, of course. So overcards are more powerful. They will hit a pair more often, more frequently, and will just outflop you more often.
And it is top pair for both Junhwa Yap and Kiat Lee here on the Ace-King-10 board. And Kiat not only has the ace, but he also has that powerful flush draw as we see him betting. Calling, rather.
Can I have one Turkish coffee, please? No sugar.
Board pairs on the turn, and that is a non-issue for a flush draw, given that those flushes do beat full houses.
Yeah, and he's actually chopping now with Junhwa Yap's ace-jack, because they both have aces and tens with a king kicker. So that is a good card for him in this exact situation.
He's got tons of equity, but checks back, and you're beginning to see just why it is that flushes beat full houses. They are very difficult to make, given that there are only 9 cards of each suit once you remove the deuces through the fives. And a little value bet there from Junhwa.
Yeah, quick call, and they will chop this one up.
So
Yeah.
we've seen a couple of chops already in short deck.
Yeah, and we will see a lot of these multi-way pots, unlike in No Limit full deck, because of the fact that players are getting such a good price, as we talked about earlier. They will limp in from early position, and if nobody raises it up, this will happen a lot, that there's 4 players in the pot, 5 players in the pot.
A lot of upside to speculating, in particular when you're in position.
Yeah, especially in these early levels where players are still super deep. Later on we will see more and more all-ins, as it's just so worth it to steal what's in the middle. Right now, it makes a lot of sense to speculate with these hands, especially 10-9, Jack-10, talked about a lot in short deck. Very powerful. Not even a big dog against aces even.
Tough to imagine, but the deck runs just so rich with opportunities to flop draws or the nuts.
Yeah, Seth folding with a queen 6. I mean, it's only 500 to call, but queen 6, just a very poor hand, right? 6, basically the deuce of this game, the lowest card.
Right.
Unconnected, not suited. So there's some hands you will fold even for that price.
Meanwhile, Jokro taxing Kiat Lee, who flops top pair on the 7-8-9 board, along with the gutshot straight flush draw.
It's a big flop for both of them, and this is exactly what we will see all tournament.
Yeah, both players picking up a healthy piece. And the jack rolls off on the turn, giving Kiat Lee top 2 pair, but giving William Jokro Pariwo the straight.
Yeah, and of course it's also more likely for your opponent to have a 10 here than at full deck. There's less combinations of hand possible, so Kiat will check it over with this 2 pair, knows it's not strong enough to value bet here again. And William does have the straight. Kiat, of course, with his flush draw going along this top 2 won't go anywhere. Let's see what the river brings.
And the ace does not help his cause.
William does not have the nuts here. Queen 10 beats him, but of course still good enough to call. It's unlikely that Kiat Lee would have just check called on the turn with Queen 10, but he quickly gives it up. Such a coordinated board. Remember, 6 makes a straight here also, because the ace plays as the lowest card. Lots of hands that beat him, so quick fold, and yeah. Early
That's
pot
the
for
one that's
William.
always difficult for me to recall, that ace does wrap around to the bottom side. So, of course, the 5, 7, 8, 9 jack board effectively. Any 6, any 10 would beat Kiat Lee's hand. which had so much promise on the flop and turn.
Yeah, even if you flop a flush draw here, you won't make your flush as often as in full deck. If you have 4 to a flush already, there's only 5 more of your suit in the deck. So yeah, that's how math works, right? Probability is just lower to hit one of your 5 cards.
If you thought Jack 10 suited had sex appeal in No Limit Hold'em, just wait till you get a load of the way people react to it in short deck. It is a very powerful holding, along with 9-10 suited, widely considered to be the best hand to take up against pocket aces, and it just has so much versatility. Ivan Liao on the button,
Oh, sorry.
charging Jokro a price.
Yeah, ace queen in short deck, powerful hand also. Decides to 3-bet here for value, but we see it's pretty much a coin flip at this point. We'll see that a lot.
And it is top 2 pair for Ivan Liao on this monotone flop, whereas it is bottom pair and the gut shot straight draw for Jokro, who checks it over to the pre-flop 3-better.
They have this like little meth lab setup. Oh. It's hilarious. It looks not really there.
William still with 30%, 32% equity here actually. And this is something we will see a lot here too. Ivan just going all in at this flop, just trying to protect his hand. He knows that draws are out there. Any diamond makes a flush and his hand would lose in value a lot. So just goes all in and
that's
picks
part of
up
the
the
name of the
spot.
game here, because the equities do run so close. It is very important to do your best to leverage your stack to deny equity to your opponents in short deck. Obviously, it's an uncomfortable thing to feel that you're compelled to do, but it is necessary.
yeah, it's a risk you have to take. I mean, of course, King Jack is out there, flush is out there, but top 2, good enough hand to go with. Also on flops like Jack 9, 6, Queen 9, 7, where so many straight draws are out there. These are especially the kind of flops where we'll see these big jams. Let's see if the situation will come up, but unlike in No Limit Hold'em, it's much more common to go all in for multiple times the pot here. Not just pre-flop, but also on the flop.
Seth Davies was set mining, as was Junhwa Yap. Paired flop, checked around.
Yeah, both 7s and 9s not looking all too good here. We don't know what William's second card is.
Well, whatever it is, he likes it enough to fire a bet after Davies checked twice in front of him, and in doing so, he sheds both of the other pairs. Maybe got away with one. Well, while it's still early, Karai, I feel like now would be a good time to get caught up with you. Obviously, you had a life-changing moment late last year, winning the World Series of Poker main event out in Vegas and a massive prize. Dreams come true. There are no greater goals, perhaps, for any tournament poker player to accomplish. How has life been treating you since then?
Yeah, it's been good. It's I was playing poker a little longer after the main, actually, believe it or not, appearing on the high stakes poker show and playing some tournaments while COVID was still going on in Europe. And then I took a little break from poker. Was in South America for 2 months.
All around, or any country in particular?
I was in Argentina, which I loved.
yeah.
And then I was in Colombia, which I love too. There's a bunch of poker players actually spending time there every winter, and we visited them. They showed us around Medellin, Bogota, the cool cities over there. Yeah, it was a lot of fun for sure. I got to practice my Spanish a little bit, what I started learning.
Okay. Trip jacks here for Kiat Lee against the gut shot straight draw for Davies, which does not come in on the turn. But these gut shots obviously come in far more frequently with this stripped down deck. So pursuing them is not nearly as bad as one might regard it to be in No Limit. Davies checking once more. Lee checking back. And that's an interesting check back from Lee. Korai with the Queen Jack Jack 7 board.
Yeah, and this might work out pretty well here, because Seth Davies has the nut low, and it's possible that he will feel incentivized to bluff at this here.
4,000.
4,000 bet first.
And I don't think that Kiat is going to go anywhere with his trips. Nice. Nice hand for him.
Davies took a little shot there.
Oh, go.
And things been going well for Kiat Lee here. This is not the only table in action. Also participating at our outer table that is coming together. Sam Greenwood, Ferdinand Pucha, Jason Kuhn, Wai Xiang Yu, and Konstantin Osipau. Osipau hailing from Belarus.
And look who just
was-
sat down at our feature table.
With Makita earlier today, none other than Paul Pua.
Leslie.
That's a man we know has played a tremendous amount of short deck,
Yes.
and he's played against everybody in this field just about. So the depth of knowledge that he's going to have with respect to player profiles and tendencies is going to be very deep.
And look at the start. Aces right away for him, and we will see
No
him
waiting for the boss.
with 2 limbs already ahead of him. He's still kind of an early position, but might raise it up right here. Of course, aces. Still a very vulnerable hand here. Multi-way would rather play this heads up.
And we'll see if this raise can thin out the field.
Yeah, Jack 10 even offsuit. Way too good of a hand. He will flop a straight draw often. And as deep as they are, worth enough a call. Ivan with a little closer of a decision with the King Jack. Might be dominated from time to time, but is last to act. And look at this.
3-betting to 22,000. And this might have a little bit to do with some of the card removal, right? Taking away some of those suited Broadway combinations that
Still get
Yeah,
one
this-
might anticipate
It's definitely an aggressive play though with a,
he'd
with
be
a
up
King
against.
Jack.
Absolutely.
You
And
still get 4.
But now after having put in so much of your stack
queen,
and
ace,
equities being so close together, this is kind of
Jack,
annoying, and he's thinking whether he has to
Nine
call
take
this
it.
off or not. But this jam from Paul looked strong enough that he decided to get away from this hand.
And welcome to the game, Paul Pua. Not only does he pick up the aces, but he picks up a 22K gift wrap package from Ivan Liao, who thought he might be able to push back on the newcomer. Not so, however. And a welcome to those of you who are streaming our coverage live, whether it be on YouTube or on Twitch. Karai, I know you've got the Twitch stream up right now, monitoring the chat. What are people saying, if anything?
Yeah, it looks like viewer numbers are going up over 1,000 now. And yeah, if you have any questions on Twitch in the chat, I will try to look at them from time to time and can answer some questions maybe over the course of the day.
Ivan with the 7-8 suited limps in. Pua and Davies do the same, and then Jokro asks to thin the field, making it 6,000.
Call 6.
Down to just Davies.
Yeah, we see different race sizes being used here from different players, so it's cool to see that players have different approaches.
Davies has bottom 2 pair and checks it over to Jokro, who follows through on the strength of middle pair and the gut shot.
Yeah, and look at these percentages. Seth has the 2 pair, but is actually a slight underdog against the Queen Jack of Joko because there's just so many outs, and this is one of them actually. Both have aces and queens now, but the Jack kicker is playing now actually.
That ace counterfeiting Davies' bottom 2 pair, as he is just 7%
17.
from this point forward.
And does bet his hand. This is going to deny a little bit of equity, and he's trying to win this right away, which he does. So yeah, good fold from Seth. Of course, way behind any ace that was possibly there. in the opponent's hand.
Well, on that note, we are privileged to actually slide in one of the guys who's going to be out there battling against this field in just a few moments. Prior to registration, it is none other than Chris Brewer, who hopped into the 50K and the 100K, events number 1 and 2, and is just about to get involved in event number 3. Chris, welcome into the booth. Talk to me a little bit about the game of short deck. I know you were being slightly facetious and saying, well, you guys might know more than I do, but clearly you've put some time in. What are the crash course elements if you were to talk about the game with maybe one of the U.S. regs that's coming out here that doesn't have a lot of experience to keep in mind as you navigate the waters?
You just have to, you play like a lot of hands, and it's like, because of the way the anti-structure is, it's actually pretty passive pre. So you just see a ton of flops. Like you just see ace-king suited, just limp deal.
And it turns into trip kings for Junhwa Yap up against that almighty Jack-10 suited.
Jack-10 suited is a real fun hand in this game. But not a fun flop.
Does have some connection with the king of clubs, but obviously a big dog against the ace-king. Facing a bet of 6,000, Liao thinking it over. So a lot of pre-flop speculation. You're incentivized to do that. Clearly in a re-entry event, we know that there's a lot of jamming that goes on in short deck. We touched on the concept of equity denial, which is even more important here in short deck.
Yeah, it ends up being huge. Like, most of the pre-flop play you'll see will be limp or someone will just shove. Like, you'll see like a lot of just like 100 anti-shoves, which is so different than like no limit. You never see someone rip 100 big blinds over a limp.
But it can be very much correct
Yeah,
to do so when you're
incredibly
looking
correct.
to deny the equity and leverage the power of your stack. And Ivan Liao tore one off. Now he is open-ended, but Yap has added a flush draw to the arsenal. So the 9 of hearts would not work for Liao.
Yeah, this is not a fun spot to be in.
39,000 in the middle, facing a bet of 15. And despite picking up the equity, Liao appropriately lays down, gets a look from his neighbor.
I think it's just tough. Like, you kind of expect the ace to be dead a reasonable amount, though, when it's against another gun limp.
In your experience, Chris, when you're out there playing short deck, what were the most difficult things that you faced in terms of the transition in mindset from regular no limit into the short deck streets? For me, it's always been remembering that the ace plays as a 5. Something as technically simple as that.
Now, when you get like ace 7-9 and you have to remember there's a straight out there, it's a little weird.
Yeah.
I think the toughest is just like you're just playing these multi-way pots where like everyone has like half the deck. It's kind of strange. Like you'll just be in like some 4-way limped pot all the time, and you're like, I have no clue what to do.
And being in position pre-flop is also tremendously powerful. Obviously, position period throughout the course of the hand, but
yeah, it's a and also like your how good your hand is pre just changes so quickly. Like you can have like ace king off, and you're so happy to get all it and like heads up, and then if it goes like 3 ways, you'd so much rather have like 10-9 suited.
Right. It's a very dynamic landscape, and it's a very favorable landscape if you are Seth Davies, who's got top pair, and the diamond draw here up against Junhwa Yap, who's going to tear one off with the king 8. Tremendous spot for Davies. The ace of spades comes off on the turn.
Oh, I guess that's the other thing. Whenever you flop any type of combo draw, you just have such an insane hand. Like, I'm pretty sure. I mean,
despite that, though, Davies electing to check on the turn, Chris, and the check back from Yap brings the 7 on the river.
Assume this will just go check, check. Yeah.
Which it does, and it'll be kings with the ace 10-9 for Davies.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, it's pretty not fun if he bets the tall and got raised. So, just realize the equity. But, like, on, like, flops, it's kind of, like, in these games, you'll have, like, queens on, like, jack 10-9, and you just have such an incredible hand compared to, like, it's a good hand and no limit, but, like, you're actually, like, ahead of jack 10, which is kind of odd to think about.
Well, a lot of times the draws can actually have more equity than the made hands. And that's a real Twilight Zone sort of phenomenon in contrast to no limit.
I mean, yeah, like a set against a straight on a flop is a straight flip. So
try that in no limit. Doesn't work that way. You got to get the right price in the pot to get your money in that spot, in the full deck counterpart. Meanwhile, Kiat Lee ran hot off the top. Here he is, limping under the gun with the queen 10.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think under the gun, you basically only play limp, which is, you won't see many raises unless someone's shoulder.
But if you only play limp, then you obviously want to balance with some hands that are looking to move all in the face of a raise. So some trappiness up front from time to time, one would expect.
And you see that with like Seth just, I mean, very quickly over limp the ace-jack. So like, you're aware that there's strong hands in there.
Action is checked around. 7 pairs on the turn. Davies with that ace-jack, along with Junhwa Yap.
It's insane that Paul's hand still just has 32%.
Right. With the straight draw. Nevertheless, he's out of there, and it's the 2 ace-jacks which are left. $11-5 in the middle. And both players happy to check and show down.
Probably pretty happy to chop it, too.
Yeah, after the queen comes off. A little bit more treacherous to try to do value betting thin in short deck.
Yeah. It's definitely like having the right calls for bluffing is super powerful, and people can easily have it, so spots get pretty scaly pretty quick.
In terms of the American regs that obviously you play so much with in the no limit, super high roller series, who do you think are the top class, best in class as far as short deck is concerned?
I'm sure Jason has to be the best guy on that. I think Jason's played it more than anyone and had tons of success. I know Stevie and Seth have played a lot. It's probably those three. Trying to think if there's anyone else even who plays it.
And is there a lot of information sharing in terms of trying to
No.
lend a hand, or people are very snug about their...
I would say for like actual no limit, people talk hands like pretty reasonable amount, but I think in short deck, like the guys that know how to play, they're not talking too much about it to the guys who don't know how to play.
Well, there's no upside, is there?
Yeah.
Unless you're misinforming, which they don't want to do.
Yeah. That'd be pretty devious.
Yeah, grimy.
Like, you got to raise every time you're under the gun.
Chris, you want to move all in with pairs, pocket pairs.
Like,
That's what you
sixes
want.
is very strong.
Three-way action here, ace-10, ace-6, and a couple of tens, taking a look at the king-9-8 board. Now that ace-6, remember the ace
Straight draw.
plays as the 5, so it is a gut shot, and those gut shots have more equity than in full deck. A round of checks, the queen comes off. Now, Junhwa Yap has a gut shot.
Yeah, man. Assume he's never folding. Wow. I guess he is. Probably better. It's probably correct. I think he's supposed to be one of the best.
Kiat Lee.
Yeah, I've heard very good things about him. I have not played with him, but
The eyeball test certainly suggests that he is very comfortable out there in the early going. Eager to get in there? Excited? Nervous?
both. It's yeah. I've run good in it like lifetime, but it's always scary playing like a game you haven't played a ton for high stakes.
Do you find yourself frustrated by the number of occasions on which you genuinely don't have a really good sense of what to do in situations?
So like generally I've usually bought in a little bit shorter, which helps avoid that. But yeah,
In the cash games, you mean?
Or both, yeah. Both.
Okay.
I'm saying like I'll buy in a little later to the tournament.
Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely like a different feeling when you just occasionally end up on a spot and you're like, I have no clue what the answer is, compared to it doesn't happen as often in No Limit. It can, but
Note the upfront limp from Junhwa Yap with the 2 aces,
Yeah.
inducing Paul Pua to raise, understandably, with the suited Broadway connector. And how will Yap proceed heads up now? The
yeah,
limp 3 bet.
these spots are not fun. You're against aces so often here. Like, kings probably just shoves on you. So It really is like aces and some random bluff.
Yeah, Paul's blocking the kings and the queens. He wouldn't imagine that queens would play it this way. So
Yeah.
will call, though, in position.
係自己係
I think you're hoping the guy has like ace 10 off or something.
2 8s and a jack on the flop as the boys are sharing a laugh pre. 41-5 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a nutted flop for aces too.
Yeah.
Like, Paul just never has an 8, so unless he has jacks, you're good.
傾圈到晒。
A big smile on Junhwa Yap's face as he hauls one in. And Chris, thanks for taking the time to come
Yeah,
in
no
here
problem.
and hang with us for a little bit. Obviously, it's always nice to get some insights from the guys who are out there battling. So we will cut you loose to get into the Coliseum and get your gladiator on. Good luck out there.
Thanks.
A look at the chip counts here, brought to you by GG Poker. Junhwa Yap, 256 antes, 128K. Kiat Lee in second, followed by Paul Pua and Ivan Liao as Seth Davies got yanked to balance some tables. Ante is still at 500 with the button of 1,000. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. And we welcome Karai back into the booth.
我今日好有 feel， 唔知
What did I miss?
好有 feel， 咩 feel？
The
好有 feel， 我同你講咩 feel？
limp
半根上啊！
re-raise with
又
aces
都係你啫，好
took
有
place.
feel 到你打直推。
Yeah, I'm
Something
sure.
we'd been warned would happen.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm sure it was cool to have Chris Brewer in here and
เอาไว้ตามนาดีกว่า
explain a little bit about the strategies.
Korai,
of the
are
top
you
pros.
jealous?
一定唔打。
Are you feeling some type of way? Korai, you know I love you. I brought you back. It was just a quick fling, and I realized the grass isn't greener. Korai.
I had to wait outside of the door here for 10 minutes. It was so annoying, Ali.
Aces again here for Yap, who makes it 5,000 to go, behind a couple of limpers.
有 aces。
哇，so many aces。
And you see those limpers are happy to just put the 1,000 in, and then all of a sudden if somebody speaks up, they don't get married to their hands.
Yeah, they will continue with all the good hands we talked about earlier, right? The 10-9s and so on, the good suited stuff. But of course, sometimes
896好似
you will
中
fold
意
to a bigger raise.
我哋成班啊，8之前
Because even though equities run close, these guys know there are better hands and there are worse hands, and
全世界贏。
it's okay to fold your worst hands if you've only invested another ante.
哦，OK。
Liao with the king 10. Raises to 5,000.
Yeah, Ivan is definitely a more aggressive player. Some people would have just limped in here, but he decides to take it down right away. But Paul with another premium on the button, especially ace queen suited, deciding whether to just call and play his hand in position or just go for it. And it looks like he goes all in.
有39000。
Ivan with one of the worst hands that he's raising there, I would imagine, gets away from it.
Ace queen。
A bit annoying when you have to fold pre-flop in this game.
So Paul jamming 107,500 on the button over the Liao Open. Not the kind of sizing that we ever expect to see in No Limit.
少啲大嘅喎。
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, Ivan has already lost half his stack though, so it was only for like 50,000 effective.
Yeah.
And after 5,000 being in there, plus
90個。
all the antes, it was good enough for Paul to just try to win the money that's out there. And if called, ace queen suited definitely has a lot of equity against any hand basically.
We block the aces, block the queens. Sure, every now and again kings are in there, but
Yeah, but ace queen
just-
suited getting it
yeah.
in against queens or kings even is not really a big deal. I mean, it's almost a flip.
we see ace king for Mike Watson, who is a new arrival.
Yeah, he's played a decent amount of short deck too, from what I know. And
Look at this board texture, 6, 7, 8 with a couple of clubs. Watson has the gut shot. There is no 4 available, so that ace works as a 5. After a round of checks, the ace shows up on the board, so now it is the king-9 of Kiat-Lee that has turned into a straight.
Yeah, in multi-way, of course, it's way more likely that somebody has a 9, so people are careful here. Mike knows that his top pair, top kicker isn't worth too much here. No chance of value betting. And now, after checking through before, Kiat decides to go for some value here. That's almost the size of the pot.
Oh, how can you bet? You don't have 9-10.
Yeah, nobody really has anything to continue with here.
Paul chastising Kiat for betting the river.
Flop check turn check 仲有90，
你哋冇90。
你唔可以打噶嘛，冇用噶嘛，你打。
Yeah, and so you see Mike Watson there limping in with the ace-king from first position.
有9 all in 我真係 all
I
in 你
feel
㗎。
like most players will probably just limp their whole range, especially at early position. And should somebody raise it up, they have a pretty good hand, ace-king offsuit, to 3-bet jam over the top and balance out the time where you limp in with weaker holdings. Doesn't make too much sense to trap at this game because, yeah, if you're 60-40 against a garbage hand, then
It's about as good as it gets, by the way.
Exactly. Another 5-way pot here.
Pua with the jacks has the best of it pre. And it is 7, 8, 9, another coordinated board. Lots of interaction in terms of straights. Watson with the best of it.
Yeah, having the straight draw here is relevant. You see that they're ahead of Paul's jacks here. And he will try to thin the field a little bit. Ivan does have the straight draw, but the lower end of the straight draw not worth too much, 5-way. And Paul has a nice blocker to the jack 10. This is relevant and will continue with his hand. There might actually be some runouts where he will be incentivized to bluff with his hand, but for now he's actually ahead once they are heads up against the pair of 7s that Mike has at the moment.
Open-ender still working after the queen rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, and Mike knows that he's probably not ahead too often here, so blocking the jack 10 himself and the 10-6, he might decide to bluff at this. Always having equity, unless he should be up against the jack 10, where he would be drawing to a chop. That's rather big.
6,500, yeah, into 8,000.
And this is a tough situation for Paul. He knows it's unlikely that his opponent has jack 10 with him having 2 jacks. But there's so many hands that beat you, right? So decides to let it go. Very nice hand from Mike.
Yeah, good execution there as the turn bet allows him to take the pot down unimproved and without having to fire the third shell or the river. I'm excited to see Paul and Ivan both at the same table here because Liao is one of those guys who is ready to gamble, and I think Paul is a particularly fearless presence at any table.
Definitely, yeah, and I'm sure they've played cash games so often together. Of course, they've played short deck tournaments over the years too, so they know a lot about their games. And this is where they're having a lot of fun too here at the start. We saw them laughing together when Ivan was trying to steal it. Paul had the aces though. So yeah, they're having a lot of fun playing this game.
Just your garden variety $75,000 short deck tournament.
Yeah, just small little tournament here to get things started.
It's an appetizer. There's still a $125,000 buy-in short deck tournament to come as event number 4
It's interesting
We'll round out the series. Go on.
It's interesting that Mike decides to limp behind with the ace-queen. Second last to act in the cutoff. I'm sure some of the time he would raise it up there and try to thin the field. Ace-queen certainly good enough hand to do it with.
As it stands, though, the king-queen ends up with the best of it on this king-queen 7 board. Top 2. Junhua checked it. And now it's all the way around to Ivan Liao, who will close the action. Here comes the turn. It is an ace, so now Watson back in front with the aces and queens. Liao has hit the ace as well.
Yeah, people will play a little more careful multi-way. Of course, it's tougher to win a hand 4-way than it is if the pot was heads up. The average winning hand will be stronger, so these middling 2 pairs aren't worth too much, not enough for a value bet. The ace-queen from Mike Watson, though, in the cutoff. Good enough for a bet. So it's not only for value, but of course gut shots out there. Remember, every like 6-8 is a gut shot too, not only the jack and the 10. So he would be happy to win it right here if he gets called. Probably still has the best hand.
Down to heads up. Now 4 to a straight on board.
2,000 to 5,000. You return back 2,000.
Yeah, this would be a very thin value bet here by Mike Watson, who's thinking about it. But of course, there are some jacks in the range of Junhua Yap here. He could have a hand like ace-jack. Maybe.
But would he check a jack is the
That's the
question.
question, and this is what's going through Mike's mind, and he sees this situation correctly and does go for the value bet.
7-5.
sizing. 7,500.
70% pot here. Over to Junhua Yap, who has a bluff catcher.
But he also has a good sense of sniff and
Does get away from it.
something
Good fold.
smelled bad
Yeah.
in that spot there. And we take a moment to remind you that if you're itching to play and sitting at home, what better place to get your fix than GG Poker? Perhaps the most fun that you can have playing online poker. Join the world's biggest poker community, including the game's greats, such as Negreanu, Kuhn, Elke, and Fedor Holz, who I was tweeting with earlier today. And I don't know how to tell you this, Koray, but Fedor said that he might want to come get in the booth. But he's a flight away, so don't get too nervous.
Yeah, Fedor. I haven't seen Fedor in a few weeks, so always a good candidate to share his knowledge, of course.
Ace-9 here against 8-6. Bottom pair for Yap. And Liao able to sprinkle a couple of thousand out there, credibly repping the Broadway neighborhood. 8-6 just so bad. Easy fold for Yap. One of the other phenomenons about short deck Koray that we touched upon is, unlike in No Limit, where as the game gets shorter, you see people open up and kind of get a little bit more aggressive. In short deck, there's actually less incentive to get after it with less antes in the middle when things get short.
Yeah, that's true. And the less players are at the table, the less is in the middle, and so it's not as worth fighting for these smaller pots than as maybe a full ring table where 9 people would have anteed, or 8. I think this tournament is 8-handed. So yeah, you will see bigger raise sizes with more players at the table, and especially in the later positions, people fighting for the pot more frequently and a little bit harder. On the other hand, of course, the average winning hand, again, multi-way, 8-handed, will be a little bit stronger, so there's both. And Paul Fu with another big hand on the button.
Picking off those limpers with an ace-king. And obviously, those limpers well aware that they could be getting abused when they step out, still incentivized to try to be able to take flops and speculate.
Yeah, and if they feel like people are taking advantage of them and Paul Fu is gonna raise up every time on the button, the answer to that might be some limp jams, and you would see that with maybe hands like 10-9 and Jack-10, but you always have to think they play very well post-flop too, so do you want to play the pot post-flop, or do you want to just go with your fold equity? That's the question. We might see some of these jams with suited ace-x hands too, as we are seeing in the full deck variation with hands like ace-5 suited. There are some hands that have some potential short deck too.
8-9 suited for Ivan Liao. Turns into bottom pair and an open ender on this Jack-10-8 board, where Pua has a gut shot. Kiat has a pair of tens. Look at those equities, Korai. The pair of tens is only 30% against Liao's 8-9.
Yeah, the straight draw, just so powerful. Also, Ivan with the strongest range here, having limped in from early position. Kiat could have anything here at the button, could have a hand like just Queen 7 offsuit. So, Ivan betting at it and taking it down right there. It's important to steer these little pots, right? Because they add up so many antes in the pot. You don't want to overdo it though, especially in multi-way pots. So it's about finding the right balance. And some people are taking a little more conservative approach, and Ivan, as we're seeing, is going for it, ready to battle.
Jack-6, nowhere near good enough for Liao to open. Jack-10 offsuit for Pua.
Limping in. Yeah, Jack-6 is basically the 7 deuce offsuit of short deck. Can't make a straight with both of your cards. Especially offsuit. Worst hand in the game.
Watson says check. Not sure what his second card is on the button. But the 8 certainly interacting with that 6-7 as Pua checks to Sir Watts.
Yeah, and when there's a 7 and a 6 on the flop, the button who has the full range of hands can maybe try to say, this interacts with me. I could have a hand like 6-7 more likely than you. So he bets at it. Might have done this with a straight draw here with a gut shot. We don't know. Maybe he did have top pair. And that was not the flop Jack-10 was looking for, so Paul getting away from it pretty easily.
Still in the early going here at the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition event number 3, $75,000 short deck. If you're just joining us, a warm welcome, whether on YouTube or on Twitch. Feel free to interact with Korai and I via Twitter or Twitch or the YouTube chat. Doing our best to monitor all platforms.
Yeah, people are talking about last night's 100K a little bit in the chat right now. The two Dutchies getting first and second yesterday, Turnmulder and Tom Vogelsang, after the two Hungarians had won the 50K the day before. So
who knew it was a team event?
Exactly.
Three-way action here to the Queen 10-8 flop. It is top pair for Junhwa Yap, who limped in under the gun. Watson with middle pair, and then Ivan Liao with bottom pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, and he has another one of those hands where he might decide to represent something. Doesn't do it every time though.
And in comes the 9 to give Liao the queen high straight.
And actually, Junhwa Yap fires very small at this here with his top pair. Trying to thin the field. Of course, if a jack would come, Junhwa Yap would have the very long straight. But Ivan has it already.
And King Jack is very much in the range of what Junhwa Yap could have limped with. So
exactly.
you see Liao being cautious, flatting. Now the board pairs on the river, and Liao has an 8. He's not full.
Yeah, that makes it a little less likely for his opponent to have a full house, though, so you will feel a little more confident about his hand, especially after being checked too. Remember, the bet on the turn was very small, just 2,000 into 8. So he's thinking, is this good enough for a value bet or not? The 8 is definitely helping him, so the other question is, what is he getting called by? And this is what he's thinking about, and that's why he checks back.
Yep. Deems it a little too risky to fire. Not enough upside. And he'll take a small pot.
Betul. Betul. Jangan nampak.
Now in No Limit, it would be tempting to look across the table and be like, wow, nitty check. But in short deck, not so.
Exactly, yeah.
這邊仲三條包。筍啊！白色嚟。咪三條包。白色啊。
Field is filling up slowly. I am seeing that Phil Ivey has joined the tournament, sitting at the outer table.
Always an exciting addition to the field.
Winfred Yu in there. And I heard some of the players that they will reg a little bit later. So the field size is gonna grow as we progress here in the tournament. Ace Queen suited for Mike Watson in the hijack. Limping it in, that has been his strategy, is continuing that. And Ivan, we know, loves to play. There's only one player acting behind him. We will certainly play almost every hand here. And the Junhwa Yap with a 9-8 suited, that's a nice hand with the 2 right next to him having limped in. Feel like he might steal it right there.
It's in these multi-way situations where these 8-9 suiteds, 9-10 suiteds, Jack-10 suiteds like to press because they're happy to be up against virtually anything.
But this is what can happen if you raise it up too often. Mike Watson does have a strong hand here and goes with exactly what we've talked about earlier, the limp jam. The ace queen suited.
And of course, once it's heads up, courtesy of that limp jam, the value proposition for the 8-9 suited dims greatly.
Exactly. If he had maybe 2 people all in ahead of him, he might consider it with a hand like 10-9 suited or something, because 10-9 suited against, say, aces and kings are actually the favorite 3-way. That changes heads up though.
Can you choose, please?
Aces for Liao.
And Ivan is the kind of player who steals the pot from time to time, so for him it makes sense to raise it up with the best of hands as well, with the aces.
I think
Doesn't
also
get
Paul
any action
Pua
this
being
time,
on the
though.
button there, Korai,
Yeah.
might have something to do with it, where he knows Paul is the kind of guy that could just make a play back at you or be stickier than average.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So he's a little bit disappointed that everybody folded so quickly here. He sits on half a starting stack, so he tries to turn things around here, get it in, and get back to starting stack maybe.
Cove.
there they go at each other again.
Yeah.
Ivan in the hand. Paul, of course, in the hand.
Kiatley on the button. Always dangerous. Queen, queen, 7 with a couple of spades. Not sure what the holdings are here. Paul looks interested. Bets 3,000.
2 quick folds over to Ivan,
I didn't say anything.
who actually has ace king of hearts.
Yeah.
And Paul was just having 10-6 suited, stealing the pot there, not much on queen, queen, 7.
I feel as though Doti might mean thank you, given that everybody folded and he was all too happy to see them do so. Ace queen for Liao up front.
No, sure. Thanks.
Limping in.
Yeah, the later you are in position, the weaker of a hand you can limp in with, of course. Not having to worry about as many players as in early position.
That could be in support of why Kiatley gets involved with an ace-7, which turns into 10s and 7s on this board.
Mike Watson checked behind the jack-10 on the button though, and flops very strong here.
Trips.
And having the jack here is also helpful, because even if 8-9 would make a straight with the jack, he would have that beat with his jack-10, which would be a full house in that case.
Third spade shows up on the turn, and when we're in a 5-way hand, despite how improbable flushes are, there's obviously more opportunities for someone to have one, and Ivan Liao, on the strength of the gut shot and the queen of spades, decides to lead for 4,000.
Yeah, Mike with a little bit of a decision now. In position though, against a 40% sized bet. Likes this situation, of course. Will continue here. Looking to improve his hand. Or just try to bluff catch Ivan, maybe. Should a blank come? The river's a spade though.
The river is a spade. So Liao now has made the second nut flush. Well, I guess the jack-9, 6-9 of spades would be the nuts and second nuts, then the ace of spades. So it's the fourth nuts technically for Ivan Liao, but obviously straight flushes are tough, whether it's full deck or short deck.
Yeah, now Ivan has a pretty clear value bet. Remember, flushes beat full houses. And this is annoying run out for Mike Watson, who has to fold his hand.
Kind of shrugged his shoulders there and understood.
Important pot for Ivan, who is climbing up.
Yeah, given that it was multi-way to start. A lot of extra money in there. Every little bit counts.
Getting closer back to the starting stack. Yeah, you can see all the entries and all the seed draws, all the chip stacks, everything on Triton-poker.com. It's a super cool website, and it's actually spoiler free because they're posting it at the same time as the stream. I saw that people on Twitch were talking about it. You don't have to be afraid of spoilers when you go on the website. It's really cool. They update it very quickly in real time, actually. Just as we're seeing it.
Yeah, on the delay.
Real time on the delay, exactly. Yeah.
If that makes sense. 2 queens for Watson behind the Kiatley limp. And he'll shoot it up to 10,000 smooth.
Yeah, and this is for straight value with the queens. Still powerful, short deck. Ivan, not a believer so far. Has position on Mike Watson. Does get away from it though. A little bit too weak to continue there with a king 10 offsuit, even in position. If it was suited, I think he would have played that hand.
Watson restoring some chips to his stack after the disappointing outcome with Jack 10.
Ante, please.
Watson has 1.8 million roughly in career Triton earnings, courtesy of 6 cashes. He finished in 4th place in the 100K, winning 683,000. And his participation on the series dates all the way back to 2017 in Macau. Finished 2nd in a 6-max for 550 and then 10th in the main event for 290. Meanwhile, Kiat Lee kicked things off, limping with the 2 8s. Watson and Liao came along, and now Junhua Yap seeking to thin the field from the button with these 2 jacks. Gets through 2 players, and now we're hung up on Ivan Liao, who decides he is willing to go with it with the ace-9 off. Flops trip 9s here, so way out in front is Liao.
And Junhua Yap knows that Ivan's range is a little bit wider than maybe from some of the other players, so does check it back with the jacks. It makes sense. It's not the best flop for his hand. Doesn't try to bloat the pot. Ivan checks it back on the turn as well, trapping.
No bite from Junhua Yap, and now running 7s, giving Liao full house.
Now Ivan is deciding whether to value bet right here or maybe go for the trap to check raise on the river. After 2 quick checks from Junhua Yap though, he might decide to get some value right away to get a call from a hand like a king, or exactly what Junhua Yap has. Does go all in here. Junhua Yap blocking maybe the bluffs Ivan might have with the 2 jacks. A hand like Jack 10 would have made sense for a bluff here.
The busted inside straight draws that might have felt like continuing. Not available. And Liao appearing to provide some positive reinforcement there. Saying, I had it, buddy. I had it.
Ante, please.
Yeah, they all know each other pretty well.
Well, speaking of knowing each other, Korai, you obviously are friends with a number of fellow Germans who are very decorated in the high roller streets, having played both online and live tournaments, cash games, the whole spectrum. And yet we don't see too many of them here at the Triton series. Any particular reason?
Yeah, some of my friends have been taking things a little bit slower lately. I was actually talking to Steffen Sontheimer this morning a little bit, who is pretty good at short deck actually, and he, for instance, Goose Core, got married lately and is.
He's a family man now.
He's a family man. They are waiting their first child actually this year, so it's taken it a little bit slower in the live scene. Still playing online a little bit though.
We did see Christoph Vogelsang here though.
Christoph is here battling it out. I think he's not a short deck player though, so I'm not sure we'll see him today.
Is short deck not quite that popular in the German circles? Or?
Steffen did play it for a bit, as I said. The others not too much though, I don't think. So yes, especially with them playing a little bit less in general, I don't think they've played short deck that often. The first short deck tournament I played was actually at the Ara a few years back, when they had added them to a serious little 10K event. A lot of us had played it for the first time. That tournament was a lot of fun.
Four-way affair here as Kiat Lee closes the action, checking the button with the king-queen suited, which certainly could have put in a little something to try to thin what might be riffraff Instead, he flops top 2 pair on the king queen 10 board.
Yeah, Ivan and Paul both with the ace, with the gut shot.
呢個鬼都冇見過。着住呢
And Kiat wants to protect against exactly those kind of hands. Get some value.
要啱起身嘅話，你講緊。
個戲嗰度嗰啲
Nobody with a pair though. So 4-way, the ace-9, easy fold. Haven't seen a super cooler yet, but as the levels
Oh,
go
the
up,
day is young.
yeah.
If there's one thing that we can guarantee, it's that short deck will provide plenty of coolers.
阿倫會打短牌㗎。
Players still feeling each other out here in the early going, though.
之前有冇打過咧？未嚟呢度。
And who's the early chip leader? Of course, the one and only Phil Ivey.
That didn't take long.
Has already more than doubled his starting stack.
Well, maybe there was a cooler at one of our outer tables that we've missed, as we now have 3 total tables in play.
Yeah, Steven Chidwick has joined the field also. People were asking, is he in there? Yes, Steven Chidwick is playing short deck as well.
呢度幾萬蚊，幾冚晚嘅有冇？我坐幾個鐘啊！大家攞。
During the welcome party, I had the chance to actually sit with Stephen and his wife, Maureen, and it was so pleasant to realize that Stevie does speak. Obviously, very focused when he's at work. Man of few words, but
冇俾你搞打牌。
Yeah,
Just
one of the toughest out there.
so much more pleasant to sit beside that guy when not at a poker table.
And he does not stare at you when you're having dinner with him.
俾佢嗰啲
No, no.
錢呢個最重要啊！打過
死啊！唔係冇嘢㗎嘛，你全部做
2萬2萬
做多啲，你點睇有冇殺傷力嘛嗰啲？
就多人可以打到。
馬嘅啲又容易行，又可以嗌多啲人嚟。
以前係嗰班美國班，我你可以
Yeah,
打
Mike Watts now only non-Malaysian at the table at the moment.
因為反派上唔到嚟嘛。
This is where he needs his Google Translate.
你2-3萬個客好多嘛？嗬，係咯。
Tremendous amount of support for the Triton series comes from Malaysia. Strong ties. Are you at all surprised to see Junhwa Yap under the gun, getting involved with a hand like pocket 7s?
Yeah, these small pocket pairs are not as strong as we said. He decides to limp in with it though, hoping to see a very cheap flop. I'm sure some of the players would have just folded it right away, but they're just 5-handed though, so has to think about what we discussed earlier.
Some of
There's
the
not as much in
hesitation
the middle.
centers around the idea that, well, there's so many coordinated boards, you flop a set, and you could be up against the nuts. But as you and I learned during our primer earlier today, those sets are actually favorites against straights on the flop, ever so slightly.
Yeah, they're favored against mate straights, but have to be careful of straight draws, which is kind of the funny thing.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
on a flop like maybe 7, 9, queen or something, 7 seems like a strong hand, but any open-ended straight draw 10-8 is super powerful too. So you're not really a favorite with your set against those kind of hands.
Well, Paul Pua's Jack 10 was very powerful on the Jack 9-8 board, where he had top pair and an open ender. But with the arrival of the 10, there is a 4 straight on board, and despite improving to top 2 pair, there are some concerns to be had. Not that Paul is experiencing those concerns as he fires yet again 8,000 at Ivan Liao. And Liao calls with just a pair of 9s here. Does have a gut shot to the king high straight.
Yeah, interesting call. He blocks the king queen that Paul has in his range. Ace is pretty much a blank here. King queen still the nuts.
And this was always something that Liao had on his mind. With Pua not willing to fire again on the river, Ivan can very much turn his hand into a bluff.
Yes, he knows he's not good here. Just 4th pair. Has the important king, so a little bit less afraid of being trapped here by the king queen. And we know him. I would be a little bit surprised if he just gave this up right here.
And he says all in.
Oh, the check raise you all in first.
Back over to Paul. Who knows? This is only a bluff catcher. This is not a value jam by a hand like Jack 9. This is a straight or nothing. But this is a huge, huge bet.
And look at Paul. Not sold.
Yeah, but he knows his opponent, right? He knows Ivan is definitely capable of making a big move here. But Paul also knows he could have a straight himself so easily. He could play a hand like Queen Jack this way. So he decides to let go of his 2-pair.
Oh, and Liao shows him the bluff. A sporting move there. And if there's anybody that you want to do it with, it is Paul Pua, because he enjoys the game so much that even when he's on the wrong end of a situation like that, it brings him joy. You see him laughing. He said, I wanted to check raise you all in. You beat me to it. Nobody has more fun on the felt than Paul.
Yeah, great hand there by both players. Can't blame Paul for the fold, but Ivan gets the better of him this time.
Oh, the shot is.
Looks like Paul's number's being called here, so we will lose his energy here at the featured table. You will be missed.
Go.
Mike Watson limping it in with a Jack 10. And Ferdinand Putra has joined the table. New player.
Putra playing under the Indonesian flag, limped in here behind Watson. And Liao piles with the 2 kings.
Yeah, this looks like a big jam, but you will see this a little more often in short deck, as we've talked about earlier.
Maybe sometime.
Could have decided to raise a little bit smaller to induce, but just goes for it here.
One of the ways in which to recondition your mind to not necessarily regard that jam as egregious as it feels to those of us that are accustomed to no limit is to actually take a look at how much money is in the pot and then relate the all-in to the total amount of money in the pot, and then it begins to look a little bit more in line with what we might expect from a short stack shove in no limit.
Exactly. Especially later, as the all-ins will become more common, we might look at them that way. We might look at what is in the middle, how much is in the middle, how many times the pot are they jamming for, and this is maybe how we can compare it to no limit hold'em full deck at least a little bit better.
Putra with the 10-8 offsuit.
Certainly loose.
Looking to splash around a little bit. Liao and Junhua Yap as well, and of course Kiat Lee on the button with 2 aces will thin the herd, shooting it up to 14,000.
And 9s are not looking so great this game. Even last to act against a big race would be a little bit speculative, this call.
Even the bottom end of what we would imagine Kiat Lee's range to be plays so well against pocket 9s and will have position from this point forward. So Yap will release.
Yeah, any overcards are basically favored against those 9s. And they also just realize all their equity. They don't play that well when they don't hit a set.
And even though the frequency of those sets is clearly higher in short deck, you still
finish the short deck early. And then
heads up, don't really have the prices that you're looking for to go set mining.
Roughly 6 or 7.
And as you can see with all these moves, Ivan's actually back to above starting stack. Remember, he was down to less than 50,000 a couple of minutes ago.
And Anson is one.
It's been a swingy ride for him.
IP.
Just kidding. You finish
Four-way
that one,
limp,
Susan?
and now
Yeah, just like-
the devil's work on the flop. 666.
Dangerous, dangerous flop.
Pocket sevens for Junhwa Yap, the best hand right now.
It's more enough.
But he has to fade all the overcards here, of course. Even
And
flopping
possible
full
bigger
house.
pairs right now.
Yeah.
3,000.
So we see Watson betting 3K.
Hey, he's gonna
They're
get
going
better
to
hands
break.
like King Queen to fold here, so nice little bet there from him.
Yeah, got rid of those 2 sevens, and you hear him say, I have to, on the button.
It's good.
And the Canadian will take one down, still sitting north of his starting stack. And it looks like Mikita Badziakuski has replaced Paul Pua here at the featured table.
Yeah, super smart player, of course. You've seen him playing all the full deck events, but he's also a very good short deck player, I've heard.
Bye-bye.
誒，你走咗。
And first Paul Pua, now Ivan Liao, the action players at the featured table, getting
到你過兩。
pulled away from us.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of these table and seat changes in the early goings of this tournament as people are still registering, coming into the tournament area.
Important to keep things balanced. Our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, perhaps the best out there.
Yeah, and an early observation is that Junhwa Yap doesn't mind playing these pocket pairs even from early position. Tries to see as many flops as he can. Limps in. Kiat Lee, of course. Beautiful Queen Jack suited is in there.
Call.
Content to limp, however, and invite some added players into the pot. But unfortunately, one of those added players is Ferdinand Putra, who's got ace-king suited from the button, shoots it up to 15,000.
He does go big. Raises 13,000 more for Kiat Lee. A hand like Queen Jack suited, pretty enough to continue with. So we are getting quite a big flop here, pre-flop already, 35,000 in there.
And notice that that Queen Jack suited has 44% equity against the ace-king heading to the flop. Heads up, which is 10-8-6. And now Kiat actually has 49%. So
Yeah.
neck and neck with the ace-king. And all you can do is laugh because it seems so absurd when you're used to looking down at very different percentages.
Yeah, this is a literal flip here. Kiat has the gut shot. Backdoor flush draw. Ferdinand not afraid though, bets 25,000.
And gets Kiat Lee to fold as the players will head for a short break. And as is customary, we take a look at the chip counts. Here at the Merit Poker Room, Ferdinand Putra and Michael Watson are neck and neck for top stacks. At the feature table, the newcomer, Badziakuski in third, then Kiat Lee and Junhwa Yap in fifth. Still very early here in Cyprus, and Cora and I will send you guys to a break, but we will be back shortly with more coverage from the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition. Event number 3, the $75,000 short deck just getting underway. Stay close.
500 to call, but queen 6, just a very poor hand, right? 6, basically the deuce of this game, the lowest card.
Right.
Unconnected, not suited, so there's some hands you will fold even for that price.
Meanwhile, Jokro taxing Kiat Lee, who flops top pair on the 7-8-9 board, along with the gut shot straight flush draw.
It's a big flop for both of them, and this is exactly what we will see all tournament.
Yeah, both players picking up a healthy piece. And the jack rolls off on the turn, giving Kiat Lee top 2 pair, but giving William Jokro Pariwo the straight.
Yeah, and of course it's also more likely for your opponent to have a 10 here than at full deck. There's less combinations of hand possible, so Kiat will check it over with this 2 pair, knows it's not strong enough to value bet here again. And William does have the straight. Kiat, of course, with his flush draw going along this top 2 won't go anywhere. Let's see what the river brings.
And the ace does not help his cause.
William does not have the nuts here. Queen 10 beats him, but of course still good enough to call. It's unlikely that Kiat Lee would have just check called on the turn with Queen 10, but he quickly gives it up. Such a coordinated board. Remember, 6 makes a straight here also. Flush already. There's only 5 more of your suit in the deck. So yeah, that's how math works, right? Probability is just lower to hit one of your 5 cards.
If you thought Jack 10 suited had sex appeal in No Limit Hold'em, just wait till you get a load of the way people react to it in short deck. It is a very powerful holding, along with 9-10 suited, widely considered to be the best hand to take up against pocket aces, and it just has so much versatility. Ivan Liao on the button,
Oh, sorry.
charging Jokro a price.
Yeah, ace queen in short deck, powerful hand also. Decides to 3-bet here for value, but we see it's pretty much a coin flip at this point. We'll see that a lot.
And it is top 2 pair for Ivan Liao on this monotone flop, whereas it is bottom pair and the gut shot straight draw for Jokro, who checks it over to the pre-flop 3-better.
They have this like little meth lab setup. Oh, it's hilarious. It looks not really there.
William still with 30%, 32% equity here actually. And this is something we will see a lot here too. Ivan just going all in at this flop, just trying to protect his hand. He knows
That he's going to have with respect to player profiles and tendencies is going to be very deep.
and look at the start. Ace is right away for him, and we will see
No
him
waiting for the boss.
with 2 limbs already ahead of him. He's still kind of an early position, but might raise it up right here. Of course, aces, still a very vulnerable hand here. Multi-way would rather play this heads up.
And we'll see if this raise can thin out the field.
Yeah, Jack 10 even offsuit. Way too good of a hand. He will flop a straight draw often. And as deep as they are, worth enough a call. Ivan with a little closer of a decision with the King Jack. Might be dominated from time to time, but is last to act. And look at this.
3-betting to 22,000. And this might have a little bit to do with some of the card removal, right? Taking away some of those suited Broadway combinations that
Yeah,
one
this-
might anticipate
It's definitely an aggressive play though with a,
be up
King
against.
Jack.
Absolutely. And
But now after having put in so much of your stack and equities being so close together, this is kind of annoying, and he's thinking whether he has to call this off or not. But this jam from Paul looked strong enough that he decided to get away from this hand. Yeah, if you're 60-40 against a garbage hand, then
it's about as good as it gets, by the way.
Exactly. Another 5-way pot here.
Pua with the jacks has the best of it pre. And it is 7-8-9, another coordinated board. Lots of interaction in terms of straights. Watson with the best of it.
Yeah, having the straight draw here is relevant. You see that they're ahead of Paul's jacks here. And he will try to thin the field a little bit. Ivan does have the straight draw, but the lower end of the straight draw not worth too much, 5-way. And Paul has a nice blocker to the jack 10. This is relevant and will continue with his hand. There might actually be some runouts where he will be incentivized to bluff with his hand, but for now he's actually ahead once they are heads up against the pair of sevens that Mike has at the moment.
Open-ender still working after the queen rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, and Mike knows that he's probably not ahead too often here, so blocking the jack 10 himself and the 10-6, he might decide to bluff at this. Always having equity, unless he should be up against the jack 10, where he would be drawing to a chop. That's rather big.
6,500, yeah, into 8,000.
And this is a tough situation for Paul. He knows it's unlikely that his opponent has jack 10 with him having 2 jacks. But there's so many hands that beat you, right? So decides to let it go. Very nice hand from Mike.
Yeah, good execution there as the turn bet allows him to take the pot.
Yeah, the later you are in position, the weaker of a hand you can limp in with, of course. Not having to worry about as many players as in early position.
That could be in support of why Kiat Lee gets involved with an ace-7, which turns into 10s and 7s on this board.
Mike Watson checked behind the jack 10 on the button though, and flop.
And welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino in North Cyprus, where event number 3, our $75,000 short deck Ante-Only here at the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition continues. 2 levels in the books, and players returning from a short break. Coverage brought to you in part by GG Poker, and the room is beginning to fill out as we have 3 tables in action currently. Some folks might have had a late night, and it looks like our 4th table is now coming together. For those of you wishing to follow along the action beyond the borders of the feature table, just head to triton-poker.com and all the information you need is there. Ali Najad alongside Karai Aldemir, and our feature table features a couple of stacks neck and neck. Mike Watson and Ferdinand Putra with over 100K. Players starting with 100,000, so things are still early. The ante is now 1,500, but an ante becomes double, 3,000.
And Bong Lo Kai, our new player at the feature table from Hong Kong, sitting down.
And this could be an exciting guy to add to the table, because as I recall, in the 50K, Bong Lo Kai at one point was our chip leader, spun it way up and then way down. So obviously somebody who has no shortage of gamble. It is Bong Lo Kai with no recorded participation in Triton, so obviously we love to see fresh faces that are getting to experience all that is a Triton poker stop firsthand. Word of mouth, such a compelling form of advertising. As word gets out at just what a top-class event these guys put on. People willing to take the trip from all corners of the globe, including Mikita Badziakuski, who was spending time in Thailand with his girlfriend Diana before making their way here. Bads will look down at Queen Jack offsuit. Under the gun, he limps in. That beautiful 8-9 suited for Kiat Lee.
2 10s for Mike Watson, just good enough to be in there as well. Might have elected to fold some of those lower pairs. 10s, just good enough though.
Tournament director Luca Vivaldi in the background advising the players that 12 levels total will be played today. Those levels are 40 minutes in length. And Junhwa Yap on the button makes it 20,000. What do you suppose that mystery card is, Korai? Feels like Ace of Spades or another king?
Yeah, it might be. That's a big race, putting in a quarter of his chips, and there aren't too many hands at short deck where you want to put 25% of your chips in and then fold. So this certainly does look strong. Decision back on Mike Watson with 2 10s. Does make the call.
Are you at all surprised to see him make that call?
Yeah, he's probably trying to look for a good flop. No overcards, maybe no ace, no king out there, and then go along with his hand. Now only a little more than the pot behind the stack of Junhwa Yap, and there are 2 aces on the flop, which makes it a little less likely for Junhwa Yap to have those ace-king combinations.
But of course, Ace X very much in the range of what Junhwa Yap might be willing to make this move with. But it also, Korai, if we take the Ace X out and we say that there's a reduced probability of that, which clearly now, courtesy of the arrival of the third ace, we begin to ask ourselves, well, then what exactly is it? And if it's a pair, we know it beats 2 10s.
Yeah, it might be pocket kings. Maybe Mike Watson thought his opponent might make this move with these hands like 10-9, 9-8, and against those you would actually do pretty well with your pocket 10s. Having the overpair, of course, against those pairs, and also blocking their potential to make a straight. Junhwa Yap does bet at it though at the turn, delayed c-bet, and Mike with those 2 10s will lay down, yeah, a little bit of a speculative call there against that big raise.
Reminder that those of you that wish to get your poker fix, well, listen, there's honestly one place where the party happens in terms of online poker these days, and it isn't party, it's GG Poker. Play online at the world's biggest poker community and always have a good game. Personally, I love the avatars. We've talked about the 4 that are on the screen here, but the comb over for Jason Kuhn is perhaps my favorite. Fedor's kind of rocking a little bit of a side sweep here.
Yeah, have you seen the Daniel Negreanu dance though? Sometimes it comes up in the middle of the hand.
In the avatar?
Dance. Yeah, it's just dancing around, little
Really?
D-necks dancing around when you play a big pot. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I like it. What do I got to do to get an avatar on GG? I want my own avatar on GG. I'm putting it out there right now. I want a GG Poker avatar. I don't even think I can play, but I just want a GG Poker avatar just for my
It's
own
all about the avatars, man.
uses, you know? So 6-handed action now at the feature table. Kiat Lee, clearly comfortable in these short deck streets, Korai, and with what I think both you and I would assess as a high aptitude for the game. His willingness to limp up front, even at these higher ante levels, with these hands like 10-8 suited, is a product of his comfort in the game and obviously him knowing something that maybe not everybody else knows.
Yeah, and he will mix in those limps with the smaller hands, with the bigger hands also.
Yeah.
Excuse me. He will limp
Smaller
in
than 10-8 suited.
he will limp in with the ace king, aces, looking to attack should somebody raise it up after him.
7 of
10-8
clubs
suited.
was a welcome window card, followed by another 7 and an 8. Ferdinand Putra with trips.
Yeah, Mikita actually has a straight draw here. Any 6 would make him a straight. Does have the overcards also, last to act. Everybody has a little bit of something. Kai Bong Lu with a gutter.
Oh, check.
Bad's going to the glasses.
Yeah, and checking behind on the button, he might think that he could represent a 7 here credibly. Having a little bit of equity with his ace-9. Might put a small bet out there, and that's what he does. 5,000. Kiat Lee with a lot of players behind him, having to worry about them. Also does make the call though against the small bet. Of course, his top pair is very vulnerable here. He might decide to turn his hand into a bluff at some later streets also. He's not just playing the only value of his hand as the top pair.
Disappointing that raise from Putra for both Badziakuski and Lee.
Yeah, makes sense for
Forced
Putra
to
to
fold.
raise it up there. Doesn't want to slow play here against
No.
4 players on such a dynamic flop, of course. You will see a lot less slow playing in this game. So raises it up and happy to take it down right there.
Yeah, talked about it both at the top of the show with you and with Chris Brewer, who is out there battling right now. Equity denial is the name of the game. You have to be willing to leverage your stack in order to prevent other players from realizing their equity, because the equities, A, run close, and obviously these boards just are always so dynamic. Not a
Yeah.
lot of clean cards available.
Yeah, at full deck we talk about these flops like Jack 10, 6 with like maybe 2 hearts as dynamic flops where you'll see lots of big raises, stuff like that. And here basically every flop is like that.
1, 2, 3, 80, 87.
And you talked about Kai Bonglo playing an action player, and there he is raising it up with the ace 10 in middle position.
Heads up to the ace-jack 8 board. Both players with a piece. Advantage, Kai Bong Lo.
Yeah, he has position in this hand, which is such a big factor as well. Bets a little under half pot here. And Putra with the decision, he does have second pair and some backdoors. Backdoors very important in this game also. I mean, he has the king of diamonds, he has some backdoor straights,
Oh, now it's kings and jacks.
or he could make 2 pairs.
Yeah, but obviously the board texture is such that those kings and jacks don't feel all too comfortable. And you see the all-in from Kai Bong Lo really putting Putra to the test. 72,500, an overbet in relation to the pot. Kai Bong Lo knows that he could be beat, but he's always going to have the Broadway draw. And Putra makes the call, was concerned that he was maybe
Wow.
up against aces, and that is a big call
That's
from
a very
Ferdinand.
big call, yeah. Kai Bong Lo hoped to get a hand like that to fold, but Putra makes the correct call here. He's a slight favorite to win this hand, but Kai
Yeah.
Bong Lo still with 43% equity.
Incredible.
Oh,
And the river is the 6 of diamonds. Not going to do it.
Yeah, big hold here for Putra. This was the first big one. And yeah, you promised it. We would see some more action this level, especially with those new additions to the table. And yeah, big double for Putra.
So Kai Bong Lo down 1 bullet
okay.
as he redeems an additional.
Yeah, with this jam, he hoped to get those hands to fold, exactly as you said. He always has equity. We saw him even getting called by a better hand. He had 43% in that case. He's never drawing absolutely dead. When his opponent has queen 10, he's drawing to the chop. So it does make sense to want to protect your hand.
Yeah.
Each buy-in consists of 3 bullets worth 100K apiece.
Ten.
Yeah, and Bong Lo Kai raising it up right again.
Picking up the 2 queens on his second bullet.
Yeah, another option would have been to limp in. Trying to induce, but of course there's always the potential of going multi-way, and this is what you don't want.
The limp-in option was before he torched the first bullet.
Exactly.
After the first bullet gets torched, you're ready to put some chips in there. Jam it up. Kiatli is a customer here and has the 9 of spades along with a mystery side card. Kai with the overpair, and he's got spades covered.
Yeah,
Or so we think.
16.
yeah, this might very well be a hand like 9-8 suited though. It doesn't seem to be though, as he
Many people
folds
display in the short leg,
correctly.
Tournament. No, you don't play in long leg, right? You too, right?
Yeah.
Only short leg.
Big flop for Bong Lokai here,
Oh,
having
yeah.
the overpair and the important
Just
queen
not
of
that good.
spades.
Same.
Love hearing Putra
Faster.
Yeah, faster.
chatting with Bong Lokai. Some questions being posed.
SGM and tournament is totally different.
Yeah.
That's-
Play like 12 hours. If
Yeah.
you get passed out, it's just so tired.
Players referring to full deck as long deck. Got to be careful how you say that. King Jack offsuit under the gun for Bong Lokai. He'll limp in. Now the ace queen for Kiat Lee.
70?
Yeah, less than 50 antes that Lee has here, so he decides to just go in right away. And Ferdinand does have a
All in?
pretty good hand himself.
Oh, wow. Look at Putra. Putting tremendous pressure on everyone with the all-in. Of course, Kiat Lee already in there, so Putra will pull back all but 70,000
That you never know.
of his
play twice?
235 plus.
Play insurance. Yeah.
And this is a coin flip between the ace-queen and the two jacks. King 9-7. Not helpful to the ace-queen, as Kiat Lee could be on the verge of redeeming his second bullet.
Anyhow. Oh.
8 on the turn, 10 on the river as the jacks turn into a straight. And Putra continuing to amass chips. First, taking a bullet off of Bong Lokai and now off of Kiat Lee, vaulting up to what is going to be over 300,000 Korai.
Yeah, that's a pretty great start for him here. Those two basically flips. One post-flop, one pre-flop. Yeah, jacks versus ace-queen. It's pretty much a literal flip at short deck. As in long deck, of course, the smaller pair is always a little favorite. Maybe 55-45ish. Here it's just 50-50. Jacks versus ace-queen.
Who won last time? You won?
All in.
Yeah, okay.
5,000 for 2.5. I can do a lot of chin.
Earlier, I talked about the $125,000
Yeah, I see.
follow-up event to this one being event number 4. That's not the case. It is event number 5 officially, as we know the number 4 is culturally
It's so much
frowned
easier to
upon.
see the chip count.
not a lucky number
Oh, sorry.
in many Asian cultures.
Are we allowed to do this? I don't know.
Yeah, that's why we also don't have a seat 4 at the table, actually.
Yeah.
We go 1, 2, 3, and then seat 5.
You'll see no 4th floor on buildings as well.
Call.
Lee on his second bullet limps in promptly with the King 10.
And you saw Mikita folding the 7-6 suited there, first to act. It looks kind of nice, the 7-6 suited, but those are the two worst cards, two lowest cards here, even suited. Not coming for a limp.
Putra raising the limpers with his ace-jack, gets through Lee.
And this is a way smaller raise size than what we've seen some of the time before. Mike Watson getting a good price here, just 9,000 more for a pot of now 33,000.
And Mike might suspect that Putra is shifting gears a little bit here, given his stack size and stepping out, opening up his ranges, trying to bully the field. Not sure what Watson's side card is.
Yeah, Putra wanted to get this flop heads up, and this is exactly what he did. Ace-Jack will still get called by hands like Ace-10, King-Jack. And puts out a 30% pot continuation bet out there on the Queen-Queen-8.
Which gets called by Watson.
Yeah, Watson might still have all these gut shots, Jack-10, 10-9. But maybe he has also a queen, the Queen-10 suited, definitely in his range.
Yeah. he would very well play it similarly.
A little over pot left for Mike, and it looks like Ferdinand is putting him in.
175.
Look at this.
Mike seems to have a little decision. Maybe he had the 10-8 suited, who knows? Pocket tens.
Well, whatever he had, it wasn't something he wanted to keep going with. As you see him rolling his eyes as Putra begins to emerge as the bully here on our featured table.
Yeah. Overall chip leader. Yeah, Mike Watson seems a bit annoyed with his hand. Maybe he also turned the double gutter there. 10-9 would have been a double gutter. Has to fold against the overbet jam though. Always annoying when you know you have equity, but just don't get the right price to call.
Ace-king suited for Bads up front. Lee behind him with the 2 10s, limps. Watson speculating.
Yeah, and Mikita really hopes that somebody raises it up here. He'd rather just go all in, should that happen.
Unfortunately for him, nobody with quite the sort of hand composition that could oblige. So Bads is left playing a 5-way pot here. Out of position against the whole field with this ace-king. He flops himself top pair on the ace-7-6 board. It's bottom 2 for Junhwa Yap.
And looks like they will check over to him.
Bet 10,000.
10K the bet from the button. Kind of an awkward spot for Bads here, Korai.
It is, it is. Remember, 8-9 is a finished straight here, so there's a straight out there. Ace-king still a strong hand here, though. You will make your 2-pair way more often here, so against a hand like 7-6 is actually doing pretty well. Has the backdoor flush draw also.
Note that both of the 9s, which were gut shot straight draws on this board, have hit the muck, courtesy of Yap's willingness to bet. Now a jack of spades on the turn.
Yeah, this is as big a blank as possible here. So the decision on Junhwa Yap. Does he want to get some more value, some protection? And charge the draws, charge the top pairs. Does go all in, another one of those big jams.
Looking to protect his bottom 2 pair.
And Mikita just not getting the right price with his top pair. Could be drawing dead here, of course.
Yeah, some small risk that Mikita would have limped in with a hand like 8-9 and been trapping, but that less likely than the ace-x stuff. So the all-in is rewarded with the pot. And we continue to see some of these themes emerge of equity denial and cautious play. Some trappiness up front doesn't always work out. We hope that those of you that are watching along for perhaps the first time, this altered version of No Limit Hold'em are getting an education, and perhaps your interests are piqued.
Yeah, at full deck you don't want to jam all in too often when you cannot get called by a worse hand, basically. Here it's a little different. The equity denial is just the most important thing. So we'll see a lot of these jams.
Another multi-way family pot, ace, queen, 7. It is a spade draw for Badziakuski. at minimum, a pair of aces for Bong Lo Kai.
Yeah, Mikita takes the free card here, checks it back.
Ooh, and in comes the straight with a board pair. Junhwa Yap has made trip queens. Badziakuski has everyone drawing dead. Junhwa Yap could, of course, make quads.
Yeah, but a 10 wouldn't help him. Flush beats a full house. Mikita double checking. Do I really have spades? Yes, you do.
Kind of disappointing that the whole field is checking to him here.
Exactly, yeah. Probably wants to put some chips into the pot at some point, get some value.
And this check from Yap, basically second to last to act in a five-way pot on the turn, is particularly strong.
Yeah, he knows five-way. Chances are higher that somebody has a flush. Maybe has a better queen. King, queen is possible. Queen, jack is possible. So he plays it careful. And this is an interesting decision for him now after a bet and a call. He knows that he's drawing very, very thin against a mate flush.
He may be assuming that the flat from Bong Lo Kai reads weak, and his trip queens are certainly going to be good against that hand.
Yeah.
The question then becomes, where's Badziakuski at after having checked his option pre-flop and checking to close the action on the flop? He came with the bet of 10,000, which the two of them have called. And here on the river, it is the jack of clubs and two more checks in front of Bads.
Board gets scarier for Junhwa Yap. Doesn't improve here. Now another straight is out there. The king 10. Mikita still very likely with the best hand. Only a combination of the king of spades and another spade would beat him here. And of course the pretty unlikely quad queens.
35,000.
Healthy bet. 3/4 pot. Is looking for a hero call.
Is it just me, or do you feel as though, given the regularity with which we see the overbets in short deck, granted, looking to deny equity, not necessarily on the river, so on streets prior to that, but that maybe we're more incentivized to come with a bigger bet and not look so milky?
Yeah, I mean, Mikita is representing a strong range here, betting twice, once into 4 people, now again into 2 people. So he's saying he has a good hand, he's betting big, and he does get the call here from Bong Lo Kai. We still don't know what his second card is, but we know that there isn't a chance for him to have a better hand than
Yeah,
Nikita.
and Yap is sending the trip queens into the muck, courtesy of that call from Bong Lo Kai, who saves him 35,000.
Yeah, that made that vote way easier for him.
Me flush.
Yeah, here's card. No, man.
Mikita winning this healthy pot there.
Unknown.
Yeah, maybe Bong Lo Kai had a spade going along with his ace and was blocking this flush, and he thought Mikita would only bet with a flush or nothing, and blocking the flush thought, okay, this guy's bluffing. I'm gonna look him up. Didn't work that time though.
Certainly a chance. That's what we were dealing with.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bong Lo Kai in there with the 8-6 off. Speculative. But tries to win his chips back that he just lost. And after them we see some nice hands. Jack 10 suited. Pocket 9s for Mikita and the cutoff. Way more attractive than an early position. Comes along and Lee Kiat with the ace-6.
Ace, ace, king here. Lee with trips. And he will close the action with the check and make quads on the turn.
Yeah, decides to check his weakest ace back. It makes sense sometimes. Disguising the strength of his hand a little bit. And with quad aces, he's gonna feel like, what are they gonna call me with? But of course, you have to bet. You need to get some money into the pot. Bets the third pot, hopes that somebody has a king, basically.
And poor Badziakuski with the 2 nines might be in a spot where he feels like he could pick this one off.
Yeah, he tries to count the combinations. How often has Lee just a flush draw? Maybe a hand like Jack 10 or Queen 10 a gutter, but even against those, pocket nines aren't looking great. Does come with a call though, feeling like only aces was bad here and another king on the river, putting a full house on the board. So only quads beat the full house on the board now. Interesting situation. Mikita hasn't checked yet.
Can't blame him for calling with the 2 nines, and this king obviously counterfeits the 2 nines, but the only hand that he falls to at this point is quad aces or potentially quad kings.
Yeah. And quad kings seem unlikely.
Yeah.
Checking back the flop, then betting the turn. So it's pretty much
an ace or no ace.
An ace or bluff, but Mikita actually leads right into him.
Yeah, for full pot. What a dream for Lee.
Yeah, Mikita knows that he's just playing the board and decides that Lee is bluffing enough on the turn that it makes sense for Mikita to try to steal the pot in case Lee doesn't have an ace. And Lee, of course, raising it up here with the nuts. And I'm sure Mikita will try to analyze the situation and then come to the conclusion that this is going to be a bit dicey to call here and hope for a chop. He hasn't folded yet, though.
Bit of a leveling war.
It's not. Can you pause?
Yeah, and I'm sure he has played with Lee Kiat before. Maybe he knows that it's a capable man to make a bluff here. It's interesting, though. I mean, of course, we are seeing the whole card, so we are thinking, I mean, of course, the guy has the ace, he's representing the ace, he has the quads. So it looks like an easy fold, and Mikita, of course, very strong player. Took a little bit of time, doesn't want to make the incorrect fold.
Obviously, we know that he was wrong, but I actually like what he did there on the river. If he feels as though, which is implied by the fact that he calls on the turn, that there's a chance Lee is just trying to pick up a pot, then leading out on the end for full pot actually is quite good because it gives him the opportunity to represent and take the whole pot down instead of being left to just cap his upside to a chop.
Certainly, exactly. That's why he bet out there.
Taking a look at the chip counts, it is the Putra show here at our feature table. 336,000 with 2 bullets remaining. Players start with 3 bullets. Everybody's on their third, so having 2 bullets remaining is basically not having lost your first. The multi-bullet format for each entry obviously lends itself nicely to short deck, where you do find yourself all in far more frequently. It would be quite a nuisance to have to go back to the cage and rebuy each time.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense in these games where the equities are so close together. You're just all in a lot basically, and exactly what
Half
you
the
said.
tournament, there's a line at the cage. Ace-10 on the button for Watson, deliberating.
Yeah, only facing one single limp. Was considering jamming it in there. Decides to take the passive approach though, check back.
Flops himself top pair against the King-Jack, which comes up very empty on this board, but given the check back from Watson, Yap thinking he might be able to credibly represent this board. Leads for 6,000.
Yeah, it's way more likely for him having a big ace here or a hand like 10-9. It would be a big draw here. Just bets half-potted it. And this is another one of these jams here. Mike Watson just goes with his hand, thinks it's good enough. Trying to win the pot right there, or deny equity from a hand as Jack-10.
And the cool thing about that 55K is that it does clear a number of better aces that might not be interested in continuing. Or you feel like Ace-Jack plus is always in there?
I feel like with a straight draws out there, he might get looked up there with the Ace-Jack, with the Ace-Queen.
Let's not forget, though, against one pair, those straight draws are actually favorites.
Yeah, small favorites. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So you may not be so incentivized to make the call, even if you think your hand is best on those textured boards. Yap, limping, Ace-10. That beautiful 10-9 suited, looking for as many participants as possible to join the party. Only gets Putra's button to join, and Putra has an open-ender along with Lee. Lee has the benefit of a pair of 10s, though Putra's redraw to the top side is to a king-high straight, and it is Yap's Ace-10, which is currently in the lead. But note that Putra has the largest equity.
Yeah, it's definitely not going anywhere. Junhwa Yap, no straight draw to go along with this pair of 10s. Has an easy fold. The turn is where things could get interesting here.
The Ace-10 does end up in the muck as the board pairs and gives Lee the open-ended straight flush draw now.
Yeah, the Queen of Clubs would be an interesting card here on the river. Should we see a river? Lee decides to bet again. Small bet. Attacking. Worse straight draws. Doesn't want to give King Queen a free card. Doesn't want to give 9-8. Well, it wants to get some value from 9-8. Ferdinand does fold the King 9 against the small bet. Interesting to note.
Yeah, the arrival of the board pair making the straight draw slightly less attractive.
Yeah, maybe he thought the small bet felt kind of milky. He's of course drawing dead against a hand like Jack-10. That's certainly possible there. But I wouldn't have minded a continue there with the open ender against the 8K bet.
With the benefit of position, and obviously you could have
Exactly.
it check to you and all of a sudden have the opportunity to get after it unimproved. Jack-10 offsuit for Junhwa Yap. Limps in. Bads with the ace-10. Does the same. Watson pipping Bads with an ace-jack. And he's going to jam the remainder of his 70K out there.
He has just 70,000 in the stack. He tries to win it right there.
Putra has a couple of 10s. Note that all 10s are present and accounted for, as both Yap and Badziakuski have one in their hand.
Yeah, Putra doesn't only have to worry about Watson's jam, though. I mean, Junhwa Yap and Mikita could both have limped in there with a strong hand, and Putra has to think about them too. And laces his 10s down. Makes sense. Bong Lukai looking to gamble though with a 9-8 suited, and as you can see, isn't far behind.
I think that 9-8 is offsuit, Korai. It looks like a club and a spade. The presumption
They're both
perhaps
black, though.
that
It
he
is
would be
offsuit,
willing
you're
to
right.
gamble if it were suited, but not offsuit. Nevertheless, his 8-9 does turn into a gut shot. Straight draw here with a pair of 9s. Board pairs on the turn.
Bad
Watson
card
still
for the
in
9-8.
front with the ace-jack.
But the 6 would make him a
Oh my
straight.
goodness, and it is a 6. You hear Bong Lukai issuing short deck as the punctuation point on that bad beat.
51?
61.
61.
Just in case Mike Watson wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Is it short deck? Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. I hadn't noticed. Short deck is like a young wine.
But
It doesn't, I don't even drink, but I know enough to know that a young wine doesn't go down as smoothly as a properly matured wine.
too much drink last night? Must be fun.
So maybe it's kind of confusing for him after a long deck and short deck.
And here's the button. Button. I was the
Yeah,
button.
buttons here.
Yeah, people are discussing the rules of short deck in the Twitch chat. A flush beats a full house. Other than that, the hand rankings are just the same. Quarts are still better than a flush. Straight speed trips.
We should make it extra goofy. We're like bottom 2 beats trips, like all kinds of weird wrinkles, right? Circus deck is what we'll call it.
Yeah, you could come up with so many things.
Well, you've heard that short deck PLO is a thing.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Combining those two games.
I mean, anybody that's a fan of PLO is already a degen. Now you strip the deck, and things become even more wild.
You should play it 5 card though.
Oh, you're sick. Get out. Just leave. 5 card. You drug dealer.
One more time.
Watson taking the remainder of his stack and sticking it out there with this king-jack suited behind the limp from Lee. Yap will leave the dirty work to Lee, who rolls over the ace-queen suited and has about an 11% edge against king-jack. Watson needs to spin this stack up in order to give it some leverage. This is very standard short deck stuff here. And the flop is king, queen, 6. Both players hit it. Advantage Watson. 9 on the turn. And a 10 on the river as Watson improves to a straight.
Yes, 3.
Says easy money.
I'm not even going to play the jack. I'm just playing the king.
Either one card you win.
Because I don't want 3 times. That's a mistake. It's not good.
And a reminder that those of you who are looking to get your online poker fix should definitely head on over to GG Poker and create an account today. It is the world's biggest poker community, and good times abound. That's GG Poker. And you know who plays there. You know those faces. Elke, by the way, you knew that he was an esports guy, like a big, like in South Korea for a time, StarCraft player, I believe it was.
StarCraft, yeah.
Just a beast. So a real gamer beyond just the cards.
Yeah, a lot of poker players who have played esports before.
Magic the Gathering was also a big game that they were transitioning from. And then the world of finance, also a lot of poker players, of course, having some overlap with that industry. Watson again moving all in, and these short stacks make things a little bit uncomfortable for the rest of the field, Koray.
Yeah, it's always an advantage in a sense when you're the short stack, because you can just put it in, apply maximum pressure, and all the bigger stacks have to be aware of that there's a short stack at the table. Can't limp in with so many speculative hands when it's so likely that the short stack goes all in.
And it's quite dangerous to flat the short stack all in, because you can get so easily squeezed off of your hand.
You can change your mind.
Yeah, exactly, with players to act behind you, possibly being deeper with them. It's always, there's always the danger of somebody waking up with a bigger hand behind you.
And it's not as though that hand has to be Jack 10 suited or two aces. It could just be a hand that feels that it's good enough against your range, which is flatting, to just move it all in, move you off your hand, and then get to play heads up against Watson's all in. We see Badziakuski will spin the roulette wheel against this ace-6 suited. And take a look at these percentages, Koray.
No.
Yeah,
Are you scratching your temple yet?
The 10-9 is the small favorite.
Ace, King, Queen, Badziakuski with the gut shot, and top pair for Watson as he restores order and becomes the favorite himself, extending the advantage on the turn and securing another double on the river.
38-5. Everything is scary in short deck.
Yeah, back to almost starting stack without having to use one of these re-entry chips.
But after you all in, you don't have to think.
No, what am I thinking? It's a very fun game.
Ante is 2k now, the button. Ante 4k. Remember, the button always puts in double the amount of the other players. But has position during the whole hand.
Button will be on Lee here. Luca Vivaldi bringing a new deck. A new short deck, rather. What's happening in the Twitch sphere? Koray, any chatter?
Yeah, people were talking about Elke. We heard some confirmation that he was playing StarCraft back in the day.
He is.
And there's talk about in the chat about the online streets where short deck is also a thing, especially when it first came on. Games were of course pretty juicy. Not a lot of players knew what was going on. People wanted to try it out.
Yeah, obviously when a game bursts onto the scene is generally when the biggest opportunities present themselves, as the learning curve is still intact.
15.
See Watson now off of 91,000, or 85,000 rather, calls the 4,000.
Yeah, not quite push or fold mode for him now after those two doubles.
Yeah, very much has breathing room, but a strangle from Bong Lo Kai with ace-jack. And Putra is a customer.
Yeah, getting a
With
good
10-9
price
off.
here with a 10-9. Can't blame him.
And flops himself a 9 on a paired flop. Checks over to Bong Lo Kai, who checks back. King on the turn.
Yeah, Putra looking to get to showdown. Let's see if Bong Lo Kai wants to represent that king. Does bet very small here, just 6,000.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough to shed this 10-9, but perhaps the right idea, a bigger sizing, was maybe necessary. And now the 6 is not a scary card at all for Putra.
Maybe was looking to check it back, just get some protection against hands like Queen Jack there.
And Putra really showing off his chops here, Korai, in these short deck streets. He and Kiat Lee strike me as very sound. Oh, it looks like Mikita Batsiakuski has also located the in-room slippers. A lot of us have been running around
very
with those
popular.
things.
They are here.
Well, I forgot to pack a pair of sandals. Not that it's exactly beach weather here, but it's always good to have a pair of sandals when you're on vacation. You don't want to wear socks and shoes every time you're going in and out of the room.
Yeah, to be fair, those slippers are comfortable, so yeah.
I thought mine were
blame
going to
anyone.
melt yesterday inside the sauna when Rast tried to burn me alive.
What did you do over there?
He said that we needed to go in there for 20 minutes. That's not normal. Generally speaking, a paramedic is required when you are subjected to that sort of heat for 20 minutes. My ears were melting.
I actually did hear him the other day bragging about how long he's able to stay in there.
He's a sick individual. And as you can see, I told the producers today, I'm not working with that guy anymore. So here we are. It's actually not true. We're just mixing it up. Ace Queen 6 with a couple of spades here. Middle set for Lee.
Someone will get moved right away.
Gut shot straight draw for Badziakuski.
Yeah, debating whether to bet it or not. Already 80,000 in the middle. And Lee will like this flop very much.
As much as he likes the flop, there's not a lot of turns that don't pair the board that he likes. And so this bet here, I thought would be a little bit bigger, Korai.
Yeah, this looks strong. I mean, Mikita only sits on 32,000.
700?
Now, obviously, effective stack of 32,000 against Bads. But there was another participant.
Yeah, who had 70,000, so less than one SPR. He had less than what was in the pot already. And here we can see even a hand like 9-8 suited, just a gut shot. He knows he's probably behind right now.
Oh my goodness.
Has the equity, and this is why.
In comes the 7. Bads makes the nuts
Everything
here.
First class at Triton.
Just 10% pot left. He figured out that he gets the right price against a lot of hands.
And I think Mikita can very comfortably put the rest of this in there. He's going to take his time
He's
to make
gonna
it
get
look like it's
called.
just some equity pickup, but it's the nuts, and this is going to draw a grin from Lee, who's not drawing dead.
No, far from it. 36%.
146K in the middle, and the King of Hearts on the end allows Mikita to break a smile. And
Yeah.
Lee's not smiling, is he?
Yeah, everybody knows that these suck outs are just very common
wait, I
at
want-
short deck.
How much is it?
11-5.
That does look like a much better hand, doesn't it? It just doesn't look right. Makita cheated him.
Give me 5, 11, 9, 5 and 9 back 5.
Well, that new voice that you hear at the table
Sounded
belongs
familiar,
to
right?
none other than El Jefe, Kerry Katz, the head of Poker Go from over in the U.S., responsible for many of the high roller series that take place there, typically at Aria. Though there are some international stops, including this one on the back end of this Triton special event.
20 and 5, 25.
Just double up.
There will be a super high roller bowl.
5 back. I mean, I got. And I think
Yeah, and Kerry likes short deck. I mean, he has had a couple of cashes
yeah.
in the short deck Triton events
I
before.
received the right.
Kerry loves poker.
Okay, good.
I mean, he really, truly enjoys playing cards.
And he's figuring stuff out pretty quickly,
Yes.
so yeah, it's no surprise that he got used to playing short deck pretty quickly.
8 levels, yes.
7, everything goes into play?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing's changed. Oh. No. So you want to use this one or? You're right. I'm the 5 seed. Now somebody knows what's going on. Yeah, I was in 4.
Yeah, because we don't have
Oh, yeah, they don't have a 4.
Yeah.
Okay,
Bingo.
I think they see it up to 7, 6. It should be. You would think it would be 6.
It's 6. If you get 7, then someone is moved right away. They just need
Okay, I
the
got
extra
it.
seat so they can always put a new player at any of the tables.
All right, so thank God we got someone who knows what's going on. How much is it? 2,000. Whoa.
Very bad hand for Kerry to start things off, the King 6 offsuit.
No problem.
Unclear what Badziakuski has until now. It's the ace-queen suited he is mulling over with this beautiful new stack of 144,000 and the ante at 2K. He limps.
Suited ace for Putra on the button.
Closes the action with the check back. Watson in the mix with this 10-9 off. And it is ace-10-6, so top pair for Badziakuski. Middle pair for Watson, and top pair with the worst kicker for Putra.
Yeah, Mikita will have the strongest range here, having limped in the earliest position. Is the one that has these hands like ace king, ace queen.
23,000.
Pretty healthy lead here from Mikita.
Yeah, that's a big bet. Over the size of the pot, really wants to make it unattractive for these gut shots that are out there.
Oh, you mean the kind of gut shot that he hit on the turn to double up?
Exactly. He knows how it can be.
First-hand experience with the bad beats. He was on the right side of it, of course. And his 23K comes home along with some new friends. Have you noticed the elaborate hairstyles of all of the dealers here in the Triton series? I'm trying to figure out if, like, every morning the ladies get together and coordinate. It doesn't look easy.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, probably that's a thing what happens every morning.
Maybe there's like a salon where everybody is put together before the onset of play. They look sharp, though, don't they?
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday on stream with Jeff Gross. I mean, they're doing a very great job, the dealers here. You don't see any mistakes.
Pocket jacks now for Bads. And obviously, mistakes can be very costly when we're talking about events at this price point. So nice to see the level of professionalism that they've brought to the tournament.
So look, 20,000 already out there after 3 limbs. Carry cats with a nice hand, Jack 9 suited, and
putting max pressure on the crew. And this basically shows that Carry Cats has figured out some of the short deck strategy here.
yeah, he's a little bit unlucky in this case though, because Mikita has limped in with the pocket jacks.
And he is going to move all in over the top, and that is going to be a sinking feeling in Carry Cat's stomach, as he knows he's going to be the one in need of help.
And this is what we talked about earlier, actually. Mike Watson realizing that with a nice coordinated hand like 10-8 suited, multi-way, he's actually getting the right price against these overcard kind of hands.
The key being that Katz's money is in there along with Mikita's. And
Is that the flop?
And this is actually one of the worst situations for Mike Watson, because they actually have the jacks and the jack 9, which are blocking his straight draws. But still he has 25% even in this scenario, and against hands like ace, ace, king, against these high hands, he would actually be the favorite with his 10-8.
And it's 7, 8, 9 on the board. Top pair and an open ender for Watson. Or middle pair, rather, and an open ender for Watson. Top pair and a gut shot for Katz, but unfortunately for him, the gut shot is shared with Bads. The turn pairs the board with the 7, and Mikita's jacks are still best.
Not the last jack.
Carey needs a 9 here to win the whole thing.
River is a queen, and the 2 jacks will claim not 1, but 2 bullets. Both Watson and Katz felt it.
Reload.
Yeah, big pot for Mikita. And
He's got us both covered. Yeah, not the count.
you can hear saying, you can hear Carey saying the words reload.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely preferred aces.
What a flop, though, for Watson. He had a very real sweat. Obviously, the jacks were super busy, but the 6s were available. Could have hit an 8 as well. A lot of stuff shows up in the back door in short deck.
Phil Ivey, still the tournament chip leader, 427,000 for him. Chris Brewer in the top 5 also, who was in the booth earlier, has already more than doubled his starting stack.
Winfred Yu in 4th. Jason Kuhn in 7th. Jack 10 off. Badziakuski now sitting on 335,000. Limping in. Katz also limping with 8-6 offsuit. Korai, maybe we want to let those hands go, or we feel as though they don't interfere.
Yeah, it's pretty speculative, but he is in the second best position at the table, so he has that going for him.
Until, of course, the button moves all in as it wakes up with ace-king. Frustrating for Katz. Some of his new bullet already being passed to the left.
Yeah, and Junhwa Yap adding 20% to his stack just like that, just by going all in pre-flop.
And there is a look at Ferdinand Pucher's chip lead, which has been threatened now by Mikita Badziakuski. 341 and 335 respectively, both with all of their bullets remaining. Junhwa Yap, same story. 97,000, but 2 bullets. Neck and neck with Watson and Katz, the latter two having just rebought or reclaimed a bullet, and Kiat Lee with 1 bullet left on the short stack here. 6-handed at the feature table.
Yeah, and to explain once again how it works with the bullets, because people are a little bit unsure about that. Everybody had 3 bullets to start with after they have bought in to the day, and once you lose a bullet, you don't have to pay the buy-in again. You will get a second chance and a third chance. And even if you were to lose all your 3 bullets, you have to go to the enter desk to go for another entry.
All in.
Kiat Lee gonna shove with king queen offsuit under the gun. Katz with a couple of queens is going to pile over the top of it. And look at Bads, he knows that he can be a bad man with this 10-9.
So what is the count?
96.
First one?
63.
Yeah, look at those percentages. All of these hands are pretty much the same. And Mikita is figuring out if he gets the right price or not. Last to act. Does decide to let it go, being
Yeah.
offsuit.
He could have ruined someone's day with that 10-9, but it is king queen left to battle against 2 queens, and Katz a slight favorite. $136K pot. Here comes the flop. 2 aces and an 8. The queens improve their equity. Turn card is a 3rd heart. We know how difficult it is to make a flush. And no heart, no king means Katz will claim Kiat Lee's last bullet. Second to last bullet, I
Yeah, I
guess.
believe he has one more.
Yeah, he has one more after this.
One bullet.
One?
The last one.
I didn't even pay attention to the board.
What'd
What
you
was
have?
there?
What'd you have?
What was there?
2 aces.
No, not winning then.
You have Jack 10 off.
People have the option to use all their bullets at once, but it's
Oh, Jack 10.
advantageous to not do that because
10-9 off, I guess.
yeah, being shorter stacked is actually an advantage in this case because you get to go all in, as we explained earlier.
Without risking too much, and you can really put a lot of pressure on the larger stacks that have to navigate far tighter.
Cove.
Yeah, and players who aren't using their bullets at the start don't have to worry about not having the chance to use them, because once registration closes, actually all the remaining bullets will automatically be added to the stacks of the players. Now
3-way affair, king, king, queen. Open ender for Badziakuski, gut shot for Putra. Nothing cooking for Kiat Lee on his last bullet.
7,000.
yeah, Putra with a gut shot here can represent having limped in with a hand As king, queen, king, jack, king 10. With the strongest range, definitely. Bet small. Mikita with the open ender though. Won't fold for 7,000.
Down to heads up.
And these two players are pretty deep now, and actually Mikita turns the straight here.
Yeah, and the ace hits Putra.
Tough spot for Putra now. He knows that Jack 10 is in the range of Mikita, of course. A lot of kings are also, so he checks it over. Mikita's thinking about how to extract the maximum amount of value with a straight. He knows it's possible that Putra is trapping him with a full house. And plays
Checks
it
back,
conservatively,
closes the action, yeah. Now the board double pairs, and that is a very unwelcome side for Badziakuski. Any king or queen in Putra's hand, and this straight is dust.
And Putra is thinking about which hands he can beat there that called the bet on the flop here. It's not beating much, checks it over, and Mikita doesn't see any value in betting, will check back. Logical play by both players here.
Straight win.
Badziakuski straight, able to haul that one in. Been a pretty good orbit for Badziakuski. Things started out a little rocky, but since then have turned up, and he and Putra sharing big stack duties here at the feature table. But of course, the overall chip leader continues to be Phil Ivey. Putra second. Mikita third.
And Putra with a strong hand here, limps in with the ace-king under the gun. We don't know what carry has, he's in there. Couple of mystery hands here in this hand. So it looks like we can play the hand in the shoes of Ferdinand Putra. And Mike Watson with a nice looking hand on the button. There's a lot of chips in the middle. Similar situation to what Kerry was in before. And Mike Watson does jam it in with the king jack suited. And Putra will like seeing that.
Ace king for him. After limping under the gun, he will jam over the top. Caught in the crossfire are Yap and Badziakuski. And Watson not thrilled to be up against this ace king.
What?
Yeah, looking to it as jack here. Or the flush, 37% for him. But that's a risk you have to take at short deck. You know that people are able to limp in with strong hands.
196K pot, so meaningful for Watson. His king jack now picks up some equity on the turn as it's open-ended on the river. It is the ace, so ace king will hold for Ferdinand Putra. And Watson will be left to redeem his last bullet.
Yeah, Putra's heater continuing for now, up to over 400,000. as carry is going to be moved away to an outer table to make space for our new addition here.
Looks like Elton saying.
It is.
I can't stop bluffing once I see him. I don't know why.
Haven't seen it in like 2 years, right? You just have to bluff me all the way.
Ailton, very experienced short deck player as well.
Indeed.
Check call. And the river went all in.
Huh?
No, 2-4, yeah.
Folded around to Badzikuski.
All in. Pass.
Another strong hand for Putra on the button.
How much?
He's beating a lot of the hands Lee would jam in here with,
Solid.
such as the King Jack, such as
You see
weaker
just how
aces.
powerful it is to have that huge stack of Putra. He's able to just punk the rest of the field. And again, he will have the better of Kiat Lee, who's got this King Jack suited and is hoping to get something going.
Yeah, people were pointing out that nobody has lost all his bullets so far, but Lee Kiat could be the first one here, having gotten unlucky a couple of times already.
He does pick up a double gutter here on the 10-9-7 board.
Makes him a favorite, a big favorite.
King on the turn, and he has now hit one pair.
Oh!
But two pair on the river is not a welcome sight as the ace-queen makes the nuts, and Kiat Lee has been eliminated.
All 3 bullets already?
Yeah, our first elimination. First player to lose all the bullets. Got it in as pretty much a flip a couple of times. Lost all of them. I expect to see him again, because he's an experienced short deck player.
Wow, I heard he has so many chips. Huh? Maybe I should just use all 3 bullets now. Faster.
To have the more chance to bluff me, right?
That would be pretty wild if somebody decided that they wanted to give Putra a headache and redeemed all of their bullets to get deep. The problem is it would just be a huge disadvantage.
Oh. Yeah, sorry.
Couple of king sixes there. Mike being suited though. Sitting in the hijack. Just good enough to be in there. Limps in.
Oh, no.
And you might notice that we aren't seeing that many smaller raises now, with so much being in the middle already. We see these limps and we see all-in jams. Because would you raise it up to like 20,000, 25,000 here, you would be committed to a jam most of the time anyways.
Saying check back on the button, has flopped himself a gut shot straight draw. Watson stabbing with effectively dust.
He has all the jack tens here having limped in. Elton Sang's range is literally any 2 cards, except the best ones.
Turn puts a 4 straight on the board. And obviously Watson would have greatly preferred to have won that pot on the flop.
Yeah, he has nothing here. I expect him to give up most of the time. Let's see if he wants to represent the 10 here. We'll check it over, that makes sense. Elton with King Jack. Does bet big, and this is kind of a bluff bet. Mix between a bluff and denying equity, as we've seen before.
Yeah, takes to 6 a.m. 6.
Likes taking it down right there, although he had the best hand this time. This hand puts hands like ace-queen in a tough position here with this huge bet. And of course, he's happy to fold out a hand like king-6, who had still 3 outs against him.
Alluding to the fact that many of the players perhaps showing up late because they were involved in a game that went till 6 a.m. A good game, if we were to hear it from Elton saying. I know the cash games have been going nightly here.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a good game. Lots of action on the side, of course.
Yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah, I heard.
We were playing,
Mike Watson deciding to jamming in right away with the ace-queen. Maybe he would have limp trapped basically with the ace-queen suited. With the suited hands, you're not as afraid when the pot goes multi-way as you are with a hand like ace-queen off. He's happy to take it right there.
The fish always get the seed, right?
Yeah. VIP.
Like in Macau, you know, like in the weed.
Yeah, exactly.
One seat for the VIP, you know.
Yeah.
I think I'm eligible to sit in that seat. Probably.
Yeah, that's why I always get the seat.
You know, you're professional.
I'm VVIP.
Yeah, people seem to like the action so far. Are enjoying the all-ins, and yeah, I can promise you we will see more of those.
It's like 4th of July out there.
Yeah, I haven't played a game.
Plenty of fireworks.
For a long time.
Watson limps off of 100K.
1,200.
Future, ace-9 suited, does the same. Speculating with those 6s, such a raggy hand.
Yeah, we saw him in full deck with some speculative hands as well, and especially in short deck, he's just comfortable enough to play post flop that he tries to see a flop.
Yop limping as well, and now Badziakuski on the button with 2 red jacks. Jacks did so well for him in helping compile this big stack. He puts them to work again, making it 25K, and look at the field crumble.
And Mikita being so deep, especially with Ferdinand Putra, is a player who doesn't want to go all in right away because he would risk too much. Raises up to 25,000, that would commit him to against all of those short stacks. But should Ferdinand Putra re-raise him, it would be a different story. So this is what makes this so complicated. These different stack sizes, so many different situations in this game. You have to be aware of all the stack sizes at the table. Every situation is unique.
And if we're talking about unique, it gets no more so than GG Poker. For playing online, that's where the party's at. Join the world's biggest poker community and always have yourself a good game. That's GG Poker.
All right. Please, okay.
Once again, all players at the table should involve all the sample chips from the other players. The chip raises at 100 to make a single transaction.
22,000.
You might have heard the announcement. The next break is coming up. Last hand of this level here. As Mikita is picking up another strong hand, raises it up again. He uses a pot size raising here. You can see he's raising it up 18,000 into a pot of 20,000. Pretty much pot size.
I'm supposed to call this, but I just want to go to the toilet.
Vonglor Kai with the same hand here, Jack-9 suit. Let's see if he wants to go to the restroom too, or if he's looking to play this one.
He returns to the game, and he does want to play this one. He's in bad shape against the ace-jack. As for short deck, these equities are running pretty far apart. Badziakuski goes to the shades and looks up at 10-8-6, where Vonglor Kai has flopped himself a flush with a redraw, as though you need to worry.
Just in case, just in case. And Keita knows that these 10-8s, 10-9s, Jack-9s are all in the limp calling range here of Bonglo Kai. So with Ace-Jack, not much going on for him. Decides to check it back.
Now a fourth diamond shows up. That's actually a bad card for Bonglo Kai. Not that Badziakuski was really going to be doing anything anyway.
Bet's pretty small here. Just a little more than quarter pot. And Mikita does have the gut shot, but of course is drawing dead to any diamond. Might be thinking about representing this ace of diamonds. Of course, ace of diamond jack he would play like this too, but that seems a little bit too risky. So he gives it up this time. Bonglo Kai wins this last hand of the level.
Yes, he does. Nice way to mark his return to the feature table, where he is third in chips as we look at the chip counts, with the ante of 3,000 and the button at 6,000. Brought to you by GG Poker. It is Junhwa Yap on the shorty, but he's still got a couple of bullets left. The real dire straits belong to Michael Watson, fifth in chips, and no bullets left. So we're going to the second break, Korai, and we've got 4 levels under our belt in terms of short deck, starting to see some patterns emerge. And obviously, this is a game where you start to feel as though it's endgame in like a turbo right off the top.
Yeah, that was fun so far. I mean, we're starting to see more and more all-ins, coin flips. We saw some suck-outs. The first player lost all of his bullets. We will see more of that later on.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have lost Kiat Lee, who was definitely a savvy player, but had some bad runouts, and that's the way short deck goes, right?
Yeah.
Bonglo Kai electing to advise the opposition on the end of a bad beat short deck. All right, Korai and I are going to step aside during this break, but we'll be back with more from event number 3, the $75,000 short deck from Merit Crystal Cove after this. Stay close.
With like maybe 2 hearts as dynamic flops where you'll see lots of big raises, stuff like that, and here basically every flop is like that.
1, 2, 3, 80, 87.
And you talked about Kai Bonglo playing an action player, and there he is, raising it up with the ace-10 in middle position.
Heads up to the ace-jack-8 board. Both players with a piece. Advantage, Kai Bonglo.
Yeah, he has position in this hand, which is such a big factor as well. Bets little under half pot here. And Putra with the decision, he does have second pair and some backdoors. Backdoors very important in this game also. I mean, he has the king of diamonds, he has some backdoor straights.
Oh, now it's kings and jacks.
Or he could make two pair.
Yeah, but obviously the board texture is such that those kings and jacks don't feel all too comfortable. And you see the all-in from Kai Bong Lo really putting Putra to the test. 72,500, an overbet in relation to the pot. Kai Bong Lo knows that he could be beat, but he's always going to have the Broadway draw. And Putra makes the call, was concerned that he was maybe up against aces, and that is a big call.
That's a very big call, yeah. Kai Bong Lo hoped to get a hand like that to fold, but Putra makes the correct call here. He's a slight favorite to win this hand, but Kai Bong Lo still with 43% equity.
Incredible. And the river is the 6 of diamonds. Not going to do it.
Yeah,
got to be careful how you say that. King Jack offsuit under the gun for Bong Lo Kai. He'll limp in. Now the ace queen for Kiat Lee.
70?
Yeah, less than 50 antes that Lee has here, so he decides to just go in right away, and Ferdinand does have a pretty good hand himself.
Oh, wow, look at Putra. Putting tremendous pressure on everyone with the all-in. Of course, Kiat Lee already in there, so Putra will pull back all but 70,000 of his 235 plus. And this is a coin flip between the ace-queen and the 2 jacks. King 9-7. Not helpful to the ace-queen, as Kiat Lee could be on the verge of redeeming his second bullet. 8 on the turn, 10 on the river as the jacks turn into a straight. And Putra continuing. Limps in, bads with the ace-10. Does the same. Watson pipping bads with an ace-jack. And he's going to jam the remainder of his 70K out there.
Yeah, with just 70,000 in the stack, he tries to win it right there.
Putra has a couple of 10s. Note that all 10s are present and accounted for, as both Yap and Badziakuski have one in their hand.
Yeah, Putra doesn't only have to worry about Watson's jam, though. I mean, Junwa, Yap, and Mikita could both have limped in there with a strong hand, and Putra has to think about them too. And laces his 10s down. Makes sense. Bong Lo Kai looking to gamble though with a 9-8 suited, and as you can see, isn't far behind.
I think that 9-8 is offsuit, Korai. It looks like a club and a spade. The presumption perhaps
black, though.
that he would be willing to gamble if it were suited, but not offsuit. Nevertheless, his 8-9 does turn into a gut shot straight draw here with a pair of 9s. Board pairs on the turn. Watson still in front with the ace-jack.
But the 6 would make it a
Oh
straight.
my goodness, and it is a 6. You hear Bong Lo Kai issuing short deck as the punctuation, and things become even more wild.
You should play it 5 card though.
Oh, you're sick. Get out. Just leave. 5 card. You drug dealer. Watson taking the remainder of his stack and sticking it out there with this King Jack suited behind the limp from Lee. Yap will leave the dirty work to Lee, who rolls over the ace-queen suited and has about an 11% edge against King Jack. Watson needs to spin this stack up in order to give it some leverage. This is very standard short deck stuff here. And the flop is king, queen, 6. Both players hit it. Advantage Watson. 9 on the turn. And a 10 on the river as Watson improves to a straight. It's good to have a pair of sandals when you're on vacation. You don't want to wear socks and shoes every time you're going in and out of the room.
Yeah, to be fair, those slippers are comfortable, so yeah.
I thought mine were going to melt yesterday inside the sauna when Rast tried to burn me alive.
What did you do over there?
He said that we needed to go in there for 20 minutes. That's not normal. Generally speaking, a paramedic is required when you are subjected to that sort of heat for 20 minutes. My ears were melting.
I actually did hear him the other day bragging about how long he's able to stay in there.
He's a sick individual. And as you can see, I told the producers today, I'm not working with that guy anymore. So here we are. It's actually not true. We're just mixing it up. Ace, queen, 6 with a couple of spades here. Middle set for Lee.
Someone will get moved right away.
Gut shot straight draw for Badziakuski.
Yeah, debating whether to bet it or not. Already 80,000 in the middle. And Lee will like this flop very much.
As much as he likes the flop, there's not a lot of turns that don't pair the board that he likes. And so this bet here, I thought would be a little bit bigger, Korai.
Yeah, this looks strong. I mean, Mikita only sits on 32,000.
Now, obviously, effective stack of 32,000 against Bads. But there was another participant.
Yeah, who had 70,000, so less than one SPR. He had less than what was in the pot already. And
welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition. The third of a total of 4 events taking place here today. 75K short deck, ante-only. That's the way things work. Coverage brought to you in part by GG Poker. Ali Najad alongside Korai Aldemir, the reigning World Series of Poker main event champion. And we've got ourselves a new look here at our featured table where Jason Kuhn, widely regarded as the best of the American regulars to play short deck, has amassed 400,000 plus with 2 bullets remaining. That's good for 134 antes. Wei Xiang Yu, second. Konstantin Osipov, followed by Ivy, Young, and Chris Brewer, with Brewer in somewhat dire straits. Still has a bullet left, but just 42,000.
yeah, and Jason Kuhn might have doubled up against Phil Ivey here, because we saw Phil Ivey being the chip leader of the tournament early on.
Here?
Now the chip lead belongs to Ferdinand Putra overall. Kuhn in second, Badziakuski in third.
Pretty good start.
Aces for Kuhn.
I don't know how often you just have like kings or aces.
Nobody
A
limped.
lot.
Yeah.
In this game,
Did he just get a walk with aces?
He did.
A short deck.
And you might be asking, how is that possible?
Yeah, you don't see a lot of walks here, of course, because the cutoff gets an even better price than at full deck.
You get walked
The
0%
small blind
of the
does.
time, so it's the worst beat ever right there.
I don't think Kuhn's got much to complain about given the way his day's been going, right?
First walk of the entire tournament.
Yeah, might be the only one the whole tournament.
Yeah.
Should at least get an extra 3K.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn had an alright start to the series, getting 5th in the 50K. We saw him with a big stack for most of yesterday, also in the 100K. He didn't make the money quite yet, though. And Chris Brewer so short that he decides to go all in here. 18,000 in the middle already before his all in. But Richard Young with a monster. And Jason Kuhn has jacks.
Facing 119K in front of him. Over the top of that, Brewer all in. Kuhn will move all in himself. And Brewer obviously not in love with the developments behind him.
He's only happy with that. Yeah.
Always live, bro.
Yeah, everybody is pretty live here. Richard has the best of it yet pre-flop with those two overcards to the jacks of Jason Kuhn.
To the flop we go.
Oof.
And a jack in the window is disaster for the boys, but it comes a queen and a 6 behind it. So a gut shot straight draw for Brewer. Young now draws dead against the set of jacks. And no 10 on the end for Brewer, as Kuhn is able to claim
I don't think
2 stacks here.
I thought it was
Unless
close.
it's for the TV, yeah. For the eye in the sky.
Yeah, last bullet for both Chris Brewer and Richard Young.
Gonna be a whole lot of grabbing chips out of that rack.
Curious to see Konstantin Ossipau as well. A new face here. Might be a short deck pro, who knows? Maybe he just came here to to have a little fun playing poker. But I did not see him in the full deck events in the last days, so it seems likely that he knows what he's doing with a little less cards than usual.
You also didn't see Phil Ivey. He wasn't actually ever there. He just, it was a ghost. It was just a
That's
a
Phil
vision.
Ivey, though. That's how Phil Ivey does it.
That's true. He's just never, you're never sure what you're working with. A little bit disappointed not to be able to see him in the short deck streets.
It's a shame they didn't have us. Oh, no, they had somebody on the feature of the early levels. So at least they saw some deep stuff. I say now it's not going to be as, for a few levels, it's not going to be as entertaining.
Well, this is a welcome sight on your new bullet for
What do you mean?
Chris Brewer, and he's just going to rip.
Yeah, some people like this. This is like people that like watching the streamers that pull slots. Same thing.
I can't believe that's actually a thing. For those that don't know
150 or something?
what Jason Kuhn is talking about, there are people who will watch streams of other people playing online casinos.
It's a big thing,
Me
yeah.
too. Real big.
It's like getting your fix without having to put up the money yourself. Ace-Queen suited for Jason Kuhn, claiming to have the medicine for these two kings. Obviously, he's got a good amount of equity.
Medicine.
Yeah, 42.57. This is pretty much the same equity you would have with Ace-King against Queens at full deck, and Ace-King against Queens is considered a flip.
Chop.
And there he is, hitting the ace.
Oh!
And then the king promptly right after it.
Even, yeah.
So
Drawing
Kuhn just
dead on the
yeah.
turn. You don't see
Yeah.
that too often.
And he ended up with aces and queens, and perhaps a little bit of justice for Brewer. Things not been going his way thus far.
Oh, yeah, here, please. Thank you very much.
Is that a full-size bowl of soup being delivered to the table?
It certainly
Look
looks
massive.
Thank you.
Jason Kuhn somehow managed to unearth some bone broth. He's been pushing the bone broth. He would make like a great mascot. It's just like a shirtless Jason Kuhn on a pouch, and inside there's bone broth. And actually, whatever the animal from which the bone broth came, he should just have it in his bare hands, dead. He should be like, Kuhn brand bone broth. It's in there. Young limps with the 2 sevens, and Ossipau with 9-7 offsuit, also limping. Now Brewer with that connected Broadway business on the button. He will check, sitting rather deep, courtesy of that double up.
Brewer flopping best here by far.
Top pair, open-ender on the King-Jack-10 board.
Aussie Power has a double gutter, but it's to the lower end of the straight, so not as valuable. Easy fold for the sevens. Aussie Power's getting a good price here, just a third pot bet. So getting the right price. Will come along, see a turn. Needs an 8 or a queen here. Or running diamonds.
Yeah, the third diamond now giving Osipao an additional path to victory as we are down to heads up with the departure of Richard Young in a 40K pot. Brewer checking back now.
Yeah, pot controlling.
And now the 8 on the end, giving Osipao the jack high straight.
It's a scary board though, so kind of difficult for him to value bet after Chris Brewer has checked back the turn though. He is confident enough to put out the bet there. Will actually go kind of healthy. 3/4 pot. And Brewer without a diamond in his hand. Gets away from it rather quickly. Good fold.
See you, Jason.
Oh, I just got my soup. It hurts. You play? Oh, sometimes. You play sometimes?
Nice pickup there for Osipao, and it was indeed a full bowl of soup for Jason Kuhn, who's had his name called.
May your cards be live.
Mike Watson rejoins us. A lot of musical chairs here in the early going in the short deck.
Yeah, people are still continuing to register for the tournament, and as we're seeing first people busting out all their bullets, they are getting back into the field, re-entering, so we see a lot of changes throughout the tables. Ace-10 for Osipao in the hijack.
Good enough to move all in with, he feels.
Yeah, Richard Young behind him and Chris Brewer both with a shorter stack, so he decides to put them in. The ace, just like in full deck, is relevant. Of course, blocking the aces helps a lot. Having an ace, chances of your opponent having the aces are just reduced by half. Where's Yang Yu sitting here at this table? Interesting player. He's playing all the full deck events also. Good short deck player too. Chris Brewer with another good hand. Facing one limp. Pocket kings.
Yeah.
Deciding whether to just go all in or raising small. But with stack sizes so short behind him. Goes all in. Hoping to get caught by worse hand. Pocket queens, pocket jacks, but doesn't mind the folds, just getting the money. Very valuable at short deck, just picking up these blinds and antes. I mean, there are no blinds, these are antes.
Well, they're blind insofar as you're not looking at your cards when you put them in.
Yeah.
Same story for an ante, of course. And the departure of Jason Kuhn actually is an interesting development for Chris Brewer. Korai is now Brewer has one of the deepest stacks at the table, if not the deepest, I believe.
Wei Xiang Yu has a pretty healthy stack.
Yeah.
But
Wei
other than
Xiang's
that,
got him
Chris Brewer is
out-chipped.
the chip leader at this table now. Yeah, after winning that flip.
All in.
Yang with 9-7 offsuit, gonna move all in here. Wei Xiang Yu with 2 jacks.
And that's a little bit loose there from Richard, who's looking to get some chips, doesn't like having the short stack.
Right.
This is gonna be tough to beat those jacks though.
Yeah.
And this is one of the clearer percentages we've seen today so far, 70-28. Very small chance that these two are splitting up the spot, of course. And Richard Young does flop a straight draw here.
Yeah.
Not seeable so easy, but an ace, an 8 would make him a straight.
Yeah, gut shot straight draw on the ace-queen-6 board. The 2 jacks are still good, and the river pairs the 9, but that's not going to be enough as aces and jacks for Wei Xiang Yu will hold. And that was Richard Young's last bullet. So we lose the action player.
Someone's smoking in here?
I don't think so, but it always seems like it.
Yeah, it smells
They
like
said there's some kind of like mist thing yesterday when Jason was asking them about that they like.
Yeah, let's see if
Yeah,
Richard
so
Young
now
will
it-
jump right
now it
back in
actually
or
smells
take a
like
little
it.
break.
Like, yeah, the mist thing is weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely people smoking like in the general, like in the other room.
Yeah, they probably,
Like-
probably someone just smoked and walked over here.
Yeah, this is the stage of the tournament where we'll see a lot of these all-ins. People will try to win a few of them in a row to build a big stack. So variance is of course kind of huge in this game, but there's still a lot of skill involved. There's always the same people winning these events. As you can see, Jason Kuhn up in the leaderboards, Winfried Yu, Mikita, Danny Tang, all very experienced short deck players, but the chip leader is Ferdinand Putra, who we've seen earlier today.
Brewer jamming 210,000. And that's the man you don't want asking for a count. The one that can eliminate you.
Yeah.
Ace King. Wei Xiang Yu.
Ace King certainly good enough to call this jam. I mean, it is a big jam, but Ace King is beating a lot of the hands. And is actually a 2-1 favorite. And yeah, now the pots are getting bigger. Chris Brewer looking for a jack.
Not there, but some paths to a chop as you hear Brewer asking for it right away. His tournament life hanging in the balance. The board does pair, though. Now, needs to fade. And he does, as it goes from 1 pair to 2 pair to a boat.
Boat versus boat. Big cooler here. As Chris will be happy not having to go to the re-enter cage.
Yeah, he did have 1 bullet left then.
I think,
or is that the last bullet and he'd have to go and actually rebuy?
I think it is his last bullet.
Yeah.
cutoff versus button situation here. This is pretty comparable to blind versus blind at full deck. The only difference is that you're getting an even better price here. And
in the cutoff.
In the cutoff, that is. And you will barely see any folds there. And limp in with a lot of your range, as he does here with the pocket 8s.
You see Asapao probing, knowing that Brewer has wide range here.
Yeah, and he's the one who has these traps in there, right? He can have hands like ace king, ace queen in there, so makes sense for him to bet out, especially with 8s, so many overcards there. It's a hand you always want to bet and fold out the equity, which he successfully does. Just four-handed at the moment. That means that people are getting a little bit worse of a price there to limp in pre-flop. This is what we discussed earlier. Not as many antes already in there as if the table would be full. The ace-6 suited certainly good enough though. Suited ace does limp in.
Wei Xiangyu says, let's see a flop with the dominant ace-9, which flops the nut flush. I mean, this is wildly uncommon. We've now seen 2 flopped flushes, and it is very difficult to pull that off here in short deck.
Yeah, it's way rarer than at full deck.
Look at Watson just probing here with bottom pair.
Yeah, very small bet there, just 1 ante into 6. And Wei just casually calling, setting the trap here, knows that his hand is pretty much unbeatable. Remember, flush beats the full house. And now 4th spade out there.
These are unwelcome sights. It happened also last time there was a flop flush. As Wei Xiangyu just slow playing.
Yeah, Mike Watson did have the decision to represent this ace of spades here this time though, because Wei Xiangyu could have a hand like Jack 9 in his range here easily, even Jack 7, he's the button. And he sets the trap and opens the door to get bluffed. For Mike Watson to pull the bluff here.
His hand is just so safe.
Yeah, and Mike could trap himself some of the time with a flush. Now he's betting very small, representing a hand like the 7 of spades, 8 of spades. And Wei Xiangyu knows he has the best hand here. Will raise it up.
Watson took his shot for 7 dimes and incinerates a small pile of gaming tokens.
Yeah, it was a small raise there by Wei Xiangyu, making sure that a smaller flush will call him. 8 of spades kind of hand.
Well, if you're a fan of all forms of poker, then there's one place to go for your online fix, and that is GG Poker, the world's biggest poker community where stars like Negreanu, Kuhn, Elke, and Fedor Holtz do their bidding. You gotta admit that the GG software is pretty fun, like relative to some of the more static, like dry clients that you see or skins.
Yeah, definitely. They added these avatars, these smileys. That some of the other.
The Negreanu dance, always. For goodness sake.
The dance, yeah.
All in.
Yeah, I had some friends talking about the fact they just lost a huge cash game pot, and then they suddenly see Daniel Negreanu dancing in front of their screen and thinking, what is this? But yeah, it adds this element of fun to the game.
Asapao putting max pressure on the field here with a King 10 suited. Getting through everybody but Watson, who decides off of his 66K that King Jack suited is enough. And you see Asapao knowing that he is Not in great shape against that specific hand. Ace, King 9. Opportunities for the King 10. With the right run out. Ooh, or you can just hit a 10 and make 2 pair, but of course still 36% equity for Watson. You can make better 2 pair or a straight. The 8 of hearts, though, seals that pot
And
in
that's
favor of Asapao. And is that
for
it
him,
for
yeah.
Watson? He looks shell-shocked, Cora.
Or maybe he does have another bullet there.
Yeah, looks like.
Certainly looks like
He's
it.
not the type that would still be sitting there if he didn't, right? Making it dramatic.
Yeah, there he goes.
Get 5, one case.
So a fresh 100K in front of Watson.
And Paul Pua back at the feature table.
Wei Xiangyu with another ace-9 suited, exactly in spades once more.
Yeah, he's deep enough that he doesn't want to just jam it in. Limps.
Watson, though, willing to jam it in with a queen-10 offsuit.
Oh, I never noticed that. I've been stuck just super low the entire time. I don't have to have this silly thing then.
Yeah, close decision here for Wei Xiangyu. He knows this will be a flip a lot of the time, but if he would be up against a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, of course he wouldn't be in good shape.
Where is it?
And that's why he does lay it down.
Thank you, boss.
Good play there by Mike.
Oh.
Adding 20% to his stack there.
That's so funny. I was complaining about the fact that you can't raise the jails.
Thank you.
Buttons on Paul. Okay. I was really complaining. I was like, dude, these jails are nice, but why can't you change the height of them?
Yeah, some it's got stuck and you can't feel it.
It's so funny.
And
Mike carefully eyeing all the stack sizes at the table. He knows how important that is.
Yeah, and during our primer, that was one of the points of emphasis, that it is a very fluid environment. You've got to constantly be keeping track of who's got how much pre-flop, which is the most technical of streets in short deck.
And all these 3 players going to the flop are a little bit deeper.
9s and 7s for Asapao. But remember, the ace plays as a 5, so the pair of 9s and a gut shot for Pua here, looking for a 6, 2 of them busy in Wei Xiangyu's hand. He too holds a gut shot, looking for an 8.
And Paul Pua using his blockers there to bet at it. 2 pair a little bit too strong though. Will call, of course. Oh, case 9 on the turn.
9's full for Asapao, and the straights will draw dead. Paul Pua, such a terrible development. He's got trip 9s. Not drawing dead, could chop with an ace or win it with an 8. 7 would chop as well.
Yeah, deciding whether to bet at it or not. They're still kind of deep, remember that. He has the opportunity to check it back, play it a little safer,
25.
goes for the value bet here, knows that he has the best hand most of the time, tries to get value from hands like aces, ace queen, ace jack type of hands.
Morning. Evening.
Ossipao sitting on the full house. Knows that he has all the straights drawing dead, and the decision is on him whether to raise it up right here or play it slow, set the trap.
And that is not what Paul Pua wanted to see. Very awkward situation when you've got the 9 getting check raised as played to this point.
Yes, and Ossipao is not representing a worse hand than Trips. He's representing a full house here basically. And Paul knows that he doesn't really beat any value hands. He's in bad shape against a hand like King 9, of course. The kicker plays, and he has a bad kicker. He has the straight draw going along with his trips, but he might be drawing dead with a straight against a full house anyways.
But what type of full house? Here. Paul blocking the 9 could think that maybe it's 7's full. He's probably not going to give him credit for aces full, and if that's the case, he wants to play with his trip 9s.
Totally makes
sense. Could have
improved.
Instead, makes the call and looks at a jack.
Yeah, and Ossipao can rule out hands like pocket aces from Paul Fua's range, because Paul was sitting on the button last to act. He would certainly have raised it up on the button pre-flop. So Ossipao thinks he has the best hand here.
All in.
Does jam for value.
Really?
And Paul, as you mentioned, blocks a lot of the full house combinations with the 9, blocks the straight with the 8.
Count.
Wants a count. Yeah, it's a pure bluff catcher, but it is a pretty good bluff catcher. I mean, you're blocking ace 9, you're blocking 9-7. Ossipao could maybe be bluffing with a hand like ace-7, turning that into a bluff.
How much 10-8 is in there? Just trying to take it down on the turn and then got there.
Yeah, it would be kind of a thin value jam here with a straight on the river. This is what Paul Pua is debating. How thin would Ossipao go for value here? Is it only a full house or nothing, or are straights in there? It seems like this is a full house or nothing situation, and then you have to decide how often is your opponent bluffing. Another time bank chip for Paul. Pretty tough decision, honestly. He's getting kind of a good price. This bet is around half the pot, so he doesn't have to be good all the time. He only needs to be good 25% of the time for it to be a profitable call.
Cannot be it, can it? No. No, 10-8.
He's going through all the combinations, and this is exactly what he just said. Bluff or full house.
Are you all you?
Ossipao, stoic. Trying not to give anything away here.
Yeah, 3-1.
3-1 is exactly what he was saying. He does make the call.
And he has shown the full house. Pua couldn't resist the price in the end. The only good news is that he had Ossipao covered and still sits with 64,000 core. A really tough spot.
Very interesting hand, and I totally get his thought process. He was blocking the value jams. He was blocking the full houses. He wasn't really blocking any bluffs. He was getting a good price. He thought his opponent was capable of pulling the trigger there with a bluff, so he did make the call. This time his opponent had it though. Yeah, very cool play.
Interesting pot there. And on that note, we take a look at the updated chip counts, which show Konstantin Ossipao up top with over $500,000 in front of him, but no bullets remaining. Wei Xiangyu looks like he's going to be removed from our feature table, leaving Chris Brewer with roughly 200K, and then Watson and Paul Pua, the new short stack.
Yeah.
There is quite a bit of wrinkle, quite a bit of depth to short deck. That pot right there illustrated it perhaps best. Granted, a lot of the similar concepts that one might have been applying on the end in a no-limit jam situation, but with those condensed ranges.
Yeah, it's certainly different. Yeah, the river is certainly the street where full deck and short deck play are the closest to each other, because it's basically, if somebody goes all in, he has it or he doesn't. While on the prior streets, it's a lot about equity denial and so on. We talked about this pre-flop especially. People are going all in. And yeah, I agree. I think this was the most interesting post-flop hand we had today. Well played hand by both players, in my opinion. And with this pot, Konstantin Ossipov is joining the chip leaders. He also has around 550,000 in his stack now. And being short now with the pocket kings, there's no other play for Paul.
Yeah, it makes it a very easy decision for Paul Pua off of 64K. 11 bigs. 21 antes.
Yeah, and Ossipov is getting a good price here against the short stack. Doesn't make the call, hoping to see a hand like Jack 10.
No,
instead it's kings against king 10, and
30%. Kings are dead.
might Pua be
Is very live for the
claiming some of his army, bringing them back home. He's in great shape. Better than 3-1 and 9-9 queen suddenly. Ossipov has 4 jacks. Equities running roughly the same as they were pre-flop. 7 on the turn doesn't change anything other than reduce Ossipov to 1 pull at the jack. Doesn't get there, and the 2 kings will hold and double.
Okay, get some discount from you.
Be careful when you peel your calls. And I've been leaning back. So when you peel your calls, had I been leaning, I would have seen.
Seth Davis taking a seat at the featured table. He's one of the American players out there who has studied short deck a lot too. So cool to see him in action here.
Off spot.
Believe Seth started the coverage, started the broadcast on our featured table, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he was there briefly, but then got moved away to the other table.
Yeah.
Ten 6 suited, not good enough
90,
to come in.
behind. Okay. All of it?
And yeah, this is just a jam. Basically blind versus blind, cutoff versus button in this game.
Yep. Jamming, and of course Davies having woken up with the ace-king. Happy to get his 97K into the middle and be dominating this king-jack.
Yeah, pretty good scenario for him.
Don't jinx it, Cora.
Yeah, not even 2-1 in this game, but that's all you're hoping for. Short deck.
2 7s and a queen, and ace-king sits pretty. Davies knows. That's a good-looking board. 9 now giving the king-jack a gut shot.
4 clubs.
4 tens and
I'll take that.
3 jacks available to Brewer. Instead, it's the ace. So Davies with aces up.
Yeah, we've seen
Double
the
through.
we've seen the
Four
best hand
clubs going for
win
the
surprisingly high amount of the time so far. I feel like.
Yeah, I'm happy too. I lost to him. No counter.
97.
Yeah, it's a relaxing atmosphere here at the table. I mean, if you're all in all the time, it is kind of fun.
Yeah, the tension associated with post-flop decision-making is removed when the shove fest is working.
Okay.
Oh, this square, this square.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
2-3 seconds. Thank you so much.
Mikita, our chip leader of the tournament at the moment. First player to be over 600,000. And he still has both of his extra bullets left. Five tables at the moment, so the field size is growing and growing.
Brewer all in with the king 10, and
That's an easy
Watson nods, says let's go with his 2 queens
All 2 tens.
on the nub.
60-40.
Oh, Queen Jack 9
that was
top
tough to
set against a straight, and look at Watson, a small favorite.
Chop it up.
Hate it.
Now that the board does not pair on the turn, advantage Brewer again. Will the board pair? No, and it is Seth Davies who said chop it up
Top with,
as it goes running king 10.
Tough one to chop.
So they'll carve it up.
That's a short deck run out if I've ever seen one.
Very improbable there.
Blanks up.
Oh, I was thinking I was too deep.
Not anymore.
I was having to think too much about my decisions.
Folded around to Davies. Paused with the Jack 9. Now to Watson.
Yeah, I'm sure some players would have liked to play that hand on the hijack, third last to act. He felt like it was not quite worth it. Always having to worry about somebody behind you jamming in, of course. Mike Watson only sitting on 100,000.
Sharing a 10 with Ossipow here on the King Queen 6 board. Watson with a mystery side card. Checks it. Gutty for Ossipow. Verified.
Yeah, does bet at it. Half pot bet. Trying to get the fold right there. With using his equity with his gut shot. Mike does call. Could have a hand like King 10, Queen 10, 10, 10, Jack. The question is, would he play Jack 10 this slow, or would he try to play it fast, either pre-flop or now on the flop? It seems more likely, so I feel like he's sitting on a pair here. This is a bad card for Osipao with a board pairing. No help for his 10-9. And the slight chance, at least, that he's drawing dead against a full house.
Benefit of position, though, and Osipao follows through. 30K.
Yeah, very aggressive line by him. And this puts hands like even King 10 in a pretty tough spot here.
You have to put these in play?
A question.
Yeah.
Ask them.
Mike Watson, not a believer. Does come along.
Floor.
Floor.
Ace on the river, Jack 10 gets there, and Osipao with absolutely nothing, having the
What
important
level do we
10,
have?
What's the last level?
though blocking the Jack 10, that seems unlikely anyways. But having pretty much the bottom of his
Okay, so
range
level
here,
7's the
it
last
seems pretty
level
plausible that
8,
he
no
would
more
just
rebuy,
go
right?
for it there, and it's a credible story. I mean, he bet all the way.
After dinner break
Thing is that
level
he
8,
was
right?
sitting on the button though, so he probably
Okay.
doesn't have hands like aces. And actually, Mike Watson leads right into him. Of course, gets a quick fold. Interesting play there by him. I'm curious. I would have been curious to see the other card there if he had the nut straight there, or if he maybe turned a hand like King 10 into a bluff there.
Yeah, I think that's what they mean.
We'll never
I'm
know.
not sure they understood
But
what we were asking.
obviously, Watson taking a bit of a cool line. Regardless, maybe he too had a 10-9. Who knows? Seems
Seven's
improbable.
The last time when you buy in level 8, you just have to come in with 300.
And the ante up to 4,000 now.
I think registration
Okay.
is end of level 9.
Because yeah, last time in Cyprus they did the last level of edge. You had to still come
Yeah,
in.
yeah, it's definitely doing that, but I think they were a level early.
Okay.
But, I mean, I'm not sure that I'm right, but
yeah.
I think that's what
Yes.
they said earlier.
Yeah, so quick reminder, the deuces through fives are taking out of the deck. As people are pointing out in the chat, none of those jack deuce kind of hands here. Action every hand basically, as most players have pocket tens here.
Brewers all in, leaving Davies with the decision.
And this is early position against early position. This makes it a little bit tougher for Davies, but still good enough in his opinion to go with it. Easy fold there with the nines, as we can see.
And now Paul with king queen offsuit on the button. Looks like he may have passed.
196.
Yeah, the problem with king queen offsuit is that he's really behind hands like ace king and ace queen. He'd rather have a hand like jack 10 suited here to call it off.
Wow, I'm glad Paul folded.
I have to picture card.
In this case, he would have been the absolute favorite to
Yeah.
win this against
Of
both
course,
tens.
these two tens
Good fold.
just never going to
Top
improve.
pot specialist over here.
You're drawing dead, you guys. Jack.
Actually, that.
Why so much?
Thank you for going so much.
Saved us.
Oh no, I don't have so much. I didn't know. 120.
We just got saved by you miscounting your
Oh no.
I
should have go.
I was surprised.
30,
that he
31.
won King queen.
Jesus.
I was like, that's a tight fold.
I thought I cover him, so stupid.
And yet another reminder that GG Poker is our sponsor here in Cyprus. Coverage brought to you in part by their online operation, the world's biggest. Sign up today, GG Poker. It sounds like one of those true crime shows. The music, like, you know what I mean?
It does, yeah.
And
You're
that's
right.
when the husband murdered the wife. And you're like, wait a minute, what? King, queen for Davies. All in it goes.
And Mike with ace queen behind him. These two again, the early positions. And yeah, they go at it again, of course.
Very calm delivery from Watson, who is covered by Davies, but he is covering the king-queen.
Yeah, they know that this is the nature of the game. They will just be all in a lot.
Very much so. Here comes the flop. 6, 8, 9. Ace queen in pretty good shape.
What a stupid card. I have 204.
Turns into a pair of aces with a spade draw and Davies, and
2 outs to chop.
no situation to win the pot.
Yeah, and suddenly Mike Watson has 358,000.
Yeah, could have hit a 7 to chop it up, but instead, Watson with a healthy double. And Davies left with fumes.
Huh? Yes. 2 years.
We gotta play a little last year.
She didn't come.
Well, yeah, it's true. I forgot.
Poor with the ace-10 here in the hijack. Does go all in.
Yeah.
And Chris Brewer calls with the ace-8. It's just so much out there, so much antes.
121.
Fighting for those becomes important.
One is 95.
Ace-8 seems like pretty much the worst hand he would go there with, probably.
Oh, you're so short.
We are very shallow.
He's doing alright, of course, against all those hands like Jack 10, 10, 9, but
No, no ace.
he is dominated kind of often.
You're in good shape.
You are in good.
You are in good shape. You ate live, very much live.
And both know, though, that
Yeah,
Seth
the
Davis was so short at the button, which changed the situation a little bit. I forgot about that. So, yeah, totally makes sense that they are all in here, because Seth Davis
Jack.
gets the right price there.
So Davies will be in for the main with this 10-6 suited. And he's flopped himself bottom pair as both Paul and Chris have top pair.
Open cut. Oh, no.
Turn is an 8. Brewer makes aces up.
Jack. Yes.
No.
Oh, it is
and
the
it gets
jack.
counterfeited with the jack on the end. Pua will dust off not one but 2 players, and for Brewer it is the end of the road as he no longer has any bullets. For Davies, he's going to have to redeem one of his.
No bullets, but the mullet.
Yeah. Doesn't have to trade that in.
No.
It almost feels like we're in the money with real ICM implications in like a long deck or full deck sort of game where Short stacks are
Yeah, I mean,
ripping in, but it's not always the shortest of stacks that's deciding to move all in.
yeah, I mean, of course, here people aren't that afraid to call it off yet because, yeah, we are still early in the tournament, kind of, so there aren't too many ICM implications. Later on, we will still see a lot of all-in jams, but we will be people being a little more afraid of calling it off because, as you know, as we get closer to the bubble, to the final table, the tournament life is so important that you'd rather go all in yourself than calling it off. But here early on, it feels a little more like a cash game. You just want to increase your stack, get as many chips as possible before the bubble starts.
Not sure about that one anyway. 9-7 off.
Any update from the Twitch chat, Korai?
Yeah, I saw a discussion whether 10-9 suited or Jack-10 suited is the coolest hand at the game. It's probably close between the two. Both do very well against pocket aces.
The arguments in favor of the 9-10, it interacts more so with that bottom end of the deck. Aces for Watson here, sitting on 362 in the cutoff.
Yeah, interesting decision whether to limp in, trying to induce a raise maybe by the button, or to raise it up right there that he might do with some steals also. He goes for the raise. Unfortunately for him, Osipao doesn't really have a hand. King 6 offsuit, one of the worst hands there is in short deck. Does fold. Yeah, this is one of the few times it feels like that you'd rather get some action here at short deck. Most of the time you're happy to just win the anti-spree. But aces against only one player left to act, that's important. You kind of want to get some action.
Maybe that is right, the level. Start of level 8 bullets, end of level 8 late reg, because it says late reg level 8. So that's gotta be right. Don't listen to me, ever. Paul, do you have any white chips back there?
Yes.
Seth Davis looking at that 20,000 sitting there in the middle.
Yep.
Trying to pick those up with the ace-10.
Basically 4x pot, the all-in.
How much is it?
And Paul Pua with a suited connector here and plenty of chips behind could afford to make this call.
Yeah, he has 8,000 in there already. It still seems a little bit weak. Yeah, it does get away from it.
Dominated for maybe S8 suited.
I wish you had ace-8 suited. That'd be better for me.
Davies will pick up some anti-money.
Yeah, this might also be a situation where some of the tournament players that are used to playing tournaments have an edge over the maybe better short deck players that are used to playing cash games most of the time, though, because they might be more experienced with stages, different stages in a tournament, how to navigate your short stack, when to go all in, as most of these cash games at short deck are played very deep, so it is a different game pretty much. You can see flops way more often, just we saw in the first level of the tournament maybe. And here it's more about finding the right hands to go in with, when to call off, when not to. This stage of the tournament where you just want to build your stack.
Ace-king suited for Davies. Watson limps, as does Pua. And we know what's coming next, don't we?
Yeah, he'll pause for a bit before pulling the trigger.
All in.
Watson.
I got a monster.
Happy to move all in over the top of Davies all in. That will punt Paul Pua from the pot.
Yeah, he knows that he's pretty much flipping against hands like ace-king. I mean, as you can see, he's only a very, very slight underdog, and he's doing well against maybe some steel jams, such as the Jack-10 and the 10-9 we talked about. He dominates both of them. Is suited also. So, the stage of the tournament, can't blame him. Not a good flop for him, though.
Conversely,
All right.
good one for Davies, and he hits the ace on the turn and leaves the queen 10 drawing dead.
Just the aces at least. Poor dealer.
108. Check.
108. Yep.
108.
Davies doubling through Watson. Can't remember the last time we saw a pot that was just limp multi-way at this point.
Yeah, you're right. We saw that interesting hand between Paul Pua and Konstantin Ossipau, where Paul Pua burned several time bank chips and called it off with his blockers on the river against the full house. After that, it was a lot of all-ins.
Superstar jungle man.
This might be one though. Paul Pua limping in with the king 10.
Davies
Unlikely.
with 7x.
Yeah, unlikely that that's a jamming hand. Limps in as well. Like Watson, a pretty bad hand. Happy to see a flop for free.
And that flop is ace, king, jack. So second pair and a gut shot for Paul Pua, who started this mess. Checks it.
Yeah, it was a close decision between betting out, representing some hands maybe on later streets, or just checking. Taking your showdown value, maybe improving on later streets. Checks around here.
9 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, and Paul knows everybody pretty much has at least a straight draw here. So he does bet with his king 10. Tries to clear the field. Knows he has the best hand a lot. Unlikely that somebody has an ace after checked around, and yeah. Wins this little pot. Of course, winning a lot of these smaller pots brings you in a better position for the very likely all-ins that will come very soon. I'm just looking at the leaderboard again, and Kiat Lee, who we saw earlier, a little bit unlucky, having lost all his bullets, is back in and is actually up to 4th in chips.
Wow.
411,000. And very interesting top 5 there with Mikita Batsiakowski, Jason Kuhn, Sam Greenwood, the mentioned Kiat Lee, and Phil Irie. Waikin Young in there as well, the son of Richard Young. Winfried Yu, 7th in chips. So Paul Pua limping in with a 10-9. He doesn't mind a multi-way flop here with a hand like that.
Nor does Davies, but it is Watson wagging his finger at the field, making it 40,000, and then Ossipau on this button with king jack suited. has some options.
You put your mic. Put the mic.
Yeah, this is pot size raise, 30,000, 32,000 for him to call. He has a very nice hand to play in position, and they're deep enough that he decides to take a flop. None of these players is really short. He has to be a little scared about those limp jams though, so that makes it always kind of dicey to just call these big raises with players to act behind you that have limped in before.
Put in your pocket. Your jacket pocket.
Close decision here for Paul, whether to call
Oh, my turn.
with this 10-9. He does fold.
As does Davies, yeah. To the flop, both players sharing a jack. It is ace-ace-king, and advantage Ossipao. From what we can tell, although Watson may very well have an ace of diamonds.
Yeah, we
nestled
did
back there.
We didn't see any other aces out there, so ace-jack, certainly a hand that would be in Mike Watson's range.
24.
Bets quarter pot. Makes sense to bet small here on a flop like that. If he has the ace, he has his opponent drawing very thin. Ossipao, of course, not going anywhere. Well, the king has a backdoor flush draw as well.
Bet and the call, and this is one of those cards, Korai, as you shoot me a look. Ossipao has aces full of kings, kicker irrelevant. What does Watson have?
Yeah, maybe that's where all the aces are. That's why we didn't see them before. 3 of them on this board. And in case Watson has the 4th one, he knows he has the check mark here. Checks it over though.
Now the king, and we've seen this exact run out already once before where it was quad aces.
Deja vu here. And
could Watson have another ace?
Yeah, and there we saw Mikita trying to steal the pot with his pocket 9s. Let's see what Mike Watson decides to do. We still don't know what he has. He could have trapped on the turn with ace-jack. Of course, it's kind of unlikely. Only the ace of diamonds is there. He could have a hand like jack-10 suited also.
How much is it?
And he says all in. Ossipao is playing the board. And the line that Watson has taken here certainly could be consistent with an ace.
Definitely, and this is a math exercise now for Ossipao. He's trying to figure out how likely is it for his opponent to have those quads versus just a bluff. Mike Watson is only representing the ace, but Ossipao does fold rather
I really
quickly.
want to know whether or not Watson has the ace of diamonds back there with that jack, or any ace for that matter.
Yeah.
It had to be the ace of diamonds, so.
Yeah, nice play by him.
It seems plausible, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he would certainly raise the ace-jack pre-flop, bet on the flop, and then with a third ace out there, he might check it over, not expecting to get called too often. Of course, the other possibility is a hand like jack-10 suited, where he decided to fire once on the flop, then giving up, and then seeing the opportunity of stealing the pot on the river, just having to avoid your opponent having that 4th ace. And look at this guy.
The business jungle? Look at that.
Yeah, that certainly looks like a businessman.
Cranberry, shark skin, and salmon ensemble. Do you think he's just playing Candy Crush right now on his phone?
I think he's doing very, very important business there on his phone.
At least that's what he would have us play. Is Jungle slipping into our feature table right now, trying to pretend to be a VIP or a businessman right now? I mean, this is one of the foremost minds in poker.
Yeah, I saw his Instagram stories yesterday where he was playing the 50K one-day tournament, I think, and yeah, sitting in a suit once again, telling the other people at the table that he's a businessman now.
I call.
Different look than what we saw him with at the World Series last November.
Yeah, that was a very particular look in the 50K. Perhaps my favorite cover of Card Player magazine ever.
Yeah, check that out in case you haven't seen it. With the dyed hair and everything.
Yeah. Halloween costume.
As Mike Watson. Small bet is getting through. With the pocket sixes. always good to
Yeah,
win the
very
pot.
satisfied with that outcome. Overall chip leader continues to be Jason Kuhn. Now has 1.1.
Yeah, and the chat is discussing whether that was a bluff or quads for Watson. Most
Yeah.
people think it was quads.
I think it was quads too.
Yeah, Watson seems like a
And it was the
believable
ace of
guy,
diamonds
right?
that was missing, right?
It was.
Yeah.
Oh.
Asapau with the ace 6. Limps. Pua. 2 9s. Does the same. Davies on the button with the king salmon.
That is interesting. You won't raise it up non-all-in so often, but might want to do that with your very, very strong hands. And the king 7 offsuit might be one of those hands you balance your very, very strong hands with. Just a similar concept that you see in full deck, where people often raise it up with hands like king deuce offsuit. And so this is a similar kind of hand, the king 7 offsuit. Easy for him to fold should somebody go all in, and in this case it worked perfectly.
Businessmen are supposed to win in poker.
Huh? You don't want? All right, I can go leave. You want me to leave? What are you saying, Paul? Do you want me here or not? Do you want to be the only businessman on the table? Oh man. What is everyone doing?
That's too much.
What the? Whoa, we're so short. Whoa. Wait, we're not.
Well, if Jungle is a businessman, Cora, I dare to ask, what business is he in?
Oh, I don't even want to know.
Let's see. It really feels like that time. No, it's not that time. It's definitely not that time.
That's the kind of suit that you wear if you're like a nightclub owner. Right? Like a lounge, though. Something sophisticated.
I have a question for you.
What's your question?
Do you think I should get a tattoo?
That depends on a lot of things. Is this like a pre-selected tattoo as some kind of bet?
Not for a bet, but I got a couple of tattoos in mind.
What do you got in mind?
Symbols.
You're a big symbols guy?
I like symbols. They're simple and they represent big things. They're really small, but they're not. But they're really big at the same time.
That's some profound shit.
Yeah, profound shit too.
Well, it didn't take long for Jungle to lighten the mood here as he is trying to get Seth Davies to focus on whether or not he should get a tattoo as opposed to this $75,000 short deck event. Asapau limping in under the gun. Paul Pua with that pretty Jack 10 comes along.
Let's see, what else?
It doesn't stop. Speaking, who Seth Davis is debating whether to call the Queen 7 suited or not.
I thought the symbol of wisdom was really convenient because like I could get like a small tattoo and it's not really a big deal, and therefore it would be, and I could have it like kind of subtle, so it would be a wise decision.
Well, at least he's acting reasonably quickly despite carrying on with the tattoo conversation.
Tattoos are a little bit reckless.
Well, far be it from you, Jungle, to do anything that would appear reckless. Ace, 10, 6.
I was like, whoa, this guy, like, I don't know, maybe he'll like fight me or something.
Shot straight draw for Cates. Tens for Watson.
I don't know if I would have been this
Tens
guy.
for Pua.
You might like
Austin
red
Power
pink.
betting though, first to act. We don't know what the second card is. Bets half. Oh no, actually bets close to pot here. And yeah, we saw a similar big bet on a similar flop earlier today. We know he has a king. He's representing a hand like ace king or stronger here. And
Jungle reluctantly folding. Watson does the same, and we'll never know what exactly it is that Osipao decided to fire there.
yeah, Jungle would have liked to see a smaller bet there with his 9-8 of diamonds. Gut shots, of course, very, a lot stronger than at full deck poker. And yeah, don't get fooled. I mean, he's talking some weird stuff, but Jungle, of course, a very, very strong poker player.
Yeah,
Has played
see?
short deck before
no
too.
one else at this table has been in fights. No one else.
And a great fighter too, probably.
Yeah, but still, it's there. It's there. Okay. There's like a very real chance no one else here has been in a fight. I've never been in like a real fight. Have you guys been in a real fight before?
Nope.
See? Or there's just two more.
Businessman, no fighting.
See? Businessman too. Have you guys been in
Businessmen
fights?
negotiate, they don't fight.
They what? Yeah. There you go.
All in. All in.
I'm ready for a fight.
What is happening?
Davies can hardly believe what's going on. Osipao appears bewildered as well.
Should have actually looked how deep you are. Yeah, never mind.
Jungle getting it in good here.
Yeah, with his remaining 76,000 on his
Been in a fight.
first
I
bullet.
actually really want to know. I think there's 0% you've been in a fight, and I think there's like
I've already said
20%.
twice.
You look like a fighter?
He's got like scars and stuff. Fuck.
Oh.
It's not good.
Ace 9.
That's better. That's better. Now I can win.
What a 7.
6
for
for a chop.
Davies.
All right.
Outflops the ace queen and holds. So there goes Kate's first bullet.
Just ask me to give you it. That's what we do in the business land.
No.
But don't worry, guys.
Yeah,
He has some more bullets.
I was
He'll
gonna
be there for a
change
bit.
him, but he doesn't have any things.
I don't know. Maybe you can, but
See
I
that?
have. Thank you.
I was gonna keep him in the game.
The only guy that's been in a fight, but he's also the most generous guy at the table.
He's filled with passion. That's what it is. It's passion.
Passion. Yeah, I'm known for my passion.
Yeah, people are loving the
You
jungle.
get those fights when you are below 10 years old, does that count?
What's that?
When you're a kid,
Yeah?
7, 8 years old, you fight a lot, right? Those count?
I never fought when I was 7 or 8.
Huh?
I was always like cunning and
What are you
stuff.
doing?
I was
Reading
always-
books all the time?
No, it came out when I got
Get
older.
you in the fights.
I had some inner rage.
And you play with number.
I can't remember, like I was like bad at fighting forever. I played rugby for a couple sessions and I remember this dude, just like this massive dude just like jumped on me and like nailed me to the floor and I thought, fuck this. That's what I thought.
We're getting the jungle verbal autobiography here.
As Loon has just sat down at the table. Ace queen for him, first hand. Limps in under the gun. Could have just jammed himself. We saw some other people just going all in that spot. He decides to basically trap with his hand, which is interesting.
Watson bites with Queen Jack suited, and Loon has the medicine.
Snapping off there.
Kate's suggesting he doesn't remember what he had. Whatever it is, those 2 8s are definitely not interested in continuing, and Loon announces his arrival with a dominant ace queen. Covered by Watson, of course.
Katia, have you been in a fight?
Don't think so.
You're the only guy who's been in a fight at this table.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
What just happened? It is jacks full of queens for Watson. And no relief for Loon Loon, and that was a really brutal
welcome to the table, yeah.
Yeah.
Just casual boat flop there for Mike Watson. Yeah, but Loon Loon seems like an experienced player too. He doesn't mind too much. Sure, he has played short deck before.
Well, the good news is that he didn't have to hear Mike Watson lean in and say, short deck.
Yeah, that'd be a little out of character for Mike.
Right.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
all right.
After the break. 你正話搬上嚟游嗰度。
我真係我因為我已經有試過。
I'm hooked.
點擺係咁嘅。
但係阿嘅
I got the wire
已經
hooked around the chair.
分天 river 天。哇！我直頭傻咗，
There we go.
冇咩運氣。Yep. All right.
Gates. Folds. I mean, comparing the last time I saw him at a poker table in the 50K, what he was wearing there and what he's wearing here, it's not even the same person. He's
No,
like a Bond villain now.
Yeah, his voice has changed. Everything has changed.
All in from Osipal's Queen Jack. He'll pick up some annies.
Money come.
Jungle just such a pure soul, such an endearing guy. Maybe it's just me, but I just love sitting and just observing Jungle.
Definitely one of the most fun poker players to watch, have at the table. I mean, brilliant mind too, of course. Shouldn't forget that.
Kind of unassuming when he's off doing his stuff, all the extracurricular noise. You forget that he's operating at a high level and still very sharp in terms of the poker.
Yeah, considered one of the best players at multiple games. In fact, he plays all the mixed games too.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, no stranger to short deck. And here we see Power Poor with the ace-9 suited, one of those hands we've talked about earlier. As like the ace-5 suited at full deck. Ace-9 suited, very powerful hand, has equity against every hand basically.
Mm-hmm.
201.
And so this is kind of a big jam, and
I don't know.
Mike admitting that he doesn't know whether to call or not with his tens.
Concerns.
50 antis.
He's doing well against all the hands that aren't in overpair, but he's also not crushing any hand, really. Paul wouldn't really do this move with a hand like 7s or 8s or so. And even against ace-9 suited, which he has dominated, he's only a slight favorite. Yeah, lots of these marginal preflop decisions at short deck.
S and something.
Does get away from it.
Probably wanted to call then.
And you hear Watson immediately suggesting that he probably wanted to call that all-in from Paul Pua, who will collect some chips as the players head to yet another break. Watson is the chip leader with 91 antes at our featured table. Osipal slipping into second. Paul Pua in third. Lun Lun in fourth. And Daniel Cates in fifth. Only Osipal lacks a remaining bullet as the 75K event number 3 from the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition rolls on. Karai, it has been effectively a shove fest. We haven't seen a lot of post-flop play, not a lot of small stuff going on, and this is the nature of short deck.
It is, yeah. It was a lot of fun, though. I mean, we saw so many all-ins. We won't see that many all-ins at full deck. We see action, and we saw the jungle at this last level.
And I'm so sad that that's it for you and I for today, because obviously we're going to pass the baton over to Jeff Gross and Brian Rast for the second half of today's coverage, and they're going to get to be the relative David Attenborough's calling the wild animal in his natural environment. Jungle Man Dan Cate's going to make things interesting. You're not going to want to miss it. Karai and I will step aside. Thank you for joining us thus far. There's a small break. When we return, it is Jeff Gross and Brian Rast with the second half of event number 3. Stay close.
Yeah.
A lot of clean cards available.
Yeah, at full deck we talk about these flops like Jack 10, 6 with like maybe 2 hearts as dynamic flops where you'll see lots of big raises, stuff like that. And here basically every flop is like that.
1, 2, 3, 80 something.
And you talked about Kai Bong Lo playing an action player, and there he is raising it up with the ace 10 in middle position.
Heads up to the ace-jack 8 board. Both players with a piece. Advantage Kai Bong Lo.
Yeah, he has position in this hand, which is such a big factor as well. Bets a little under half pot here. And Putra with the decision, he does have second pair and some backdoors. Backdoors very important in this game also. I mean, he has the king of diamonds, he has some backdoor straights.
Oh,
or
now it's kings and jacks.
Or he could make 2 pairs.
Yeah, but obviously the board texture is such that those kings and jacks don't feel all too comfortable. And you see the all-in from Kai Bong Lo really putting Putra to the test. 72,500, an overbet in relation to the pot. Kai Bong Lo knows that he could be beat, but he's always going to have the Broadway draw. And Putra makes the call, was concerned that he was maybe up against aces, and that is a big call.
That's a very big call, yeah. Kai Bong Lo hoped to get a hand like that to fold, but Putra makes the correct call here. He's a slight favorite to win this hand, but Kai Bong Lo still with 43% equity.
Incredible. And the river is the 6 of diamonds. Not going to do it.
Yeah,
got to be careful how you say that. King Jack offsuit under the gun for Bong Lo Kai. He'll limp in. Now the ace queen for Kiat Lee.
70?
Yeah, less than 50 antes that Lee has here, so he decides to just go in right away. And Ferdinand does have a pretty good hand himself.
Oh, wow. Look at Putra. Putting tremendous pressure on everyone with the all-in. Of course, Kiat-Lee already in there, so Putra will pull back all but 70,000 of his 235 plus. And this is a coin flip between the ace-queen and the 2 jacks. King 9-7. Not helpful to the ace-queen, as Kiat-Lee could be on the verge of redeeming his second bullet.
Oh.
8 on the turn, 10 on the river as the jacks turn into a straight. And Putra continuing. Limps in. Bads with the ace-10. Does the same. Watson pipping Bads with an ace-jack.
Welcome, everyone. Joining me is Brian Rast. I'm Jeff Gross. We're taking over for Ali and Korai. We're going to be playing short deck. We're going to be going through the night here. I'm going to tell you guys my short deck. I love the game. I'm a student of the game. Rast, how is your short deck? How knowledgeable are you on this beautiful game?
You know, I've played a little bit here and there, and talked a bit to some people that are much better short deck players than me, and I'm ready to provide some analysis. You know, I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, we're going to feel great about it by the end. We're getting better. We're going to learn with you guys. I hope you're enjoying on Twitch. I know it's not a game that you guys see so often, but it's an unbelievable game. It's one of the fixtures on the Triton Tour. I've seen some of the greatest. I've been honestly more impressed with some of the players' ability to read hands in short deck and some of the past Triton stops that I saw in London in particular. So I'm excited. I know there's some world-class players, and it's a more popular game in Asia, but it is something that is getting more popular in America. And in general on the tour, I know that a lot of these guys that play the No Limit Hold'em are learning short deck and having fun with it, and it's just a great game. Maybe, Ras, you could give me one sort of big difference from No Limit Hold'em. What is like a immediate, other than the 2, 3, 4, 5 is out? That's a big deal. So
yeah, well, remember that the ace wraps around for the straight. But how about this? Something like a pair of eights, really bad hand in this game, whereas in regular No Limit Hold'em, you kind of think a pair of eights is good. So big difference on something like a pair of eights.
All right, don't play eights. That's a nice tip, and we're gonna dive right in. We got big action here. Look at the stacks. Already Sam Greenwood is off and running. Ali's in there. Not sure his short deck experience. I know Stevie Chidwick has played. Kerry Katz there sitting nice. Danny Tang was trying to enroll people into short deck yesterday. I saw him vying to the table, trying to tell people, no, it's no big deal. Hop in. You'll learn fast. And look at Wai Kin Yong crushing off to a good start. Is on his second bullet though, and we're gonna pick up the action here with some of the best in the world in short deck, and then some others we're not sure. But Kerry's not afraid, Ras. Kerry just dives in. And do you know about Kerry's? I don't want to blow him up, Ras, on his ability, but do you have any idea if Kerry plays short deck regularly?
You know, I don't really know exactly how much he plays. I've actually played with him in. Well, I don't know if it's still called Ivy's Room, but you know what I'm talking about.
Table 1.
Table 1 at Aria, and yeah, I think he plays a lot of the short deck tournaments, so he definitely plays some. Exactly how much, it's hard to say. I know a lot of the guys who play short deck, I mean, there's apps they play on and this, and it's played a little bit more in Asia than in the U.S. for sure.
Yep.
And Kerry's obviously based out of Vegas, but yeah. I mean, I guess hopefully we'll get a sense for how much he plays short deck watching today.
Well, and it does seem that at this stage of the tournament, there's a lot of all-ins. People are kind of vying for position. It's so valuable to have chips late in this, especially as you approach the money bubble. So we see 24 at 37 remain, and I do believe we'll still be seeing a lot of chips in the middle. So definitely some gambling today. It's going to be going on.
So yeah, how many levels?
Okay.
Let's bring this home right here. How many more levels do we have today? Do you know?
Let's see. I think they're playing on. I think we got at least 4 more hours of play. I think it's 40-minute levels. Is that correct still?
So 4 more hours. So yeah, we got 6 levels then, right?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? In case you don't play.
And is the rebuy is till tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, right now everybody can rebuy if they bust.
Yeah, these events aren't going away.
I gotta learn how to play.
Yeah, I remember Wai Kin Yong being an exceptionally good reader of the boards and the game. We're gonna dive in here, boys, and want to thank GG Poker, one of the title sponsors here, play online at GG Poker. There's a couple big names. You may have heard of them. Daniel, Jason, Elke, Fedor, amongst others. Battle on the GG streets. Unbelievable software. Nothing but great things to say about GG Poker. And, of course, the weekly Super Millions Tuesday live stream on YouTube. Whole cards up, commentary, big purses, big names. A lot of guys you see here play on there. And, yeah, we're going to go ahead and just pick up the action rest.
Remember the Jason Kuhn wavy hair, one of one, most valuable in the NFT collection coming soon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this was all in my running joke. So I got to keep it running.
Keep it going.
Yeah, the wavy hair. It's like, because, you don't see Jason Kuhn with the wavy hair very often.
No.
So, all right. Ooh, the double queen 10. One is suited. Suited cards just a lot more valuable in this game. Flushes are kind of the nuts. I mean, it's very hard to make flushes, but they beat full houses.
So, Rast, I don't want to challenge you because I'm not. You've kind of alluded to me. You're not it's not like short deck's your main game, but I don't know how much more valuable are they, because it is the most valuable hand, but it's so rare. That's the theme I've noticed. It's like to make a flush. Like, it just doesn't really happen.
It's very hard. That's why
it's valuable, but it's like
it's harder to. The reason why it's more powerful is it's harder to make than a full house, right? Which is going to seem a little bizarre to anyone that plays any other high game form poker. But yeah, I mean, what you're going to see in short deck here is, it's at first is a different structure, obviously, right? So everybody antes. So it's almost as if everybody is the small blind and the button's the big blind, right? They call it an ante, but you could visualize it almost like that, right? So you could say everybody's anteing and the button does something, or kind of like everybody's the small blind and the button's a big blind. Ends up being the same thing. But and then it starts to the left of the button, so there's not like a traditional blind, and the button's actually, again, last pre-flop as well. So I mean, that's a pretty big fundamental difference too. It's not just, oh hey, short deck, it takes out the cards. It's also like completely changes the structure of how betting happens pre-flop and like how much money's put into the pot. So I mean, you see now there's 30,000 in the pot. I mean, it ends up being pretty significant. So instead of even thinking about how much players have in their stacks relative to the ante, right? How many antes do you have? You should think of it relative to what's in the pot. So like, how many pots do you have? So there's like 30,000 in the pot. So someone, like Chidwick, who just moved all in for 97K, he only has like, just over 3 pots. So, that might be the equivalent of if in No Limit Hold'em, the blinds, there's 2.5 blinds in the pot. That'd be like having 7.5 blinds, right? Because you have, 3 pots or so. So obviously Chidwick doesn't need a very big hand to move all in there, which is why, King 10 off, it's all right. But again, he's getting a really good price to move in. So he takes just like a semi-decent hand and does it. Right. So, but that's pretty similar as if, you had 7 or 8 blinds. Yeah, in No Limit Hold'em, you don't need a very big hand to move all in and attack with like 7 blinds.
Probably not.
How am I doing so far?
I think you're dialed in. The only thing is the flush, I would say. That's why it's more valuable, because it's the most powerful. I just think it's like you just rarely ever see flushes.
So and apparently almost never see the flush over flush.
Right. It's like, if you make a flush, you're in there. You're ready to rock.
You're like, how much can I put in the middle?
Yeah. You're having a bad day if you get flush over flushed in short deck.
Okay, so Queens is a pretty big hand. Again, pairs are really weird in short deck because it's like, obviously aces is the most powerful, but it's just like each time you go down, it starts being a bigger and bigger difference in how powerful it is. But
so, I mean, Wyken Young, I think, is one of the more experienced, and he's a great short deck player from my understanding. If I can remember correctly, we're gonna have to pull it up, but he went first and second in the Triton main event in London, in like the main 250K, I think it was. He took first in the No Limit Hold'em, I think, and second in the short deck, and he was like all in twice versus Bonomo to win it, like with the best hand, and would have won first in Hold'em and short deck in the main events. Like, guy can play some poker, and we're getting to see him here, and he's already got a stack.
But yeah, think about it this way: like, if aces is the most powerful hand, like sixes is absolute garbage,
Right.
Whereas you don't think in Hold'em, I mean, you don't think pocket deuces is garbage. It's just, it's an okay
You're
hand.
set mining.
Yeah, you're set mining, but you're going to play it. But sixes in this is like total garbage. And the reason why is if, let's say, you have sixes or sevens and your opponent has, Jack 10 offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit, like they're just, they're a favorite against you.
Right.
So,
see a couple of those pairs there, snap full in. And don't look now, but who's chip leader? Jason Kuhn, 978,000. Phil Ivey in second. I mean, big names, big stacks. We got.
So yeah, you'll see here, Ollie's actually a somewhat significant favorite.
Sweet.
And Chidwick knew the exact number. No surprise. 56. He said it. 56.
He knows. Some guys know.
He knows.
Ollie doesn't know because he didn't know if he was even ahead.
Yeah.
So. Or he's trolling, He could be
Maybe.
sandbagging.
Oh, here we go. I mean, that's a decent flop. I mean, you got a gutter. The backdoor flush draw is not such a big deal in this game, but
counterfeits are things. So he just switched from ahead to behind, one to come.
Yeah, but almost 50-50.
And there it is.
Still.
Yeah.
I'm really gonna love seeing the odds just update in this game because I'm I don't have the odds as dialed in as I might in like most other games.
We're learning. Can we talk about Kerry Katz's Neo look here? He's going a little Matrix throwback. What's this? Yeah. He's really rocking this look. He's got the trench coat on and those glasses. I mean, a little tired maybe. Who knows? Jet lag. It's been a little bit tricky over here coming. It's a long flight from Vegas.
Yeah, someone should bust it out and start like calling him Mr. Anderson.
He does have it. Look, that's what it is.
Mr. Anderson. It's the stench. I can't get it out of my nostrils.
It is. That's the look. That's what he's got going. All right. Well, this is again. This is a little more gambly. It's fun.
Anyone's like flying in just for.
It's fun to watch, but it's going to be more play in post flop decisions later.
Yeah,
as we
I mean, in some ways, it's likened a bit to PLO in that the hands have closer, the equities running closer, and even that like position is a bit more valuable in this game. And wow, Chidwick is. I mean, he has a bad hand, but I guess he has less than a pot in his stack, so he's just going to go with it because he's getting such a good price with all the antes in there. And we can see he's actually a significant dog here versus Queen 9.
Stevie doesn't look bothered. He knows it's still the rebuy period, and it's time to, these hands don't phase him.
No, I get one more back.
Yeah, you get one more. Yeah.
Respect to Ali here if he really has never played or doesn't know much about the game. He just decided to hop in. A big flop for 7-8 there. He picks up the straight draw with it and a pair.
But
now
the funny thing is Queen 9 off, which has absolutely nothing but just the 2 overcards, is actually 1 and 3 to win still.
Yeah.
Which is, kind of different than what you'd see in Hold'em in that type of spot.
Yeah. And
it's a straight.
Did not know these rules.
Yeah, you got to remember the ace-6 wraparound. He makes a straight. This is the equivalent of the wheel. The ace-6, 7, 8, 9.
Now he's claiming he didn't know that. I mean, I believe that he's not played much at all, but he must know that plays.
Well, I'm sure he knew it, but it's one of those things where you might not recognize it right away.
Hey, when you're under the bright lights, it's Triton. You're at the feature. It's a new game. It's
Listen, let's be honest, viewers at home. There were some of you that didn't recognize it right there.
Yeah,
it takes a second.
Are you looking at me, Rast? Did you think I didn't? Did you think I didn't know? I
didn't say anything, bro.
I kind of knew.
I know there was a split second there. I'm pretty sure you didn't have it figured out.
I just want to point out Danny Tang. He came in the other day, didn't have any gel in his hair. He was just kind of looked like he woke up at the No Limit, but he's got a massage going. He was recruiting players to play. He put some gel in his hair today, and I think he plays some short deck. I think this is his game of choice.
I mean,
he's a tough player. So let's see. My money's on Danny Tang to take this down today, or this event, not today. It'd be hard to win today.
Yeah. I mean, if you take it down today, you're really doing something.
You're on one.
Okay, so what you'll find in short deck is oftentimes people do a lot of like only limp strategy in the early positions, and you do it with some hands that you just do it with everything. So then if you have a monster and someone raises behind you, it's like, trap them. And if you have a weak hand, you can fold. And then, medium strength hands, you could just decide to call, right? It depends on whether or not they go all in or just make a raise. But a lot of people employ limp-only strategies up front because you're just getting such a good price. Like, right, if you're basically only calling the difference between the ante and the button, so 5K here, to win whatever the 30,000 that's in the middle. So you get a great price to limp. So a lot of people adopt that strategy up front.
Yeah. Why King Young going to get out of the way here? It doesn't feel like it's a great scenario to be chasing, even though you saw the equity was pretty close. And Ali going to win another hand, chipping up.
Yeah, I mean, I almost wonder if Ali probably, as a no-limit hold'em player, probably overvalued his holding there.
Yeah.
Maybe some other players would actually check back his hand, right? His hand, ace-queen on queen 10-9, that's a hand that can't take any heat, right? It's like, no, you have... So you could even see king 9 was like just barely a dog.
Yeah.
So... I would guess Ali as a no-limit hold'em player probably overvalues the ace-queen there, and
I think what you're saying is Ali's going to be out relatively quickly.
Listen, what I think is Ali, from a short deck player's perspective, is going to make some interesting plays.
He's going to be exactly.
He's going to be in there. He's going to be like, you always got a blocker in this game. He's going to be doing.
He might be speeding a little.
Yeah, or whatever. Just have his own interpretation of everything. Now, Chidwick is going to call for sure, and you can see, actually, Jack-10 suited happens to be a favorite against pocket tens. How's that?
That's hard. That's
pretty
that's
wild,
a little hard
right?
to wrap your head around, but it's there's some chops too, right? That's why it's not adding to 100, 52, 41, and look at that, just like that double gutted
pocket tens. Wow, the equities didn't change. Oh.
That's a big card.
Pretty much over.
It does feel like you can't miss. If you look at that board, it's like, how could he actually miss? And he just didn't. He didn't miss.
So this is what I'm saying. It's just like, as you go down, pairs get pretty weak, right? I mean, pocket tens are a dog to Jack-10 suited. I mean, how good can pairs really be? I mean, you're kind of set mining a lot with pairs, unless it's like aces or kings or maybe queens. But once you start getting to jacks, it starts to get a little dicey.
No, thank you.
And even pair versus pair is still probably about as big a favorite it gets. It's like a 75-25. But
All right. Well, we're seeing some. We're gonna start seeing some post flop as the stacks get deeper too. That's just the reality of it. When you got under 100, and even here at 272, I mean, he's effectively shoving less, I'm sure. Which, he's just basically shoving on carry stack. But it's really interesting to see how these players approach this and who's going for it and who's being a little more cautious. Although at this point we've seen one speed. There's really been
it's just like all in.
Yeah, all in your
pairs.
head.
I mean, I think this game is one where short stacks could really start like dominating the play, and once that stack to pot, let's call it, ratio rather than antes, gets short enough, then it's kind of like jam or fold.
Yeah.
So. So 9, I'm guessing limping up front, he has something like, well, there's the 10 of hearts, so maybe the 8 of hearts or the jack of hearts or the ace of hearts. I mean, suited aces are pretty strong. I mean, they're actually not very big dogs against a pair. Like, suited ace is not that big a dog against, like, pocket kings. It's pretty wild.
Yep. Carry in the middle. Carry's a quick study. we spoke on his resume. He's number 8 all time in the money list, which is pretty unbelievable. And he has like 30 million in cashes, and he has no score over 2.4 million, which is actually even more of it unreal. So let's see how Carey can transition into no limit. Look, he does. This is like a coin flip. Jack 10, Ace Queen.
Here's the problem. I mean, I feel like we should stop using the term coin flip. I mean, it's like Ace Queen's a small favorite.
We're taking edges.
I mean, listen.
It's the same in Hold'em. You don't call.
Do you like
nines
having
to
a
Ace
6?
King?
I don't. I try not to call them coin flips.
And
Actually,
Ace King. You think you're crushing someone when you have 9s to Ace King? You just got him.
What is it like? 55-45, Ace King off. 54-46.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'll take 8% edge all day. You can Casino of Brian.
Wow, Carey just got a.
Not so dead. 153.
Listen, at the Casino of Brian, you're allowed to gamble, giving me an 8, 9, or 10% edge. Okay, it's open.
Fair enough. All
All right.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Carey, look at Carey, man. Who loves Dragon Pots more than Carey? Does he love poker more than anyone you know or
He
not?
does,
Is
he
he number 1 or in top 5? Like he's definitely.
He's
top
definitely
5.
up there. I'd have to think before I'd say number 1, but I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously the guy made a bunch of money doing something else, and it just not only does he play, it's like with the whole Poker Go, Poker Central. Even before he did that as companies, he was organizing those ARIA tournaments, like 10, 25, 50Ks, starting back to like 2014. Like just so he could
basically
play.
He's doing what everyone as you get older, like how fun is. He basically built a playground in his neighborhood to play.
He's like, I want to play as much poker as possible.
Yeah,
so like, how can I make that happen? Contribute to the poker community.
Triton and Poker Go. I mean, it's just
the Triton guys are pretty similar at the end of the day. I mean,
yeah.
Paul and Richard. It's kind of like they're doing the same thing.
Yeah,
like, hey, we love poker. We want to play. We want to good for the poker community. Let's just. Oh, there's Ace King. I mean, that's going in. There it is. And now who can call him? I don't know if anybody can call him. I mean, maybe Ali, just because he's so short. He'd be the only candidate, but I think everybody's just fold. Yeah, it seemed pretty reasonable. And Chidwick just scoops.
Good hand. The only person who goes all in more than you is Sam.
Stevie kind of looked at him like, "Is that a comp? Doesn't feel like a compliment, Carey. I can play post flop too."
No, not that. Chidwick's probably like, yeah, because you're supposed to go on more. All you guys are fucking nits.
I'm playing
excuse
great.
me.
Because I'm actually playing great, Carey.
You guys realize how much money's out there in nannies?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, who knows what he's thinking? But I would. I mean, maybe Sam's a good short deck player.
I would bet that.
I would bet he's a good short deck player.
Yeah. I don't think too many are lighting on fire other than allegedly Ali with some of his statements today. Right? He's implying he's not a short deck guy, and Danny Tang gonna just go ahead and put
there's a number of the No Limit guys who aren't playing this actually.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. It's a lot of money just to flick it in.
It's 75 dimes.
Yeah.
I mean, Bitcoin's almost back at 50,000.
Bitcoin is moving. That does help this type of.
TV to see how bad I'm going.
Oh, Danny actually hit his cards there.
Danny's actually not showing his cards on a bunch of hands. Have you noticed that?
No. Can we get a? Yeah. He mic'd in a couple all-ins. He asked for help on his all-ins. Like he called into the booth.
Oh, really?
He was all in. So we have to call down there and let him know he needs to show his hands.
Is he tense?
Since I've been here, I have noticed multiple hands that are black, that are anonymous. Hey, Anon. You want to show your hands?
We're gonna have to. Yeah, we'll see if that keeps going on. Everyone else is showing.
Look at the hair. He's got to be tense.
Okay, King 9 off. That's a garbage hand. 8s. I'm curious. I think he's gonna fold it.
I think he's gonna limp.
This feels slightly disrespectful.
I know Stevie's short deck game. Danny's gonna put a little pressure here. Of course, the Jack 10's so nice to look at. Oh, neck's not suited, and maybe it's actually tricky when you don't raise, and if you make your hand, it's like someone's like, oh, no one raised.
Well, sets. So he's set mining, but sets are powerful. Set is a favorite against a made straight on the flop. So Ooh, Ali with the set. Ooh, and queens and sevens, the only other hand that really has a piece. I mean, Jack 10, it's not a very good flop for the Jack 10 off. But looks like Wykin and Ali are gonna. I think Ali's. I mean, he's gonna go all in. He only has 84,000. I don't really think there's another play here. I mean, it does. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to really just call and let anyone in behind you. So, and I think Wykin. Yeah. The other way Wykin can win, of course, is running tens.
Seems like a lot in this game. Yeah. 84?
84.
But yeah, a few other just basic short deck odds. So I was talking about suited aces before. I mean, they're over 40% versus a hand like kings or queens or just a pair, which people coming from Hold'em would probably be surprised to learn.
What about aces versus the worst hand basically could have? And the thing is, no one's really playing like, I guess like aces versus ace six would be the biggest favorite in the possible matchup.
Wow, okay.
Yeah,
right?
maybe. Or maybe it would, no, maybe it would be like,
It's gotta
it'd probably be like eights versus like 8-7 off or something.
He plays pretty fast, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
or sevens versus 7-6 off.
Yeah, that makes some sense.
High stakes.
Yeah, I don't know.
But aces versus ace six off feels pretty nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like you're just.
Oh. Ouch.
Yeah, so again, we are seeing a lot of all-ins, but there will be, once things slow down, the rebuys close, start getting closer to the play there'll be more post-flop, more decisions. I remember some of the most interesting poker I saw was in the Triton London, I believe main event, 250K, and it was some unbelievable play. Like one of the players there, like just some of the reads, some of the post-flop folds and value bets, it was pretty incredible. So, if you like action, you're in a good spot right now because there's a lot of collisions and chips flying. If you are looking more for post-flop, you'll have that as well today. So a little everything.
So far, we've gotten very little post-flop play.
Yep. Yeah, we're still in the semi-early stage. Although, look at 25 of 40, it starts getting middling to the thing. I think right now there'd be, 6 players cashing and maybe 7 even, and there will be more entries. There'll be some rebuys, and then tomorrow it's open until.
Chidwick just checking back the 10-9 suited, which is a really strong hand, but just curious. Does not decide to jam it.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's deeper now, these guys, too, right? Everyone's got 200 effective. So
the 10-9 suited is actually the best equity versus aces. Interestingly enough.
It's a little better than Jack 10 suited, I guess, because of the straight. You make the extra straight possibility.
Yeah, it's slightly farther away.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both, that's kind of a splitting hairs, 1 or 2% type of deal. But
we're here to be specific, Ras, so let's call it what is 9-10 suited against Jack 10 suited.
The best hand versus aces. The aces killer. Wow, Ali trying to bluff this.
There was a bit of a short deck movement for a bit. Do you remember? Like, it did feel it for a minute. There was some site, like it looked like it might be the next big, like, PLO, and it sort of lost a little steam, but there's also, I think a lot of people still play it, and it's definitely the most popular game in Asia, my understanding. That's like the game of choice.
So that was a blank really. And Ali, let's see if he pulls the trigger here on the river. I mean, he did have the jack as kind of a straight blocker, but now there's full houses. But, you know, obviously he has no showdown. It's just about the worst hand possible.
That is going to work.
Yeah, it's a tough call here.
You have to really go in the matrix to find a call button there. It's a tough one. Ali just showing his prowess, showing he's not afraid, showing willingness to go for it.
Oh, really? No?
Not from a limp.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. I mean, he basically took a hand that was a massive dog versus carry. I mean, it pretty much couldn't win. You could chop if they both hit the straight and took down the pot.
Jack.
Yeah, as it turned out, it was almost no way Kerry was going to win the hand. They were either going to chop or he was going to lose because Ali was going to rip it on the river. So unless he had caught up and chopped.
Yeah, I think it's very easy for Hold'em players who come over here to bluff a lot, because in Hold'em you're kind of like, oh, I'll wait till I have pretty good blockers, and then I think when you start playing short deck, all of a sudden it's just, if you don't have a hand, it's pretty easy to have blockers that feel relevant, right?
Yeah. Tang, recognizing some maybe weakness, and then just no one has some there. Kind of just pick it up. Yeah, Dan Tang has had a very impressive resume, kind of burst on the scene, won the 50K in Vegas a couple years ago, pre-COVID, took down one of the high rollers, I think it was one of the first years the World Series really started having a little more regular high rollers, and he is a staple on the Triton Tour.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's there. He's very happy not being called. So to distinguish that from maybe no limit Hold'em, where in that type of spot, if let's say you went all in with Jacks, you'd be like, I'm not saying it's not like Aces fist pump, but you're generally okay.
Yeah, you might 4-1 someone. You're probably flipping.
Yeah, maybe they have, but in short deck, no. I mean, in that particular spot, it's pretty happy not getting called with Jacks.
Unless you get called by Jack 10 suited.
Again,
it's
probably not like nearly as bad as you think. The suited, the Jack 10 being in the middle, it's so easy to make those straights.
I'm gonna get you off the suited in short deck by the end of the stream, because you're gonna see. I don't think we might not see a flush tonight.
But it still adds some value.
It'll take your percentages up. They just never come. I've noticed.
Yeah, but it takes the percentages up, and obviously when you do flop the flush draw in the gutter or whatever, I mean, you rip it.
Right, it gives you confidence, but it just doesn't come.
You're just drawn to the nutter butters.
It's true. Just never. Flushes are so rare. It's like hitting a royal and holding.
Yeah, but it's not about the flush oftentimes, right? It's about the flush draw. It's almost the same in No Limit Hold'em, in my opinion, pretty often. I mean, you have those suited connected hands. Oh, it's like now some percent of the time you're just flopping that flush draw. Now you get to fight for the pot.
Right. You're on team equity. I get it.
I'm on team equity, team fight, team ultimate fighting championship.
Oh yeah, you're fired up. UFC. When is it? It's this week and your big fight, right? You're excited.
Oh yeah, Kamzat, man, the fucking hype train. I'm actually betting against them, but dude, I love that guy. It's so weird. I'm betting against them. I got plus 450 on Gilbert Burns, but I almost want to lose my bet. I don't, because I bet enough where I don't want to lose, but if I lose, I won't be unhappy.
You're emotionally hedged.
Yeah,
Nice.
Emotionally, I'm
smart betting. I think. I don't know.
Well, I'm not betting for that reason, but it happens to be that way a little bit.
We are seeing, I think, an uncharacteristic amount of all-ins, like even because it's starting to get where people are doubling or getting a little deeper, but
Ace King. One of the things you're going to see in short deck is just Ace King just ships it. It's kind of like No Limit. You see No Limit tournaments, someone gets Ace King, they're finding a way to put it all in. That's going to happen here a bunch. I mean, the Ace King versus Kings, again, you're really not that big of a dog even. It's like the hand you don't want to see is aces. I'll tell you what, the last short deck tournament I played, or maybe even two, whatever, I had Ace King versus aces. Just no problem. It was like somebody limped in early, go all in. Oh, he had aces. I feel like probably in short deck stuff like that happens way more frequently because you just have 16 less cards. Wow. So here we have everybody truly flopped nothing. Someone find a bluff at some point. I have a feeling, yeah, Danny Tang, it being the much more experienced short deck player, is probably going to win these battles where, you know, him and Kerry Katz both don't have anything.
Just want to give you guys an update again. Triton/poker.com, or hyphen, I guess it's Triton-poker.com. You can see the actual seating chart. So if you click there, have you seen this? You've seen this, right? You guys are looking at this?
Yeah.
You go to seating chart. It looks like a poker table, and it shows you the outer tables. You can click there and even see the seating arrangement, how many chips they have, and then you can click on the players and see their profile. So very
I love
cool.
this app.
Jason Kuhn is in second. Phil Ivey, some people requesting, what up, Twitch? I see you guys. We're on YouTube and Twitch, but Twitch, I'm reading the chat. I'm seeing you guys, a lot of familiar faces. Let us know where you're from. Let us know if you're enjoying. Let us know if you are a short deck pro. If anyone wants to add some comments, advice, color on this. But we're doing our best to go through this with you guys and watching the plays, trying to predict what's happening, and I think we're learning. We're progressing. Phil Ivey in fourth, Jason Kuhn in second, off to good starts.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Kuhn likes this game, plays it well. Phil Ivey even told me that he likes the short deck.
Phil Ivey, one of the last high rollers before COVID went down in Russia. He took down super high roller, the short deck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he got first and second even, I think, and the two big ones. So
okay.
I mean, yeah, Phil Ivey knows his short deck.
Yeah. He knows
What doesn't Phil Ivey know? I mean, that guy can play. He's played a lot of poker. He just took down a heads-up tournament, WPT. Do you see that? 25K,
no.
like 64 person.
Oh, really?
Took it down. Some guys can do it. That's a guy that guy has done it. Phil's done it. Ace Queen to Jack 10. Who's going to do this? Slight edge, Stevie.
Ooh.
What a flop.
Pretty good flop.
Actually, a really good flop for Ace Queen because now he just
9 and 9 only. Oh, there it is.
That's a guy.
It just comes in short deck, huh?
Wow.
You in the booth.
I don't even want to get on my ace queen kick. That is my least favorite hand of all time. Of a big hand. I'm not saying I don't like seeing it because it's a nice hand, but I'm just saying that hand is it just doesn't seem to go. Things don't go well. Ahead, behind, flipping.
He doesn't believe in a jinx.
I've only played poker 20 years, Ras. Maybe it's just the variance so far. Maybe things are gonna shift for ace queen. But my memory, I wrote a poem about ace queen actually. That's how special it is to me.
You need to see a sports psychologist, buddy.
No, I don't. I did self-help on the poem writing.
Get you over your ace queen.
Aaron's in the chat. Aaron's seen it. Aaron 1212, how you doing, man? Good to see everyone. A lot of love for Twitch. A lot of love for Triton. Look at this production. Look at the table. The dealers have been excellent.
The clock.
The clock is like Carrie's already tried. Someone's got to check Carrie's coat pockets when he leaves because they try to grab a clock.
Wants to get one of these clocks.
I've heard him. I mean, the guy is
Look,
literally.
it's got numbers on each side. You can see it from everywhere. It's programmable. Each street can have a different amount of time. I mean, what is going on?
It's a great clock.
We're just going to make a great clock, is what Triton said. Oh, here Chidwick's got the ace queen again.
He's not deterred though. He's not going to just because.
And look here, ace queen versus queen jack off. It's only 60-35.
Let's see what happens.
I mean,
I think it's more.
Can
like
you believe
50-50.
the queen jack dominated hand? But
Danny Tank's getting a massage, gel in the hair, short deck whiz. I mean, I talk about this all the time.
There it is.
No one wants to listen about ace queen. I'm just going to keep saying it. You guys can think I'm nuts. But I'll just keep talking about it. And then at some point, you guys go, oh, hello. It's almost disrespectful for the hand. It's just like, how could you play ace queen?
How many of the kickers did you hit? 3 of them to make quads. Chidwick lost a bullet.
Quad.
Oh, is it a thing where each rebuy you get like multiple bullets? They don't put all the chips on at one time? Oh, yeah.
That is, yeah. I mean, it is 75K a pop. So you
Oh,
get
so actually it'll probably get like deeper right after the buy-in period ends then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it's like you just have to have all your bullets on the table, right?
No,
Or no, how do they run that? Do you have to put all your bullets on after the rebuy?
I think you get it. Like, yeah, if you don't use them, they go in your stack.
They go in?
I believe. That's,
not like you just keep, like someone could be at the final table, like, and still have the rebuy. No, you can't do that.
No.
You're like, oh, busted. Psych. Nope, I've still got 2 bullets left, but they're super short.
Can't do it.
No.
So,
yeah, just limping with the Jack-10. I mean, I feel like everybody probably plays this way a bunch. Oh, King-Jack suited here. That's a pretty good hand. He might raise it up here.
Yeah, these are. You know, it's hard when you have a really bad hand in
No.
short deck. It's like it's sort of brutal because it
Who's
feels like you should
considering
always have something playable.
Maybe he's worried if he raises, he just gets shipped on and does. Oh,
hello.
Doesn't want to do that. So maybe I feel like if they were all deeper, I think he raises the King-Jack suited there, but it's probably a function of the stack depth. Like it's one of those things where he makes it like 50K, and then those stacks with like 200-300, it's just like shove, and he doesn't want to raise and get shoved on. So whereas if they all had like 1 million, he makes it 50, and it's a different proposition.
This is an amazing spot for Wai-Kin Yong. I mean, he's got his opponent drawing to a chop, and even more dreamy because
what a card.
He just got he has him in the blender here. Almost no way out for all that. I don't really see a ton of scenarios. Even now he's gonna lead.
No, but he leads very small. It's kind of a weird bet size because it's giving a great price to 2 pair sets, even flush draws, and it kind of, I think it's a bet that is going to be very jack heavy, right? Because now the straight got there and he's leading, so we'll see what Wai-Kin does. But my guess is he just raises right here, and
it's gonna be hard to get. I guess if he calls, it's just he's thinking. Yeah, he's weighing.
Thinking, well, if you have a jack, then I want to get more money, and if for some reason you don't have a jack but played it this way, like I want to charge you.
It's kind of a weird spot. How? Yeah, I mean, Ali may be realizing too that it's possible, right? It's kind of like not an amazing spot. It's unlikely that he's winning, purely winning.
Now it's a function of that lead puts him in kind of a difficult spot, and how's he going to navigate it? I mean, if he folds right here, then it turned out that the lead probably saved him money. But yeah, I mean.
Chop, chop. No chop,
Yeah, it's ended up. I mean, folding just would be too insane, right? So
I don't know. I mean, this is short deck here, though.
No, I
mean,
get
it's
it.
just much easier.
It'd be a great fold.
Kind of even easier for your opponents to have hands like that. I'm not saying he should fold.
Oh my goodness!
Chop, chop. It was chop, chop.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, we're getting a nice bit of all-ins, but as we see a little more post-flop, guys are getting a little deeper, and we're gonna be seeing a lot of action to the money here. It's a long way to go, and the rebuy period's still open. Do you think we'll see tomorrow people coming fresh, or because it is a game that if actually come a little later, you might save because you could be all in a lot. If you're not looking to go crazy in buy-ins, like you come in early, you could be exposed for some buy-ins.
I mean, I like the max late reg.
Yeah,
I'm down, so maybe some other people are too.
We look there. Wai-Kin Yong would have had a lot more. I mean, really fortunate, Ali, after getting in a bad spot, he was going to be on a potentially another rebuy. I mean, that was a huge pot. He would have had over 100 blinds if he took that down. We're in here, guys. We're in here. I hope you're enjoying the short deck. This is a 2-day event. there is rebuys open till tomorrow. Ras, so far takeaways, this stage of the tournament. Are you surprised how many all-ins? Is this just the nature of the game?
No, not too surprised. Part of me would like to see a little bit more post-flop. I feel like it's really, in some ways, a little bit more fun to analyze some of that. And we did get a little bit. But yeah, no, not surprised at all. I mean, short deck with all the chips out there between the ante, all those antes, yeah, it's just going to be a lot of all-ins.
And how would you describe PLO, no limit hold'em, and short deck from a tournament aspect? Because all these games are cash games, but there is nuances in tournaments, of course, for no limit hold'em, PLO. What is sort of a overall difference in short deck tournaments and as it gets close to the money?
I think theoretically, short deck is going to play a bit more like PLO, where the equities run closer, position super important, and from an ICM perspective, because that's really what happens with the tournament as you get close to the money, that part of the question. There's some very extreme effects in short deck, and to quickly expand on that, the reason is because in no limit it can be a little easier to find some hands that'll be over some threshold that you need after whatever equity you need plus the ICM juice, right? 55% or more. You got tens or ace king suited, you clear that. Unfortunately, in short deck, it can be almost impossible to be 60% with almost anything other than maybe aces.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and one thing I want to add to that, it's also why there is such an incentive, I think, to get chips early, because when you do come to the bubble, oftentimes you will see, if you have a massive lead, you can really exert force and put people to your point. If you're only 10% favorite, but you're going to get $0 if you bust right now, you have to make some big folds. And people at the chip lead are able to really just kind of put you in a very difficult spot and sort of separate themselves before the money and then put themselves in a better chance to win. So,
100%.
Let's we'll pay attention to that, but there's definitely different inflection points to this tournament, and more so, I think you're exactly right. So let's see. Look at Ali with eights all of a sudden is behind, but up to 458,000.
So I think Ali's call here is a bit questionable, right? Chidwick's moving all in, and Chidwick doesn't need a very big hand, but if he has a bigger pair, he's a 3-1 favorite, as we just saw, and just any other hand Chidwick moved all in with, even Jack 10 off or Ace King, they're all favorites. I mean, essentially, he's a dog, and it'll be sometimes a 3-1 dog, and sometimes just a small dog. I just don't really think that he's getting the right price to call with eights there. Again, it's one of those things, and it's actually the thing I led with at the beginning of the broadcast, right? When you asked me, what's, something like pocket eights isn't a very strong hand, right? And so I think a no-limit player is going to, drastically overvalue it, really, because it's, let's say pocket eights is it's 5-3 suited or something.
Yeah. You did specifically say eights do not play.
Yeah.
Ali did not catch the memo from King Rast over here. Eights, stay away.
Yeah, let's put it this way, 10-9 offsuit is a decent favorite over pocket eights. That's how bad it is, right? And just any hand Chidwick would be going all in with, Queen 10, Ace King, Ace 9 suited, whatever. I mean, they're just all favorites. And then if he has nines through aces, now he's a 3-1 favorite. So, I mean, eights is probably 40% there or less. So, but it's just, it looks nice in Hold'em. You're kind of like, oh, eight's nice. This is a decent hand. Okay, so here we saw him actually do a small raise in EP as opposed to limping. So Danny going to be mixing it up, it looks like. Not doing the limp-only strategy in early. And Carrie's going to defend here with a decent hand in position. And again, that raise is not very big. Just a little bit more for him to call. So Carrie does have a 10, somewhat relevant card. Obviously blocking 10-9 a bit. I think that's really, he understands Queen High is probably not good, and he's got the 10 blocker. so he decides to use that to bluff. And we'll see what Danny thinks about that. You know, maybe he decides to peel here. I know in Hold'em it would be very standard, especially with the King of Hearts. Again, very difficult to run out flushes. Oh. With Kerry having no equity here, I kind of think he's going to give up. That was probably a one shot, or if he picked up something like a jack or an 8, maybe he keeps bluffing, but just kind of feels like, with, you know, doesn't have a flush draw, doesn't have a straight draw, just has stone nothing. And the ace is better for Danny's range than his, I think. I think he probably just gives this up. Ooh.
Kerry, we were just talking though. He's a guy that does kind of bring a blend. You don't know what Kerry you're going to get on the day. Some days he can be super tight, and some days he can just go for it, like we see here. And if you're Danny and you hit the ace and he's firing like this too, it's also a little uncomfortable, right? Because you know you could be basically drawing dead.
I mean, I guess now that he hits the ace, like he's definitely calling here, I would guess, and just going to evaluate river. But yeah, I mean, this is a spot where if he calls, there's not that much left, so he's going to be a great price on the river. But let's see. I mean, Kerry puts that extra bullet in.
I give up.
Okay, he gives up.
Yeah, and from Kerry's perspective too, when you get called and the ace peels, I don't hate that bluff, right? Because what if Danny has like queens or king?
I mean, he is blocking queens, but yeah, kings, queens,
an overpair,
jacks.
overpair.
Yeah.
Yes. That you know where I was going.
Yeah.
But yeah, queen specifically not. But right, it was a. He went on a little ambitious tour. He went for it. He went on a safari. And one more bullet, we'll never know, but I don't know. It's kind of that gets tough, right? That's where the poker comes down to it. Like now it's a matter of does Danny think Kerry is ever going to triple barrel? And look, he didn't when he didn't have it, so that's all the more reason why it'd be effective, because he might be like, wow, is he really going to shell it off here with just air ball? So
that would have looked so strong if he shelled the river and you know, Danny's getting like more than 3-1 to call.
Right.
I mean, like maybe he just calls because he has ace king, but like you never know in spots like that.
I don't think he would have called. There would have been some time banks used.
Yeah.
There would have been some. There would have been.
That would have looked so strong, right? I mean, it's like you have to have 3 9s. Like ace king is bluff catching for sure. I mean, he's getting a good price to bluff catch, and all the draws missed. But actually, all the draws didn't miss. See, 7-8 made the straight on the ace.
Oh.
6 9 9. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that would have
shell it.
Oh, so and that's to be credited, that was a bit.
So 3 9s or a straight.
Yeah, Kerry finds a good hand with kings here, and just gonna pick it up. Getting folds is not the worst result with all the antes and in general.
He didn't get a fold.
Oh,
why can calls Queen 10 suited?
He did put it in. Okay.
So we can see Queen 10 suited here 30%, but if that moved down to like 10-9, it'd probably be over. Because kings actually run some interference on the straight, on the upside. That's why you'd like some separation from the pair. And it actually affects the equities much more than in Hold'em because of how easy it is to make a straight.
Kerry, big pot. I mean, that's a significant pot. He's up to 500 almost. So I think one of the things we're noticing here is the fact that people understand for sure that as you go deeper, that is a problem if you're short stacked because of equity. So I think it's really this is a function of people gambling now. They say that, look, I want to get a stack because I don't want to be on the chopping block, having to fold big hands on the bubble. It's more fun to always have chips on the bubble, right? That's just in general.
But this is a game where that's like super true.
Yep.
I'm sure that after after watching this, I already kind of want to play. I've always just loved playing new games, and that's kind of like where I got to where I am in my poker career. Just, oh, new game, yeah, let's play. Oh, let's play for money. I'm kind of already like wanting to play. Like, I mean, 75 is a lot to ask when you're just not very good at a game. but I'm jonesing. I think I'm definitely playing like the WSOP like 10K or whatever it is, like 100%. Ooh, King 8, top 2. Ali has a mystery card, which can't be like too important, but could give him a gutter or perhaps top pair. But Putra's the one who smashed this, and in position, he's going to get to bet. It's nice being in position. You just always get to bet. If it's checked you get to bet. And in this game, position is even more important than hold'em. There are just some games when you play them where it just feels so disgusting to be out of position.
Yep.
So I don't have as much experience in this game, but this is, a game that's supposed to be like that. Especially deep, deep, it's really brutal to be out of position in this game. I've heard from people who play, cash short deck, which I haven't played. I've very much at all. But here's a game. It's a pot limit deuce to 7 triple draw, which we're not going to see in Triton. But this is a game that it is brutal to be out of position, in my opinion. Just very brutal. After you play games like short deck or pot limit deuce to 7 triple draw, it's like playing no limit hold'em. You're just like, oh, out of position is not like that big a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like you like being out of position, but there's just some games where it's much tougher. And so.
Let's see, Ferdinand Putra played the £1 million Triton London. So if I recall, he got a pretty unfortunate beat towards the end of the money, but like I was saying to, ooh, hello, nice to hit that set. When I was saying to Korai, it is anyone who plays a £1 million entry tournament, respect, not sure is all of his poker resume, but that's definitely strong.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, that card is one that's going to scare Putra a bit because now there's flushes and straights. And, Y-King is going to start finding some bluffs here because, I mean, he's got some decent draws, right? He's got the king of spades, so if a spade comes, and then a jack to hit a straight from the 10. So, some potential there. I don't think Y-King's going to fold this.
No. Wow.
Oh, he does.
That's interesting.
Wow.
I think, yeah. I mean, I guess I could all options.
I mean, we could
there
see on the equities he actually didn't have that much equity, so it was a good fold. But that goes to show my short decking experience. Probably, I'm sure Y-King.
Yeah. Want to take this moment to thank our sponsor, GG Poker. Play online at GG Poker. Look at these guys: Daniel, Jason, Elke, Fedor. Unreal software, just a great site, and many of these players do battle on there. I know weekly Super Millions 10K buy-in Tuesday show on YouTube every week. You guys can watch that. Whole cards up. Really cool spot. And again, today live poker, but if you're looking for a good option, GG Poker is just that. So Stevie gonna rip it in for 172 with the ace jack. Not suited. See if he gets a customer, and that is not the hand. I mean, you talk equities. This is not the spot when you get.
Well, we were just talking about this now. Okay, 79-16. I mean, it's not. It's probably better than ace 6 off, but yeah, it's a big dog.
Yeah, it's a.
All right, so we've got a special treat for you right here. I'm going to take a little break and get out of here. So the boss himself, who, by the way, apparently has the chip lead now in the tournament with 1.5 million, he's going to step in and talk to you guys about short deck. He knows about as much as anybody and a lot more than me. Jason Kuhn.
All All right, Rasty, go brush up on your flushes in this game. I'm going to talk with Jason. He does have the chip lead, and he is going to make some time for us here in a second. He's joining us, and I'm going to try to compress as much knowledge as we can about the game.
Right there.
Yeah, Jason, welcome in. How are you doing? I see chip leader. It's not bad, right?
Doing good, man. Finally got a good night's rest. Playing my favorite game.
So it's okay. That's a big statement because you're known No Limit Hold'em, one of the best in the world in that game, and this is your favorite game. How has that become?
It's just a really good time. It's a laid-back atmosphere. You play a bunch of hands. It's a pretty casual, gambly feel. You know, I think it's a fantastic game for gambling. A good poker game shouldn't be defined by the pros getting to win all the time. So I think high variance formats of poker are actually really, really good for poker because, you know, if you're new to the game, you stand a chance to win. Whereas if you go to sit down at a 500 big blind deep, no limit cash game and you're new to the game, you're going to lose basically every time.
Can you put in perspective actually how, I mean, obviously there's a lot of skill, and at this stage of the tournament we do see a lot of all-ins, but it does get to be post-flop more as it gets deeper. How would you compare No Limit Hold'em versus short deck tournaments? Like, what is the skill differential?
Well, one of the things, it's easy to say, oh, whenever it's deep, it's all skill, and whenever it's shallow, it's all luck. But it just isn't true. The beautiful thing about short deck is there's so much laying in the pot at the beginning of every hand. Say they're six-handed here. There's 7 antes laying in the pot. And if you make a pre-flop mistake, it's actually quite expensive because of that. So all of these situations are unique. It's impossible to kind of model every situation in your head because once you take one, say, short stack and put him in this seat, and then 2 deep stacks and put him in this seat, and then another short stack here, it completely changes the pre-flop. So it's very, very complex and hard to adjust in real time, which creates a lot of room for edge, even though it looks like, oh, these guys are just getting all in, and it's like 50-50 every time, and people get sucked out on. Well, that would be like saying I'm break even at blackjack at the casino because I win 45% of the time. The casino, I'm pretty sure, is making a pretty good living off those 5% edges.
Yeah.
And if you're sitting here and you know more about pre-flop than everyone else, those little 5%ers add up to a pretty good win rate.
For sure, yeah. And someone who is coming in, I think Ali's referencing that he hasn't played much short deck, seems almost like confused by this, a little bit of the rules, which I'm sure he's brushed up on. How hard, you know, like the edge gap is it? It would be harder to come into a no limit event and win it versus this. Is that
absolutely?
That makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely right. You can just decide to gamble and get all in pre-flop a few times and maybe get lucky and suck out, and that happens a lot. And like I said, that's not a bad thing. People think, oh, you know, this is just all luck, and it just isn't the case. It's just you get lucky a lot more often in this game than you do in other games, and I think that's why PLO has its appeal too. You know, you can play loose and you can win sometimes with the worst hand.
For sure. And also the bubble, let's talk that, because that is something where I think, as it seems, it's more incentivized to gamble, build a stack, because the equities are so close. So on the bubble, if you do have the chip lead, you can really leverage that. People don't want to take a marginal spot because it's hard to find huge dominated situations pre-flop. Is that the case as well?
Well, yeah. Sometimes people don't want to take a marginal spot, but there are a lot of people in this poker tournament who don't mind taking marginal spots on the bubble. So it kind of creates a mess, because if you say you have the chip lead and you're playing the way that everybody, in quotes, should be playing, if they're playing perfectly, you really get to wield it, and you get to, because equities do run so close together. Say you get it in whatever ace-7 to kings. Well, hey, you're going to win almost 40% of the time there. So if a guy needs, you know, more than 60% equity to call off his chips, which oftentimes you do under lots of ICM pressure, that means that you can only call with aces in theory.
Right.
So a lot of these spots, in theory, the big stack should just destroy everyone. But that isn't the case at Tritons all the time, because you're shoving into a couple of billionaires who own 3 G6s and are just like, I've got 2 kings, let's see the river. You know?
Exactly. So it's actually, it's more fun because it's not even, you don't even, it's just sort of.
It's at least different. I won't say it's more fun or less fun, but you don't, it's not like you just get to go in and do what perfect players would do against each other, and that creates a puzzle in and of itself. So you have to decide who at the table is going to crush you and just call off way too wide, or who at the table is maybe a little bit too conservative, and then you have to use your creativity to decide what the best strategy is. So you're talking about a game that is just so dynamic and hard because of all of these elements that you can't really just quantify it into a little math equation.
Right.
Every situation's unique, and that's why I think when you're watching, keep an open mind with the people that are very, very experienced at this game, because you may see them do something that you think is reckless or too tight or dumb. And the truth of it is they probably have a lot of information that the viewer doesn't have that is leading them to that point in the decision tree.
Yeah, I saw on one of your on social media you referenced 33 months since the last Triton event that was in London, and if I remember correctly, Wai-Kin Yong got first and second in the two main events, one in short deck and the other in no limit hold'em. And actually, I think he lost to Bonomo heads up in short deck, and he had them all in a couple times with the best hand. So this guy can play cards, and short deck is maybe his specialty, but he's a pretty darn good player overall.
He's a three-time Triton champion, and he's a good PLO player. Wai-Kin is just a true poker player. He loves all the games, and he probably plays mostly for fun, but that doesn't mean he's not an expert or professional level player at all the games.
You mentioned PLO. He plays PLO. PLO is a popular game. I have heard whispers Triton maybe will add PLO to the stops. What are your thoughts? Because it's been strictly short deck and no limit, which is great. But what about?
No, we've had a PLO event or two.
Okay.
And the first PLO event was absolutely insane. No one knew the rules, and everybody decided to support Triton and jump in. So we had a lot of guys raising and re-raising the river with one spade on their hand and thinking they had the nut flush, which was really funny because the dealer looked really confused when the pot was 300 big blinds and the guy just had the bear king of spades and thought he had the nut flush. And we're like, no, you have to play two of the cards in your hand, so I get all of that pot.
But so it might become more of a fixture. It's been experimental so far.
Yeah, no, I think we'll throw it in there for sure. It's just, it's a market, right? And you have to treat your customers to what they want. So if they show up and they want to play short deck, then that's what you're going to give them. I think that's why you look in the United States and there's rarely a short deck tournament ever bigger than a 10K, and almost none of them run because in the United States it hasn't taken off. Whereas in Asia, people really like table-style formats of poker. They like kind of more of a baccarat type feel. So some smart people said, hey, let's take the fives through the deuces out of the deck and see if these guys are more interested in this, and it ended up taking off. And so if what the VIP wants, you give them.
And speaking of 10K short deck, WSOP, I know there is a short deck on the schedule. There's been a few before. Is that one of the events you said it's one of your favorite games. Do you look forward to that bracelet event this year?
I like to play it, but it's a 10K and it's kind of a lot of energy. And so I might try to show up in max late reg if something works out where I have a 6-month-old baby, so I'm trying to hang out with him as much as I can. But if something works out where I get to play the event, I definitely will. But that time of year can go a lot of different ways because Vegas is popping off, and usually there's some big cash games, and the WSOP events I get to play is very limited.
Yeah, and you did get to check off the bracelet this last year, so congrats, baby. Run
Thanks,
good.
man.
Have the baby, get the bracelet. It's a nice, memorable stretch there.
Yeah, it was a fun tournament to win.
And WSOP, again, you said it can change. You don't know exactly the schedule, but new venue this year. How are you looking forward to a change from the Rio? It's a lot of memories there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be probably a mess at first, because we're just getting used to running an event, and I think that they're kind of chopping up two different convention centers, so a lot of players are going to be lost. We're going to say, this isn't the Rio Convention Center, where do I go? And but yeah, I'm looking forward to being down there and trying to play. I'll definitely play the Super High Rollers, and hopefully I get to play a couple other events. So you want to talk some short deck?
Yeah, give us this stage of the tournament, half the field left. The rebuys obviously are still available. What is some strategy?
Yep, so the short stacks are buying in. They have to use other lammers now. So that will give them, I believe, 40 antes, which is the equivalent of, if you think about six-handed short deck, let's say there's 7 antes in the pot. So that means you have, at 40, you have, let's just roughly say, 4 pots. So in no limit hold'em, if you have 10 bigs, you have about 4 pots, right? Like something like that. If there's 2.5 big blind ante in the pot, so it might the viewer should look and think, oh, okay, should think this isn't 40 antes isn't 40 big blinds. 7 antes in the pot, so it'd be 28 antes would be like 10 bigs, and I think it's actually going to be 30 antes per buy-in stack next level, so it'll be like a 10 big blind stack, Whereas 100 antes isn't 100 big blinds. That's why you see these guys getting all in for what looks like loads of chips when it really isn't relative.
Right.
Especially if you put a bunch of limpers out there, you can have 15 antes laying in the pot and put the stack in, or 14 antes.
And do you expect people to rebuy tomorrow? Strategy-wise, like maybe some people are less experienced. It makes sense to register later, because it's not so many.
Oh, the registration's ended after dinner break. So
this is it. This is it. Not day 2. So coming up. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. And
so there's generally this phase right after rebuy where there's a bunch of short stacks that bust, and then stacks consolidate, and everyone has a pretty deep chip stack, and then you approach the bubble, and things can get really crazy. Bubble play in short deck tournaments, like you were saying, can get really wild. Your seat is really, really important. If hopefully you're far away from the guy who is bringing the pain. That's generally the best thing that can happen for you. So in this spot, you may think, oh, King Queen offsuit's like an okay hand, but it's not that good of a hand in no limit hold'em. But actually, 2 big cards are just pretty large hands. You could think of King Queen off more like Ace Queen off. It's you just don't brick. You don't miss top pair very often in short deck. It's really hard to miss top pair. So that means all in pre-flop hands that are low cards just don't do very well.
Yeah, low pairs. It's not like set mine either. 6s, 7s, 8s. You just don't really want to play. It's not the same.
You basically have to flop a set to win the hand. And it's a hard ask.
And so final table though, if you make the final table, ICM comes into play. How might that different from a no limit hold'em final table?
Well, you'll see people play a lot more tight aggressive. So in the earlier stages of the tournament, you're seeing people play lots of limps because they're getting really good direct pot odds. But direct pot odds go out of the window whenever ICM comes into play because stack values are nonlinear. That means that putting your cards in the muck and letting someone bust makes you money, so it's better to avoid risk. Wow, that was a Stevie Open shoved 50 antes, and Wyken made a pretty conservative fold there on the button with ace-jack.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I do remember seeing Wyken Young, as we spoke about. He plays a lot of short deck and seems to know his way through a field here, how to play tournament poker. And is he considered as one of the best in the world in short deck, would you say? Is that fair, or is it kind of hard to put a...
I wouldn't even know who's playing right now. After the COVID stuff hit, everything kind of shut down with Macau getting shut down, so short deck's kind of just been in the dark age of short deck. So hopefully we'll get some new action and get some more cash games and kind of get to establish a pecking order, but I don't think that that's really existed lately. Most of the online mainstream short deck played is 50 ante deep, which is a different beast altogether than the conventional 100, 200, 3 ante deep short deck. But I am going to go grab some dinner. I have 15 minutes, and then I have to jump back in this tournament. Maybe I'll join you guys again if they happen to get me.
Amazing. Thank you for coming. That is Jason Kuhn, the current chip leader of the tournament. He is in a great spot, but again, as we see, there's a lot of all-ins, a lot of collisions, no guarantees, and we'll be following him along the way. Jason got off to a good start here in the first event, cashing, and we see a flopped flush, which is in hold'em 118-1 here. It's probably much harder. We rarely see flushes, so versus a set though, and we're gonna get to see probably a big pot here, I imagine. Thank Jason for coming in, dropping some knowledge. We are on he has the flush with the straight flush draw and against a set. And actually, Wyken Young, we don't know his other card. Maybe somehow he had the ace of spades. He may be involved. He's betting. So that makes me think if he's leading here with the king of diamonds, that makes me believe he likely has that ace of spades. Otherwise, I don't know how he would be taking initiative into this particular situation. This could actually get really interesting. If that's the case, ace of spades, we have queen nine of spades, and then a set. So everyone would really be investing in this pot. This could be a pretty spectacular pot. Let's see. Going to have Brian Rast join back here into a pretty special hand. This is our first really dynamic, I would say, spot that we've seen since we've come to the booth. And
yeah.
I think that's a good, would you say Wyken Young probably has ace of spades if he's just leading out here?
Wow. He could have, maybe he has the jack of spades, king jack off with the jack of spades. But yeah, I would guess he has a spade. I can't imagine any card he has that he continues with at this point. I mean, who knows? Maybe it has the king of spades. Although maybe that makes less sense for a lead. But I don't know how he continues here. The ace of spade makes a lot of sense. I mean, Ali's obviously got this on lockdown. I mean, he basically can't lose. I think Chitwood has to run out quads.
And it does give it up. We're not going to be sure on what that card is, but yeah, that's
6%. That's the odds of him making quads.
it's one out, right? 2 cards.
Yeah, but it's actually, I mean,
it's not
it's
impossible.
higher.
Yeah, it's like, you know, how many times you get 3 outed and hold them on the river. It's like this feels really doable. Chidwick though, looking for.
I mean, given that he check raise, I mean, Ollie's going to call here in position. Like, what is his plan? I mean, I guess he's just betting the turn. I mean, I guess a spade, it would be the action killer. But, ooh. I mean, there's less than a pot-sized bet left.
Yeah, and we talked about flushes. I mean, that's part of the thing. Chidwick knows to have a flush is just so hard, first off. So that's part of the reason he's probably feeling more confident set. This card is not a great card from his perspective. If he was in good shape, he's not, and he's got a bit.
I mean, this is a tricky spot. So yeah, he's going to continue. I mean, maybe his goal is to get a straight to fold, a flop straight, but
yeah, we're going to be seeing a pure one outer to the river. We've seen some wild hands and runouts.
A combination of maybe you get a straight to fold if my opponent has some kind of goofy hand like 2 pair, I'm ahead, or a pair and a spade,
yeah,
I'm charging him.
Deny some equity and
yeah,
not gonna happen. So Ali wins a big pot, pretty sick flop, and we don't know why Kin had, but we got to imagine he had a king or an ace of spades, and a nice pot there for Ali. Big pickup.
Those are hard to do in short deck.
Yeah, I was confused by the flop.
Yeah, I wonder what it is to flop. What do you think? What's your guess? Odds to flop a flush in short deck? Because in
so
Hold'em
what is
it's
it in Hold'em?
118 to 1.
I'm gonna go with 200 to 1.
I think it's significantly harder.
Really?
Yeah, but I don't know. That's not a bad guess. Any guesses at home? Odds to flop a flush? We'll look it up. We'll figure it out. We had Jason in the booth. He probably could tell you. Kuhn's having a nice little series here. Although he did bubble the 100K essentially. He was in chip leader with like 15 or 16 left.
Yeah,
so, he's building chips.
I was in the booth when it happened.
What happened? Because he wasn't in control.
I don't remember the exact hand, but he got kind of whittled down, just like a bunch of things didn't work out as it was approaching the bubble.
Yeah, I mean that's the crazy of the nature of tournaments in ICM, and you know, chip leader near the money is no guarantees. Couple hands happen.
But yeah, it was kind of like, I mean, I think him. I'm trying to even think. There weren't that many people who could just even back-to-back cash at the end of the day. I mean, Andras Nemeth. Andras Nemeth, I think, was the only one. Do short deck. I might have the answer here in a little bit. Do you have a guess? So you think it's much more?
I think it's like, to flop one, it's probably like, I would say at least 300 to 1. I mean, I just don't remember. I've seen a lot of short deck hands. I haven't seen it.
Oh, here's some interesting. I don't think it says it, but the probability of being dealt any pocket pair in short deck is 8.6% as opposed to 5.9%.
Wow, ace king is only.
Aces is almost 1%. Almost 1% of the time you get aces. It's like more than twice as likely.
Oh, and ace king. Where's ace king? Is 2.5.
Oh, post flop odds. Oh wow. I might keep this up while we're.
You're gonna drop some facts. You guys enjoying? What do you think? Let me hear in the chat. Got Twitch up if you guys prefer no limit or short deck. I'm curious because it's fun.
Here's a few things. Like in Hold'em, if you still have the turn and river to go 8 outs, you're like 31.5%. But in short deck, you're 45.6%. 9 outs is 35% in regular Hold'em, and it's 50-50 in short deck, 9 outs. If you have 15 outs in short deck, you're a 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, if you get 12 outs, 63, fair
Yeah,
enough.
whereas you're just barely a favorite in Hold'em.
We're hearing 1 in 400, 1 in 333. Yeah, I think that's good guesses. All right, 1 in 748 for a flop flush. I think it is pretty high. I think it's actually, I would say it's like 400 something, but I have no idea.
Why aren't y'all using the shufflers? Oh, thank you. Do you only have them on this table? Shufflers are only on this table? Shufflers. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
How long is the break?
Well, we're going to get some hands in. We got 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all should get some for the other tables. Be a good investment. You get more busts out. You guys should get shufflers on all the tables.
It's going to be...
It doesn't make a huge difference because he doesn't read them.
It adds up.
It's
All those
45 minutes dinner break, right?
45. Okay. Oh, there's a dinner break? After this level again? Oh.
Got some confident answers on Twitch about what they think to flop of flushes and short deck, but
They're different?
well, yeah, we got Twitch chat just firing off stuff. Of course.
Oh, they're
a little
guessing.
different.
They're
Yeah, it's
guessing.
guesses.
No one's like, this is it for sure. I know I'm a short deck master.
If you do the math, I guess 200 is a pretty good guess, right? Because it can't be like that much. You're taking away cards, and yeah, it's harder, but
actually
almost much harder because there's less chance.
Honestly, I could probably figure it out. It's not that hard. But it's I'd have to think a little bit and do the math. If you want to steer for like a couple minutes, rather than look it up, I could actually probably do it.
Tap into that early Stanford education and give us give us a number.
So it's 2. We're taking out what, deuce 3 4 5, right? So you take out 16 cards. 2.
We get one more hand in. You fold fast. Yeah, all right, one more.
Yeah, so we got Dan Singalev in the chat saying he's saying 1 in 748, probability of a suited hand times the probability of a flop flush.
Well, we'll see.
So that also sounds like he's done a little math, but I could be enrolled into anything right now, Ras. If you told me it's 1 in 200 or 1 in 800, I'm sort of in that range. I think it's more hard than not.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think I got it right here. 7 times 6 times 5 divided by 36, 35, 34. I
Are
think
you going
it's,
permutations on us here? This is
bro. I'm pretty good at math, but I mean, this is me.
Is it 1 in 748?
It looks like it's 5 times in 1,000. According to this. Wait, didn't I say 1 in 200?
Yeah.
I mean, shit, I might be really good,
You might
bro.
be right. You may or may not.
Okay.
We're gonna
I may or
find
may
out.
not. We'll find out.
We see Mr. Katz picking up the Rockets, the red Rockets on the break. He's got a smile on his face. He's got the Mr. Anderson look. He's doing it all. Kerry Katz is here. We got a big feature coming up. We're gonna have a new table, I believe, after dinner. As it stands,
They're getting a little deeper.
Yeah, chips are getting. We're gonna see the post flop. We're gonna get to see the first Triton
I'm
short
excited
deck
for
champion.
post-flop.
Yeah, we're going post flop. We're gonna be taking you guys to the end of the day today. So Brian and I are with you. We're going along. We have a decent idea on short deck, but we're taking it in with you guys and we're having fun. I hope you guys are enjoying. And Ras, so far, what's your takeaways? We haven't seen a ton of post flop play. Maybe who's willing to go for it? Is there anything that stands out to you on how people are playing right now?
Well, I mean, I think before you had to put all those bullets on the table, it was really push or fold. I'm really excited we're going to get some post flop. You know, it was awesome hearing what Jason Kuhn had to say. All the knowledge he has about short deck. That was very cool. And yeah, I mean, what are the odds of flopping a flush? I mean, is it 4.9 in 1,000? I mean, did I almost nail that with 1 and 200?
You just did some quick math. I'm not giving you that.
I know. It
legit
might
yet.
not.
We're going to get some confirmations, and we're going to
back of the napkin calculations here, like in the booth.
Yes, it's something. We're going to learn some new odds. We're going to talk to you about strategy. We're going to go see, hopefully, another few hours of great play, and we're going to get some new players, I think, on the feature when we come back. But either way, guys, hope you enjoy the highlights. Hope you're learning. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you so much.
Generally speaking, a paramedic is required when you are subjected to that sort of heat for 20 minutes. My ears were melting.
I actually did hear him the other day bragging about how long he's able to stay in there.
He's a sick individual. And as you can see, I told the producers today, I'm not working with that guy anymore. So here we are. It's actually not true. We're just mixing it up. Ace, Queen, 6 with a couple of spades here. Middle set for Lee.
Someone will get moved right away.
Gut shot straight draw for Badziakuski.
Yeah, debating whether to bet it or not. Already 80,000 in the middle. And Lee will like this flop very much.
As much as he likes the flop, there's not a lot of turns that don't pair the board that he likes. And so this bet here, I thought would be a little bit bigger, Korai.
Yeah, this looks strong. I mean, Mikita only sits on 32,000.
Now, obviously, effective stack of 32,000 against Bads. But there was another participant.
Yeah, who had 70,000, so less than one SPR. He had less than what was in the pot already. And here we can see even a hand like 9-8 suited, just a gut shot. He knows he's probably behind right now.
Oh my goodness.
Has the equity, and this is why.
In comes the 7. Bads makes the nuts here.
First class at Triton.
Just 10% pot left. He figured out that he gets the right price against a lot of hands.
And I think Mikita can very comfortably put the rest of this in there. He's going to take his time
He's
to
gonna
make it
get
look like
called.
it's just some equity pickup,
Straight.
but it's the nuts in this. This is going to draw a grin from Lee, who's not drawing dead.
No, far from it. 36%.
146K in the middle, and the King of Hearts on the end allows Mikita to break a smile. And
Yeah,
Lee's not.
yesterday on stream with Jeff Gross. I mean, they're doing a very great job. The dealers here. You don't see any mistakes.
Pocket jacks now for Bads. And obviously, mistakes can be very costly when we're talking about events at this price point. So nice to see the level of professionalism that they've brought to the tournament.
So and look, 20,000 already out there after 3 limbs. Carry Cats with a nice hand, Jack 9 suited hand.
Putting max pressure on the crew. And this basically shows that Carry Cats has figured out some of the short deck strategy here.
Yeah, he's a little bit unlucky in this case, though, because Mikita has limped in with the pocket jacks.
And he is going to move all in over the top, and that is going to be a sinking feeling in Carry Cat's stomach, as he knows he's going to be the one in need of help.
And this is what we talked about earlier, actually. Mike Watson realizing that with a nice coordinated hand like 10-8 suited, multi-way, he's actually getting the right price against these overcard kind of hands.
The key being that Katz's money is in there along with Mikita's. And
Is that the flop?
And this is actually one of the worst situations for Mike Watson, because they actually have the jacks and the jack 9, which are blocking his straight draws. But still he has 25% even in this scenario, and against hands like ace king, against these high hands, he would actually be the favorite with his 10-8.
And it's 7, 8, 9 on the board. Top pair and an open ender for Watson. Or middle pair, rather, and an open ender for Watson. Top pair and a gut shot for Katz, but unfortunately for him, the gut shot is shared with Bads. The turn pairs the board with the 7, and Mikita's jacks are still best.
Not the last jack.
Carey needs a 9 here to win the whole thing.
The river is a queen, and the 2 jacks will claim not 1, but 2 bullets. Both Watson and Katz felt it. Kiat-Lee gonna shove with king-queen offsuit under the gun. Katz with a couple of queens is going to pile over the top of it. And look at Bads, he knows that he can be a bad man with this 10-9.
So what is the count? First one?
63.
Yeah, look at those percentages. All of these hands are pretty much the same. And Mikita is figuring out if he gets the right price or not. Last to act. Does decide to let it go, being offsuit.
He could have ruined someone's day with that 10-9, but it is king-queen left to battle against 2 queens, and Katz a slight favorite. $136K pot. Here comes the flop. 2 aces and an 8. The queens improve their equity. Turn card is a 3rd heart. We know how difficult it is to make a flush. And no heart, no king means Katz will. Mikita 3rd.
And Putra with a strong hand here, limps in with the ace-king under the gun. We don't know what Carey has. He's in there. Couple of mystery hands here in this hand. So it looks like we can play the hand in the shoes of Ferdinand Putra. Mike Watson with a nice looking hand on the button. There's a lot of chips in the middle. Similar situation to what Kerry was in before. And Mike Watson does jam it in with the King Jack suited. And Putra will like seeing that.
Ace King for him. After limping under the gun, he will jam over the top. Caught in the crossfire are Yap and Badziakuski. And Watson not thrilled to be up against this Ace King.
What?
Yeah, looking to it as Jack here. All the flush, 37% for him. But that's a risk you have to take at short deck. You know that people are able to limp in with strong hands.
196K pot, so meaningful for Watson. His King Jack now picks up some equity on the turn as it's open-ended on the river. It is the ace, so Ace King will hold for Ferdinand Putra. And Watson will be left to redeem.
All in.
Another strong hand for Putra on the button. He's beating a lot of the hands Lee would jam in here with, such as the King Jack, such as
You see just how powerful it is to have that huge stack of Putra. He's able to just punk the rest of the field. And again, he will have the better of Kiat Lee, who's got this King Jack suited and is hoping to get something going.
Yeah, people were pointing out that nobody has lost all his bullets so far, but Lee Kiat could be the first one here, having gotten unlucky a couple of times already.
He does pick up a double gutter here on the 10-9-7 board.
Makes him a favorite, a big favorite.
King on the turn, and he has now hit one pair.
Oh.
But two pair on the river is not a welcome sight as the ace-queen makes the nuts, and Kiat Lee has been eliminated.
50K. We saw him with a big stack for most of yesterday also on the 100K. Didn't make the money quite yet though. And Chris Brewer so short that he decides to go all in here. 18,000 in the middle already before his all in. But Richard Young with a monster, and Jason Kuhn has jacks.
Facing 119K in front of him. Over the top of that, Brewer all in. Kuhn will move all in himself. And Brewer obviously not in love with the developments behind him.
Happy with that. Yeah.
Always live, bro.
Yeah, everybody is pretty live here. Richard has the best of it yet pre-flop with those two overcards to the jacks of Jason Kuhn.
To the flop we go.
Oof.
And a jack in the window is disaster for the boys, but it comes a queen and a 6 behind it. So a gut shot straight draw for Brewer. Young now draws dead against the set of jacks. And no 10 on the end for Brewer as Kuhn is able to claim 2 stacks here.
I thought
Wei Xiang Yu has a pretty healthy stack.
Yeah,
but other than that, Chris Brewer is the chip leader at this table now. Yeah, after winning that flip.
Young with 9-7 offsuit, gonna move all in here. Wei Xiang Yu with 2 jacks.
And that's a little bit loose there from Richard, who's looking to get some chips, doesn't like having the short stack.
Right.
This is gonna be tough to beat those jacks though.
Yeah.
And this is one of the clearer percentages we've seen today so far, 70-28. Very small chance that these two are splitting up the spot, of course. And Richard Young does flop a straight draw here.
Yeah.
Not seeable so easy, but an ace, an 8 would make him a straight.
Yeah, gut shot straight draw on the ace-queen-6 board. The 2 jacks are still good, and the river pairs the 9, but that's not going to be enough as aces and jacks for Wei Xiang Yu will hold. And that was Richard Young's last bullet. So we
all very experienced short deck players, but the chip leader is Ferdinand Putter, who we've seen earlier today.
Brewer jamming 210,000. And that's the man you don't want asking for a count. The one that can eliminate you.
Yeah.
Ace King. Wei Xiang Yu.
Ace King certainly good enough to call this jam. I mean, it is a big jam, but Ace King is beating a lot of the hands. And is actually a 2-1 favorite. And yeah, now the pots are getting bigger. Chris Brewer looking for a jack.
Not there, but some paths to a chop as you hear Brewer asking for it right away. His tournament life hanging in the balance. The board does pair, though. Now, needs to fade. And he does, as it goes from 1 pair to 2 pair to a boat.
Boat versus boat.
For goodness sake.
The dance, yeah.
All in.
Yeah, I had some friends talking about the fact they just lost a huge cash game pot, and then they suddenly see Daniel Negreanu dancing in front of their screen and thinking, what is this? But yeah, it adds this element of fun to the game.
Ossipao putting max pressure on the field here with a King 10 suited. Getting through everybody but Watson, who decides off of his 66K that King Jack suited is enough. And you see Ossipao knowing that he is not in great shape against that specific hand. Ace, King 9. Opportunities for the King 10. With the right run out. Oh, or you can just hit a 10 and make 2 pair, but of course still 36% equity for Watson. You can make better 2 pair or a straight. The 8 of hearts, though, seals that pot.
And
In
that's
favor of Ossipao.
That is.
Yeah, and during our primer, that was one of the points of emphasis, that it is a very fluid environment. You've got to constantly be keeping track of who's got how much pre-flop, which is the most technical of streets in short deck.
And all these 3 players going to the flop are a little bit deeper.
9s and 7s for Ossipao. But remember, the ace plays as a 5, so the pair of 9s and a gut shot for Pua here, looking for a 6, 2 of them busy in Wei Xiang Yu's hand. He too holds a gut shot, looking for an 8.
And Paul Pua using his blockers there to bet at it. 2 pair a little bit too strong though. Will call, of course. Oh, case 9 on the turn.
9's full for Ossipao, and the straights will draw dead. Paul Pua, such a terrible development. He's got trip 9s. Not drawing dead, could chop with an ace or win it with an 8. 7 would chop as well.
Yeah, deciding whether to bet at it or not. They're still kind of deep, remember that. He has the opportunity to check it back, play it a little safer,
75.
goes for the value bet here, knows that he has the best hand most of the time, tries to get value from hands like aces, ace queen, ace jack type of hands.
Morning. Evening.
Ossipao sitting on the full house. Knows that he has all the straights drawing dead, and the decision is on him whether to raise it up right here or play it slow, set the trap.
And that is not what Paul Pua wanted to see. Very awkward situation when you've got the 9 getting check raised as played to this point.
Yes, and Ossipao is not representing a worse hand than trips. He's representing a full house here basically. And Paul knows that he doesn't really beat any value hands. He's in bad shape against a hand like King 9, of course. The kicker plays, and he has a bad kicker. He has the straight draw going along with his trips, but he might be drawing dead with a straight against a full house anyways.
But what type of full house? Here. Paul blocking the 9 could think that maybe it's 7's full. He's probably not going to give him credit for aces full, and if that's the case, he wants to play with his trip 9s.
Totally makes
sense. Could have
sense.
improved. Instead, makes the call and looks at a jack.
Yeah, and Ossipao can rule out hands like pocket aces from Paul Fua's range, because Paul was sitting on the button last to act. He would certainly have raised it up on the button pre-flop. So Ossipao thinks he has the best hand here.
All in.
Does jam for value.
Really?
And Paul, as you mentioned, blocks a lot of the full house combinations with the 9. Blocks the straight with the 8.
Count.
Wants a count. Yeah, it's a pure bluff catcher, but it is a pretty good bluff catcher. I mean, you're blocking ace 9, you're blocking 9-7. Ossipao could maybe be bluffing with a hand like ace 7, turning that into a bluff.
How much 10-8 is in there? Just trying to take it down on the turn and then got there.
Yeah, it would be kind of a thin value jam here with a straight on the river. This is what Paul Pua is debating. How thin would Ossipao go for value here? Is it only a full house or nothing, or are straights in there? It seems like this is a full house or nothing situation. And then you have to decide how often is your opponent bluffing. Another time bank chip for Paul. Pretty tough decision, honestly. He's getting kind of a good price. This bet is around half the pot, so he doesn't have to be good all the time. He only needs to be good 25% of the time for it to be a profitable call.
No, 10-8.
He's going through all the combinations, and this is exactly what he just said. Bluff or full house.
Are you all you?
Ossipao, stoic. Trying not to give anything away here.
Yeah, get a full. 3-1.
3-1 is exactly what he was saying. He does make the call.
And he has shown the full house. Pua couldn't resist the price in the end. The only good news is that he had Ossipao covered and still sits with 64,000 core. A really tough spot.
Very. And being short now with the pocket kings, there's no other play for Paul.
Yeah, it makes it a very easy decision for Paul Pua off of 64K. 11 bigs. 21 antes.
Yeah, Nosipao is getting a good price here against the short stack. Doesn't make the call, hoping to see a hand like Jack 10.
No,
Instead, it's kings against king 10, and
30%, I think.
Kings are dead.
might Pua be
It's very live for the spread.
claiming some of his army, bringing them back home. He's in great shape. Better than 3-1 and 9-9 queen suddenly. Asapao
It's flip, right?
has 4 jacks. Equities running roughly the same as they were pre-flop. 7 on the turn doesn't change anything other than reduce Asapao to 1 pull at the jack. Doesn't get there, and the 2 kings will hold and double.
Ten six suited, not good enough
90, should
to
be
come
91
in.
behind.
Okay. All of it?
And yeah, this is just a jam.
Brewer.
Basically blind versus blind, cutoff versus button in this game.
Yep. Jamming, and of course Davies having woken up with the ace-king. Happy to
Easy.
get his 97K into the middle and be dominating this king-jack.
Yeah, pretty good scenario for him.
Don't jinx it, Cora.
Yeah, not even 2-1 in this game, but that's all you're hoping for. Short deck.
2 7s and a queen, and ace-king sits pretty. Davies
10 of diamond.
knows. That's a good-looking board. 9 now giving the king-jack a gut shot.
4 clubs.
4 10s and
I'll take that.
3 jacks available to Brewer. Instead, it's the ace. So Davies with aces up.
Yeah, we've seen
Double
the
through.
We've seen the
Four
best hand
clubs going
win.
for the
So
All in.
King, queen for Davies. All in it goes.
and Mike with ace queen behind him. These two again, the early positions. And yeah, they go at it again, of
Very
course.
calm delivery from Watson, who is covered by Davies, but he is covering the king-queen.
Yeah, they know that this is the nature of the game. They will just be all in a lot.
Very much so. Here comes the flop. 6, 8, 9. Ace queen in pretty good shape.
What a stupid card. I have 204.
Turns into a pair of aces with a spade draw, and Davies and
2 outs to chop.
no situation to win the pot.
Yeah, and suddenly Mike Watson has 358,000.
Yeah, could have hit a 7 to chop it up, but
Poor with the ace-10 here in the hijack. Does go all in.
Yeah.
And Chris Brewer calls with the ace-8. It's just so much out there, so much antes.
121.
Fighting for those becomes important.
One is 95.
Ace-8 seems like pretty much the worst hand he would go there with, probably.
Oh, you're so short.
We are very shallow.
He's doing alright, of course, against all those hands
Don't have
like
an
Jack
ace.
10, 10, 9, but
No, no ace.
he is dominated kind of often.
You're in good shape.
Hey,
You are in good.
you are in good shape. You ate live, very much live.
And both know, though, that
Yeah, the
Seth
hearts.
Davis was so short at the button, which changed the situation a little bit. I forgot about that. So, yeah, totally makes sense that they are all in here, because Seth Davis
6, Jack.
gets the right price there.
so Davies will be in for the main with
8-8.
this 10-6 suited. And he's flopped himself bottom pair as both Paul and Chris have top pair.
Oh, burn cut. Oh no.
Turn is an 8. Brewer makes aces up.
Jack. Yes.
No.
Oh, it is
And
the
it gets
jack.
counterfeited with the jack on the end. Pua will dust off not one, but 2 players.
Cash games at short deck are played very deep, so it is a different game pretty much. You can see flops way more often, just we saw in the first level of the tournament maybe. And here it's more about finding the right hands to go in with, when to call off, when not to. This stage of the tournament where you just want to build your stack.
Ace king suited for Davies. Watson limps, as does Pua. And we know what's coming next, don't we?
Yeah, he'll pause for a bit before pulling the trigger.
All in.
Watson.
I got a monster.
Happy to move all in over the top of Davies all in. That will punt Paul Pua from the pot.
Yeah, he knows that he's pretty much flipping against hands like ace-king. I mean, as you can see, he's only a very, very slight underdog, and he's doing well against maybe some steel jams, such as the jack-10 and the 10-9 we talked about. He dominates both of them. Is suited also. So, the stage of the tournament, can't blame him. Not a good flop for him, though.
Conversely,
All right.
good one for Davies, and he hits the ace on the turn and leaves the queen 10 drawing dead.
The aces at least. Or dealing.
Businessman, no fighting.
See? Businessman too. Have you guys been in
Businessmen
fights?
negotiate, they don't fight.
They what? Yeah, there you go.
All in. All in.
I'm ready for a fight.
What is happening?
Davies can hardly believe what's going on. Asapau appears bewildered as well.
I should have actually looked how deep you are. Yeah, never mind.
Jungle getting it in good here.
Yeah, with his remaining 76,000 on his first bullet.
I actually really want to know. I think there's 0% you've been in a fight, and I think there's like
Already said
20%.
twice.
You look like a fighter?
He's got like scars and stuff. Fuck.
Oh.
It's not good.
Ace 9.
That's better. That's better. Now I can win.
What a 7.
6
For
for
Davies.
All right.
Outflops the ace queen and holds. So there goes Kate's first bullet.
Ask me to give you it. That's what we do in the business land.
No, no.
Jungle verbal autobiography here.
As Loon has just sat down at the table. Ace queen for him, first hand. Limps in under the gun. Could have just jammed himself. We saw some other people just going all in that spot. He decides to basically trap with his hand, which is interesting.
Watson bites with queen jack suited, and Loon has the medicine.
Snapping off there.
Kate's suggesting he doesn't remember what he had. Whatever it is, those 2 8s are definitely not interested in continuing, and Loon announces his arrival with a dominant ace queen, covered by Watson, of course.
Todd, have you been in a fight?
Don't think so.
You're the only guy who's been in a fight at this table.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
What just happened? It is jacks full of queens for Watson, and no relief for Loon, and that was a really brutal
welcome to the table, yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna play it, but 6s in this is like total garbage. And the reason why is if let's say you have 6s or 7s and your opponent has, you know, jack 10 offsuit, queen 10 offsuit, like they're just, you know, they're a favorite against you.
Right.
So
See a couple of those pairs there, snap full in. And don't look now, but who's chip leader? Jason Kuhn, 978,000. Phil Ivey in second. I mean, Big names, big stacks. We got.
So yeah, you'll see here, Ollie's actually a
Am I the favorite?
somewhat significant favorite.
Sweet.
And Chidwick knew the exact number. No surprise. 56. He said it. 56.
He knows. Some guys know.
He knows.
Ali doesn't know because he didn't know if he was even ahead. So.
Yeah.
Or he's trolling. He could be
Maybe.
sandbagging.
Oh, here we go. I mean, that's a decent flop. I mean, you got a gutter. The backdoor flush draw is not such a big deal in this game, but
counterfeits are things. So he just switched from ahead to behind, one to come.
Yeah, but almost 50-50.
And there it is.
Still.
Yeah.
I'm really gonna love seeing the odds just update in this game because I'm so 9. I'm guessing limping up front he has something like, well, there's the 10 of hearts, so maybe the 8 of hearts or the jack of hearts or the ace of hearts. I mean, suited aces are pretty strong. I mean, they're actually not very big dogs against a pair. Like suited ace is not that big a dog against like pocket kings. It's pretty wild.
Yep. Carey in the middle. Carey's a quick study. We spoke on his resume. He's number 8 all time in the money list, which is pretty unbelievable. And he has like 30 million in cashes, and he has no score over 2.4 million, which is actually even more of it unreal. So let's see how Carey can transition into no limit. Look, he does. This is like a coin flip. Jack 10, Ace Queen.
Here's the problem. I mean, I feel like we should stop using the term coin flip. I mean, it's like Ace Queen's a small favorite.
We're taking edges.
I mean, listen.
It's the same in Hold'em. You don't call.
Do you like
nines
having
to
a
Ace
6?
King?
I don't. I try not to call them coin flips.
And
Actually,
Ace King. You think you're crushing someone when you have 9s to Ace King? You just got him.
What is it like? 55-45. Ace King off. 54-46.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'll take 8% edge all day. You can casino with Brian.
Wow, Carey just got a.
Not so dead. 153.
Listen, at the casino of Brian, you're allowed to gamble, giving me an 8, 9, or 10% edge.
Look at the hair. He's got to be tense.
Okay, King 9 off. That's a garbage hand. 8s. I'm curious. I think he's gonna fold it.
I think he's gonna limp.
This feels slightly disrespectful.
I know Stevie's short deck game. Danny's gonna put a little pressure here. Of course, the Jack 10's so nice to look at. Oh, neck's not suited, and maybe it's actually tricky when you don't raise, and if you make your hand, it's like someone's like, oh, no one raised.
Well, sets. So he's set mining, but sets are powerful. Set is a favorite against a made straight on the flop. So. Ooh, Ali with the set. Ooh, and queens and 7s, the only other hand that really has a piece. I mean, Jack 10, it's not a very good flop for the Jack 10 off. But looks like Wykin and Ali are gonna. I think Ali's. I mean, he's gonna go all in. He only has 84,000. I don't really think there's another play here. I mean, it does. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to really just call and let anyone in behind you. So, and I think Wykin. Yeah. The other way Wykin can win, of course, is running 10s.
Seems like a lot in this game. Yeah. 84?
84.
If you are a short deck pro, if anyone wants to add some comments, advice, color on this, but we're doing our best to go through this with you guys and watching the plays, trying to predict what's happening, and I think we're learning. We're progressing. Phil Ivey in 4th, Jason Kuhn in 2nd. Off to good starts.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Kuhn likes this game, plays it well. Phil Ivey even told me that he likes the short deck.
Phil Ivey, one of the last high rollers before COVID went down in Russia. He took down super high roller, the short deck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he got 1st and 2nd even, I think, and the 2 big ones. So
okay.
Yeah, Phil Ivey knows his short deck.
Yeah. He knows
What
what's going
doesn't
on.
Phil Iving though? I mean, that guy can play. He's played a lot of poker. He just took down a heads-up tournament, WPT. Do you see that 25K,
No.
like 64 person?
Oh, really?
Took it down. Some guys can do it. That's a guy that guy has done it. Phil's done it. Ace Queen to Jack 10. Who's gonna do this? Slight edge, Stevie.
Ooh.
What a flop.
Pretty good flop.
Actually, a really good flop for
Yeah.
Ace Queen because now he just
9
hit a
and 9 only. Oh,
some-
there it is.
That's a guy.
It just comes in short deck, huh?
Wow.
You in the booth.
I don't even want to get.
Programmable. Each street can have a different amount of time. I mean,
It's a
what is
great
going
clock.
on?
It's a great clock.
We're just going to make a great clock, is what Triton said. Oh, here Chidwick's got the Ace Queen again.
He's not deterred though. He's not going to just because.
And look here, Ace Queen versus Queen Jack off. It's only 60-35.
Let's see what happens.
I mean,
I think it's more.
Can
like
you believe the
50-50.
Queen Jack dominated hand? But
Danny Tank's getting a massage, gel in the hair, short deck whiz. I mean, I talk about this all the
There it
time.
is.
No one wants to
Trips.
listen about Ace Queen. I'm just going to keep saying it. You guys are going to think I'm nuts. But I'll just keep talking about it. And then at some point, you guys go, oh, hello.
quads.
It's almost disrespectful for the hand. It's just like, how could you play Ace
how
Queen?
many of the kickers did you hit? 3 of them to make quads.
To that, it's also why there is such an incentive, I think, to get chips early, because when you do come to the bubble, oftentimes you will see, if you have a massive lead, you can really exert force and put people to your point. If you're only 10% favorite, but you're going to get $0 if you bust right now, you have to make some big folds, and people at the chip lead are able to really just kind of put you in a very difficult spot and sort of separate themselves before the money and then put themselves in a better chance to win. So
No, 100%.
Let's we'll pay attention to that, but there's definitely different inflection points to this tournament, and more so I think you're exactly right. So let's see. Look at Ali with 8s all of a sudden is behind, but up to 458,000.
So yeah, I think Ali's call here is a bit questionable, right? Chidwick's moving all in, and yeah, Chidwick doesn't need a very big hand, but if he has a bigger pair, he's a 3-1 favorite, as we just saw, and just any other hand Chidwick moved all in with, even Jack 10 off or Ace King, they're all favorites. I mean, essentially, he's a dog, and it'll be sometimes a 3-1 dog, and sometimes just a small dog. I just don't really think that he's getting the right price to call with 8s there. Again, it's one of those things.
He would have called. There would have been some time banks used.
Yeah.
There would have been some. There would have been.
That would have looked so strong,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's like you have to have 3 9s. Like Ace King is bluff catching for sure. I mean, he's getting a good price to bluff catch, and all the draws missed. But
yeah,
actually, all the draws didn't miss. See, 7-8 made the straight on the ace.
Oh.
6 9 9. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that would have
Shell it.
Oh, so and that's to be credit. That was a bit.
So 3 9s or a straight.
Yeah, Kerry finds a good hand with kings here, and just gonna pick it up. Getting folds is not the worst result with all the antes and in general.
He didn't get a fold.
Oh,
why can calls Queen 10 suited?
He did put it in. Okay.
So we can see Queen 10 suited here 30%, but if that moved down to like 10-9, it'd probably be over. Because kings actually run some interference on the straight, on the upside. That's why you'd like some separation from the pair. And it actually affects the equities much more than in Hold'em because of how easy it is to make a straight.
Kerry, big pot. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
a significant pot. He's up to 500 almost. So I think one of the things we're noticing here is the fact that people understand for sure is just that. So Stevie gonna rip it in for 172 with the ace jack not suited. See if he gets a customer, and that is not the hand. I mean, you talk equities. This is not the spot when you get.
Well, we were just talking about this now. Okay, 79-16. I mean, it's probably better than ace 6 off, but yeah, it's a big dog.
Yeah, it's a.
All right, so we've got a special treat for you right here. I'm going to take a little break and get out of here. So the boss himself, who, by the way, apparently has the chip lead now in the tournament with 1.5 million, he's going to step in and talk to you guys about short deck. He knows about as much as anybody and a lot more than me. Jason Kuhn.
All right, Rasty, go brush up on your flushes in this game. I'm going to talk with Jason. He does have the chip lead, and he is going to make some time for us here in a second. He's joining us, and I'm going to try to compress as much knowledge as we can about the game.
Right there.
Yeah, dominated situations pre-flop. Is that the case as well?
Well, yeah. Sometimes people don't want to take a marginal spot, but there are a lot of people in this poker tournament who don't mind taking marginal spots on the bubble. So it kind of creates a mess, because if you say you have the chip lead and you're playing the way that everybody, in quotes, should be playing, if they're playing perfectly, you really get to wield it, and you get to, because equities do run so close together. Say you get it in whatever ace-7 to kings. Well, hey, you're going to win almost 40% of the time there. So if a guy needs more than 60% equity to call off his chips, which oftentimes you do under lots of ICM pressure, that means that you can only call with aces in theory. Anti-deep short deck. But I am going to go grab some dinner. I have 15 minutes, and then I have to jump back in this tournament. Maybe I'll join.
Welcome back. Let's look at the Merit. We're here at the Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in Cyprus. Jeff Gross alongside Brian Rast. 75K short deck, Ante-Only. This is event number 3. We've seen 2 winners. Pretty special in the fact that it was 2 Hungary players in a field. They go 1-2. 2 Dutch players in a field. They go 1-2. Event number 3, I don't know if we're going to see the same 1-2 punch for a country, but it's always it's a possibility, Rast. We're seeing some special stuff. What are your thoughts on the short deck event so far?
Well, I mean, listen, yesterday when there were 10 left, or 5 players left, I predicted a back-to-back country 1-2. Are we going to do it 3? Is it going to podium the same country? I'll go yes. Okay, I'm not as sure this time, though.
Yeah, it's, we'll see. It shapes up. It gets a little more clear as it gets deeper, but there's actually, to be fair, that's not the craziest thing. The countries represented, there's Canada's got a presence. We see Malaysia, USA, Stevie Chidwick a little bit on an island. I don't know if he has even a running mate in the UK, which is actually surprising, because it is I would say a so strong poker community in the high stakes currently. Sam Trickett not playing as much anymore at the moment, tournament poker. So I don't know if there's actually anywhere else in the UK in this tournament at the moment.
It might be rough. Yeah, this is kind of an anti-Chidwick prediction then, I guess.
Yeah.
Because, maybe it's like Ben Heath is, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, he's not playing this. I bumped into him in Adamo today, like right before I came over here, and they were, they had gotten back from the beach. They were relaxing.
Sticking in the Hold'em streets.
Yeah, they're just like, you take out the deuce through 5. We're not ready for that yet.
We need a little more time.
Yeah, at least not for 75,000, I guess. But yeah. So maybe Ben Heath would be his guy, but without Ben Heath,
he's running light. He needs.
Not for 1-2 finish. Chidwick would just mess all that up. But if anybody is gonna mess it up, it's Chidwick. He'll just go all the way.
Well, here's one of those Canadians that we know is talented, been around for a long time, had a big finish yesterday in the 100K. I know he was, chip leader at the final table, ended up in 4th, so maybe a little disappointed, but still a nice score for Michael Watts and Sir Watts. Chidwick's in the mix. Greenwood, one of those guys that's really burst on last several years, been a fixture in the high stakes, a very tough player. Has a famous tweet talking about, going to battle, being there early. He's one of those guys, shows up from the first hand, doesn't care if it's 3 or 4 hand. He's really there early and battling. And Ivan Liao, I don't know, are you familiar with Ivan? Have you gotten to see him play at all? Do you know anything about him?
Just once or twice he's been at the feature table, but not too much.
He's relentless. He is definitely a fixture on Triton, and known for aggression, known for no fear, and fun to watch. So this is definitely a treat. I think a lot of people in the chat who have seen any Triton coverage know this man's name, and definitely knows his way around the short deck game. So we're seeing him battle at this table with some tough opponents. This is a nice dynamic ace king queen to diamond board.
So this bet seems to, it's like a weird mix of, there's not a lot of value here betting an ace with a 9 kicker. I think He's just using his ace blocker and hoping to get some hands that have equity against him to fold. This bet seems adventurous because it just feels like it's not getting through 3 opponents very often at that size. So let's see what happens on some turn cards here. If he continues, if he's trying to run a multi-street bluff.
Yeah, so board pairs, actually, his percentage goes up, but in terms of hands you're called by, you start wondering, could your opponent already have the Jack-10? You know, you do have full house potential with the ace when the board pairs. Queen-Jack, not a great card for Queen-Jack.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's definitely thinking that, which is what I thought. Like, there's going to be some bad intentions here. I just feels like Greenwood's not going to be able to continue. Like, unless he himself plans on calling in order to bluff some rivers. I mean, he's getting a good price, but at this point, the only hand he could think he's beating would be 2 diamonds.
Right.
You know, maybe he figures a queen or a 10 are good, but yeah, it seems like a very reasonable laydown by Greenwood, right?
Yeah, makes sense. And a nice hand from Sir Watts picking up a difficult hand, I would say, to play. Ace-9 multi-way on that board to be able to follow through. You got to have a decent idea where you're at and what's going on. Definitely a nice hand. And as we said, we're probably going to get to see some more post-flop play coming up, as we're already seeing. The registration's closed, and now you can't just flick it in and you're out. There's actual repercussions to being knocked out other than the
I have a feeling a big river bet was coming if he got called like some of the time there. Like, it just seemed like that's what I think when he bets that multi-way, is he's just taking that ace blocker and just 3-barreling a bunch.
Yep.
Because, I mean, otherwise to me his bet doesn't make like a ton of sense. But that's really where it feels like it fits. So I did expect he would bet the turn a lot, which he did, which was kind of cool. I mean, watch, showing some multi-street planning right there. You know, taking kind of an awkward hand and showing how you might play it if you come in up front with ace-9 off.
Yes.
Chidwick limping with a pretty big hand here, ace-queen suited. Again, up front, could be taking a only limp strategy. And Danny going to set mine because there's really nothing else good that happens with pocket 6s.
Yeah, as you said, the pairs, you know, if we can get in for cheap.
It's a big dog there to all these hands. Oh. Wow, we're going to see Lee with the king-jack and Chidwick with the nut flush draw. Those are the 2 hands that really flop something. I mean, the others, it's pretty dusty. So how will Lee play trip jacks with a good kicker here? I mean, Chidwick's not too deep. Lee has a lot of chips, but effectively it's only 244K behind.
Yeah, let's see. He was one of the chip leaders. Get an updated stack count, chip count. We reminded you again, Triton/poker.com. You can see the actual current updated stack. He's in 8th with 97 antes, 774,000. So, you know, pretty good position, sitting there in the mix, and got a cool spot. Stevie with the ace-queen suited, getting raised right away.
Yeah, but it's a small amount, so it's, if he re-raises here, he's kind of committing to the hand for a lot more. It's only 24,000, which, I mean, he's getting like 5-1 to call. And you can see if he opens up this betting back up again, I mean, he's a 2-1 dog versus trip jacks. So, you know, he has to kind of think, like, if I re-raise here, you know, how likely does my opponent have a jack? What trip jacks is he actually going to fold?
Right. Also, the nice part about drawing to a flush, though, is if you make it,
Yeah,
you're
you're
good.
good.
Especially if you do beat a full house. You don't have to worry, does he fill up or not? It's just kind of like...
Definitely changes the kind of the texture and the way this plays, right? Because in Hold'em, it's kind of the opposite. Like, this is not that that great of a board to be drawing to a flush on, whereas like now,
And I'm a little surprised. Did he got it in there? I guess like with the multi-way, just figuring he's against, going to be against a jack as this is playing. I don't know. Maybe it's standard.
Well, I mean, I think some of the thinking is that does he want to have some bluffs or semi-bluffs that play back when he gets raised there, and then if so, maybe this is one of the best hands to do it with, right? Where he can re-raise back. Obviously, he wants to get a fold, but if his opponent goes with it, then at this point he's put in enough chips that he's kind of has to call the rest off.
Right.
So it's like a way to be able to play pretty tough there, and if you have pocket sevens, jack seven, or ace jack or something for value, but then you mix in, the nut flush draw some instead of just calling out a position, then the problem with that is on the turn, if he doesn't hit, he's going to be in a really rough spot most of the time. So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses to both way of playing it, but obviously when your opponent has a jack and you get it all in there, you're now just piping in the rest as a 2-to-1 dog. So, it's one of those things, which is why, okay, what is the frequency that my opponent has a jack here when he makes this play is a really important question, because if the answer is always, then Chidwick's play there can't be the correct play, right?
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting, though, to see and say how hard it is to make a flush. Chidwick did it. 51 entries in this field. 23 remain. I think the payout information is up, almost up, not quite. The structure is 40-minute levels, 300,000 starting stack. Jason Kuhn, still your chip leader, was kind enough to join us in the booth, drop some knowledge on the game. Very nice of him to come, short break. Jason has a 6-month-old, saw him on FaceTime on his break as well. Checking in and spent some time to give us a theoretical touch on what he does and what he considers his favorite game.
341.
So one of the benefits of being aggressive and all in the spot, like so ace jack suited we see dominated ace queen off, but not an easy spot. You got to figure, even jack 10 you don't want to see. Ace king is got you kind of hemmed up, so difficult spot. Danny Tang very experienced. They're playing for keeps now, Ras. No re-entries. This is a little maybe before the period of re-entry. We would have seen a quick.
It looks like there's about 40K in the pot to start. So, 350 is it's what, like eight or 9 pots. So, we're talking like a 20 big blind shove, something along those lines, a little less. Yeah, ace queen off, really tough decision here. I would guess he goes with ace queen suited. Yeah, but he ends up going with ace queen off, which makes sense, especially if Greenwood's shoving pretty wide. I mean, he dominates a number of hands that might make this like king queen, queen jack suited. Again, if Greenwood has like pocket kings, ace queen off is not in too bad a shape. Like way better shape than people are used to from Hold'em. So,
yep.
You want the 8 or do you want the 10 of spades?
8.
And it's the 10 of clubs.
So take the 8?
I still happily take the 8.
Okay.
And Danny gets the hold. I told you he was bringing people in, telling them to come play. Loves the game. He was enrolling some non-short deck players in the No Limit tournament the other day.
Nice call.
Yep.
Thought about it, and what's Greenwood's range here, and rewarded by making a nice call, one with the best hand. Sometimes it happens.
It's kind of funny because in this game, even more so, it's like you have to make a good call and then you still have to hold, which is hard. And there's also the flip of that. If you make a bad call or you're behind, you can win a little more too. So it's almost just your risk threshold tolerance too.
King 8 off, a really bad hand in this game.
Here's Lee Kiat, all in, ace jack. Got a bit unlucky, got it in good versus Chidwick for a huge pot. Didn't win, gonna pick this one up though.
Jams for it's a large jam. No open, just.
No, it's really interesting what Jason was touching on, because we talk about players getting chips and how they can use that to their advantage on the bubble, theoretically, right? Like the actual how you should be able to use your chips. But if people aren't folding, doesn't mean you just get to go shove everything, right? Like that's what Jason's saying. A lot of these guys, they don't care. Like they know the actual right thing. They probably they do know, but they're just like, you know what? I got ace king or I got ace queen, and you're shoving what they feel is too light. They're gonna call you, even though they'll take that edge. And that's why Jason's saying you gotta know who does that, who doesn't, and then it still can be even more exciting because there's another level to it. It's not just like, oh, I got the chip lead and you might bubble. I get to shove every hand and win every pot. That's not how it works. So.
Well, I mean, that concept, to be fair, I mean, that exists in ICM situations and regular Hold'em as well.
Yeah.
That you can play, and in some spots, it's like you get to do certain things, but then if your opponents don't play by those rules, then you actually just end up punting as the chip leader, right? Oh, you should, like, example, if there's some ICM effects, it could be an any 2 card shove spot, you know.
Yeah.
But if your opponent's not going to fold tightly enough, then when you're jamming the deuce 4 offsuit and they just call you what is theoretically too light, it ends up kind of being a punt for you. So even though it's something where the rest of the table gains an EV because, and you two lose. Right.
And that's why it's fun, because you don't know necessarily how someone feels on that day or what their motive is, and you may think, oh, this guy's this or that, but really you don't know if they're going to. Crypto could be up. On the day, it could be, something else at home's going on, good or bad. Maybe you just don't know, but that's why it's easier to play against someone that is, you do know, right? If you know a guy's just going to cash for his life, no matter what, you're just going to go nuts.
But to reinforce what Kuhn was saying there, even though, that concept, right, is there with No Limit Hold'em as well, I think the difference and why Kuhn was emphasizing it in this case is because the ICM effects are, theoretically more extreme in this game. So, if people don't abide by it or do, but like not to the fundamentally theoretically correct precise amount, it ends up having, a way bigger effect on, the strategic implications on what you should do, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Yep. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, this feels like a limp.
Doesn't this game, it seems to me too, like even after watching, again, getting refreshed, because it's been a while since I've watched some high this is the biggest short deck tournaments in the world on Triton. I feel ready to dive into WSOP short deck event this summer. Like I just feel like it's a game that you can kind of pick up the nuances fairly quickly.
Me too. What's he going to do here with the ace jack off? Is he going to let it go? No, he's attacking. I don't think anybody can call him.
It's a big shove.
I mean, Lee Kiat seems like he's ready to get after it. Play a little bit aggressively. I don't know if I'm limping the 7s in early position on his button. That's just the feeling I get at this point. I mean, the guy's jamming ace jack off, which, you know, sevens is when you limp that up front. I mean, you're definitely hoping that people aren't being aggressive behind you, because it feels like a hand where, yeah, if you limp and nobody raises, it's great, but you're just folding every time somebody puts another chip in the pot, basically.
Yeah.
And she did.
Oh, sorry. I'm not doing this on purpose, I swear. Cool.
You have 3?
Yeah,
Oh my.
Yeah, the queens, they carry weight, but they're not as powerful as Hold'em. I mean, it's a little bit of a tricky one because you're almost like have to play it.
I don't think this is very tricky. Watson's going to go all in. I mean, he only has 286 K as well.
In this spot, I'm just saying it's not like they're not as, you realize if you get it in and called, it can be, it's not always as good. And Hold'em, you feel pretty confident putting queens in.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice pickup there.
Can I get a Turkish tea, please? Thank you.
Can I get an ice latte, please? Thank you.
Danny Tang, chipping up. Something in the coffee over here is stronger. Maybe I was having a hard time sleeping. I don't know. Was it something in the beans? Have you heard that Turkish coffee is known to be stronger?
I haven't. Is it?
It was more of a. It wasn't a rhetorical. It was. I was looking for confirmation. I think it is.
Oh, here we go. Ivan's
ready to
found
go.
a good hand.
He's ready to go. Ace King. No
takers
customers
on this one.
Just a winner.
2 and a bit.
196.
Stevie looking. It was. You know, maybe if you're point 10-9, you get to 10-9. Maybe it's go. You look interested. A little bit surprisingly interested there.
My impression, having just watched these last 2 hours of poker, is that Mr. Chidwick likes to get after it in short deck. I feel like Kerry Katz reinforced that when he was like, "Wow, you're all in more than anyone I know other than Sam Soverel." You remember that?
Yes.
And I mean, just now, he's giving like a longing look with the 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah.
I think he just loves playing hands in this game. It just hurts him to not put the chips in.
Ivan again going to put it on the line, and this time right into it.
I feel like the last 2 times I played a short deck tournament, like this is exactly how I busted. I had like ace king and ran into aces.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah, that's just, it's tough. We did see ace jack run down aces earlier.
Yeah. I mean, 15 to 80%. That's.
身份有啲尷尬，我答你。
And some chops. 5% of the time, we're going to see a chop pot.
I mean, in this game, that feels pretty brutal.
成晚都咁啊！
揾啲嘢轉下啦。
唔使轉啦。
Let's see, we get a little sweat here.
Yeah.
That's above sweaty. He actually picks up a couple percent, loses opportunity though. 2 cards only remain. Oh, wow. All you can ask for with ace queen to aces for a chance being only a 1-4, 3-1 dog going to the river. And look at this. Wow. Just runs it down. Aces are cold so far, man. What a brutal way to go to lose.
Fuck. 咩人嚟咁樣講嘅？咁係嘛？呢個係事實啫。
Playing 5-handed at the moment.
One card flush is quite rare in short deck. Sorry.
All right, take a look here. GG Poker. Playing line at GG Poker. Join the world's biggest poker community. Always have a good game. Jason Kuhn, chip leader on there. See a picture of him. Battles there. Elke, Fedor Holtz, Daniel Negreanu, many more. Great software, great games. GG. Appreciate the graphic there. There's Jason. If you guys haven't played, the Elke, the Daniel, they got the little avatars jumping around when you make a final table. It's interactive software. It's fun, but today it's live. We're on the live table. 5 of the best. Playing 75K in a short deck event. It's a lot of money to put up for short deck, but you know, I guess if you know, you either decide you want to gamble a bit, or maybe some of these guys done some work. I mean, if I'm gonna fire a 75K tournament, I'd probably do a little brushing up before I hopped in. I mean, I'd imagine these guys took a look and went over some of the rules. Ali's the only one who's sort of visibly shown us that he is not up to speed, but that could be a little angle. We don't know. What do you think? Do you think Ali did a little studying, or do you think he just really cold turkeyed it?
I'm sure he did some studying. I doubt he hopped in without at least talking to his buddy who plays short deck and, you know.
Right. Ran a couple hands, talked out of scenarios, made
Getting
sure they
some
know the low
4-1-1.
straight.
Yeah.
The ace plays for the low.
Getting
yeah.
the primer. At the very least, like the 20-minute pregame primer.
Right.
Sorry.
And Chidwick getting after it. Ace jack off.
If Ivan could see his hand, he wouldn't mind this matchup, but it's too speculative. Too many scenarios that are not ideal, and Sir Watt's going to be in the muck there too. So Chidwick picking it up. Kerry was onto something. Kerry revealed to us a bit of info about Chidwick. He did say he likes to play.
I mean, so far this has just been reinforced by watching him play. He's limping the small pairs in early position. Just sadness and disdain on his face, having to fold the 10-8 offsuit. Shipping it in. I mean, he might be all in as much as anyone so far since we've been watching.
Both not like this, mate.
Sorry, missed you.
I mean, this does feel like a game with all that money out there and how close the equities run. I mean, it can't be that bad to just go for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you have ace-jack, people fold the king-queen, all in. Why not? Just keep on picking up the money. I mean, when you get called, you're rarely that big a dog. Every time it gets through, you know, pays for a lot.
I don't want to say I do believe like deep stacked. It is a very, you know, it's an intense game. I do think from the notion that if you're looking to like go to WSOP, play, they have a 1500, I believe, short deck. They definitely have a 10K. You know, it's a way where if you do take a couple gamble spots, you could find yourself with some chips at the end and giving yourself an opportunity to do something. I would like to play the WSOP one.
Best people still want to ask.
But yeah, same here. I think I'm going to play it next year.
Next year, it's in a month and a half. I mean, we're almost there. It's
yeah.
there. WSOP around the corner with that short fall season last year, now into the regular time slot. So it's
Jeff, you know,
up.
I don't have a very good sense of time.
That's
you know
fine.
this.
I know. I'm just pointing out for.
You know,
I say next year. I don't want people to think we're the WSOP.
Forgot about our podcast interview with Senor Perkins.
Yeah, that was tough.
If you're listening, sorry about that. I mean, that was my bad.
No, it's
But
Bill,
I'm just saying.
Bill's not busy. I'm sure it's not a big deal. Not a big
I'm
deal.
just saying, you know, I'm not so good with time. Next year, next month, I don't know the difference.
Tell you what, Ivan knows that ace-jack suited is a good hand, and he is going to put the pressure on in the hijack position. Ace-jack suited. Sir Watt's got no defense for that, and it is a pickup. Ivan Leal, those newfound chips. Aggressive move got coolered into aces, but doesn't guarantee that you lose the hand. Aggression. That's one of the things about being aggressive in just tournament poker in general. If you get it all in, you play a big pot, and sometimes you're behind, but sometimes you can win.
Yeah, I mean, I will say in the tournament setting, this really seems like a pre-flop game. I mean, by and large, you know, how just based on watching so far and what's going on. I mean, if you know how to play pre-flop really well, you probably don't even really need to know how to play post-flop that much in this. Like, whatever, just make some guesses, do a few things. But if you're pre-flop square, I mean, look, they're just all in so often. And you could probably even play in a manner where, you know, you're not playing post-flop as much.
Again, I will say that
This is, listen, do you think, if Watson doesn't, you think Chidwick's letting him go?
the thing is, though, he sees Danny 10. He sees some of the limps. Like, Chidwick is aggressive. It is a different stage. I don't.
Okay, so it's not even going to get to him.
We're not going to get the opportunity.
But now will he? I mean, I don't know. After the 10-8.
This does hurt him. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was going in. Although he's probably one of the things great poker players do are aware of how they're perceived at the table. So I don't know. Like, he sees Danny Tang limp in, maybe, you know, knows that he's aggressive. Maybe he's not just going to surf in ace jack off because he is going to be dominated.
No, but it's suited. I actually think he would probably fold ace jack off here.
Well, he knows it's possible to make a flush. He did it today. He's got the flush confidence in him. Maybe he just knows Sir Watts. Maybe he's going live read. Oh my goodness!
Told you, ace jack was.
It was in. And maybe Ivan. Oh no! I was gonna say just like go for it with the jack 10. It's. Maybe they have aces and aces, and you're just ahead.
It's only 56-44. Oh, that's a really bad flop for Watson. You can say it takes away a bunch of his outs, some kill cards.
Still 4-1 only. Well,
some more chops now.
What? Oh yeah. Oh. Wow, that is not a fun one if you're Stevie. Stevie did take down ace jack to aces though versus Wyken Young earlier, so Stevie's got a good sport. He's he doesn't have a short-term memory. He knows can go both ways. Sir Watts got married late last year. Maybe a little wedding run good. We hear about baby run good. He got 4th yesterday.
Yeah. That was quite the river card. It really just felt like Stevie was going to win that on that flop. But just when you take out 16 cards, those seemingly bad beats just happen so much more often.
Right. There's collisions. It's high octane, but these guys they're professionals. Don't feel bad for them. They're used to it. They know how it goes. Ivan Liao with the ace 8 suited.
He's gonna play this. Suited aces are decent hands in this game. Much rather have ace 8 of hearts here than pocket 8s.
Yeah. All right. Sir Watt's gonna cut his losses with the king 8 when he's in there.
Chidwick found a hand he can fold. The queen 6 offsuit. It's no good.
Buried it. Danny with the jack 8 off. Take a little time here, just thinking maybe. Just thinking. A little delay there. He was, I don't know what his maybe weighing options. Also maybe throwing Ivan off a little for post flop. Sort of just, balancing.
Gonna have him put him on a different range than what he has.
Right.
I mean, Danny with second pair here. It doesn't seem like he has very much incentive to bet. And this feels like a hand that just wants to get the showdown. And obviously can't stand a check raise.
Just like that. The one card that could take him into a difficult spot does peel off.
Well, I don't think there's any difficult spot. I mean, if Ivan bets, I just can't see Danny sticking around. Right.
No, I'm saying, yeah, as in like that. The only card that could actually, the equities wise, not from a perspective. There's some scare cards, and you don't feel great with the Jack-8 off. That's gonna be hard to have a lot of great flops, but this card just immediately is worrisome. No one's gonna love their hand here.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Danny bluffs. I mean, he's got to think Jack-8's probably never good here. Almost never. I mean, unless the opponent has like 9s, maybe it's like the only hand you're beating.
Pocket 9s.
Yeah, see?
I
You like
see.
that?
Pocket 9.
He's hoping his opponent had 9s. That's the hand he's beating.
Pocket 8, sir.
Jack-8 calls it exactly. Knows his.
No, he said
I thought
pocket 8. Sir.
No, but didn't he say Jack-8?
Oh, he said Jack-8?
I think so.
Oh.
That's Ivan Liao, bro. He knows his stuff. This is these guys are dialed in. We've been seeing exact hands called. It's a little easier in short deck, right? Because it's less combinations, but still impressive whenever they get it right.
Oh, I misheard him. I thought I heard him say pocket 8.
He may have. I thought it was the J8, but maybe I'm just an Ivan Liao fan. Maybe I'm willing him to get it right, but I think he said it.
The jacks.
Okay, we see the limp stuff start happening a little more post flop. 7-8 suited and hold him. You're happy to see it here. It's just
I feel like he's gonna get a limp. Yeah,
he's in. He's in.
Ooh.
Ooh, Stevie, 10-8 off. No, 10-8 suited, maybe.
Stevie, just limp it, man. Don't. Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
I want you to stick around. Oh my goodness. Look at all the interference being run. It's just all these guys. It's nothing queen, king, or ace. Like this flop, it's coming queen, king, ace. Danny Tang's gonna flop the straight.
Or we're gonna see a massive 5-way all-in. It's one of the two.
Queen, king, ace. I mean, those are the only cards left in the deck.
There's the ace and the king. Flushy. Stevie got the flush cards. No one has an ace or a king.
Well, so this is a spot where if Chidwick bets at this, he's just gonna win.
It's hard to bet in the like a 5-way multi-pot here, but maybe he has plans. Let's see. He's thinking.
Well, he's got to think now about some of the ranges. Like some of these guys have been aggressive when they have hands like ace, king, ace, queen, ace, king, and ace, queen, obviously. So he's got to figure some of the guys behind him. You know, maybe they don't really have. I mean, there's no way on the button. I mean, the button basically doesn't have aces or ace, king, or kings, right? I mean, you're never checking in that spot. So, but obviously the people up front who checked could be laying the bear trap on the flop. Here's a spot, though, where the board pairing, Chidwick still could steal this. Will he do it? I mean, the king pairing doesn't ruin his flush draw again, although it's so hard to hit the flush.
Curious what those watching at home prefer watching. So far at Triton, would you rather see short deck or no limit hold'em? Let's do 1 for no limit hold'em, 2 for short deck. Curious what you guys think. If you're enjoying it, probably many of you, it's not your first game. So it's probably exciting, interesting. Maybe you've seen before on Triton. Definitely fun to watch.
Leak, yeah, it kind of knows. Maybe he's got the best hand here. Pocket jacks, he's correct. And this would be a pretty heroic call, however correct, by Mike Watson.
Yeah, how could you just? What could, I mean, you can't. You can't.
This king makes sense.
No, not correct theoretically.
Right.
That's definitely a fold. Somehow, if you're good, you also have to feel that you're going to get bluffed a lot, enough on the river.
Have this king then. 搖頭
So Chidwick picks that up with a nice little quarter pot bet on the turn.
Everyday bluff, bluff, bluff.
bluff. Mike wasn't here.
Yeah, he said the chat is saying he called his exact hand. J8 called his exact hand. So
okay, yeah. So he did say J8.
The legend.
Your hearing's better than mine.
No, just.
I mean, I've got 5 years on you.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
got all kinds of health problems.
The legend of Liao grows. People are liking it. They're digging the The short deck. I'm liking it, I gotta say, because it's just it's new. It's like I feel like I'm learning. It really is. It's a lesson, like a great lesson. You're watching the highest stakes tournament in the world running in short deck that's going on in the for a long time, and we're getting to watch some of the guys who play it the most.
I mean, really, a lot of the best short deck players in the world. I mean, if you play short deck really well, where are you going to be right now?
You're Triton.
Yeah.
You're in Cyprus.
So
Merit, Crystal Cove. That's where you are. And
another flop flush.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I think I got the odds on that correct. I'm pretty sure it's 7 divided by 36 times 6 divided by 35 times 5 divided by 34, which is basically 1 in 200. I mean, I really might be the best.
That is, we're going to have to confirm that.
So how's Danny going to play this? Danny's just going to lead. It's going to be hard for him to get action here.
He's got really no customers. Sir Watt's taking time in general, just kind of thinking things out, but ultimately, yeah, there's no plan for that hand. All right, who are you picking to win? I like Danny Tang. Let's do a little thing. I'm going to go with Danny.
I'm going to pick Jason Kuhn.
Well, he's got a 2-1 lead, I think.
Well, I mean, Danny has the most chips at this table. I mean, who else am I supposed to take?
That's fair.
You went first. You took Danny.
That's fine. Maybe let me take a little updated chip count. We can grab it. We can grab a few. Oh, he doesn't have the chip lead anymore. Elton Sang, 2 million. Danny, Jungle Man, guys. Can we get any Jungle Man emotes in the chat? I got that. He's in second, 2 million. I saw him. I think super late reg too.
You want Elton or Jungle, and I'll take Kuhn.
All right. I'll take Jungle and Danny. Pick one. I'll give you between the 7 and 12 range. You can pick a player. Danny's in 9th. We'll do 2 guys. I got Jungle and Danny. Actually, 7 and 11. You can't take Ivy because he just jumped up to 12.
You have Danny.
I got Danny.
I mean, why do I have to do that? I mean, I'm spotting you like 300,000 chips up top or something. I mean, let me.
All right, I'll spot you 300 from Danny.
I mean, I'll take Makita.
I knew you were going to say that. It's such a ridiculous. That's so obvious. I didn't want to say it out loud because I didn't want to put the idea in your head, but that's a stretch. You're going 5 and 3 versus my
2
and
9.
So
yeah, but I mean, you have more total chips than me.
Throw me Paul at in 18 just throw me.
No, you already have more total. I'll throw you Richard.
Fine,
right there.
Love
you got Richard because he's on life support right now.
Fine, I got belief in Richard. Jungle though, Jungle just looking for Jungle.
How about this? And how about you got Richard, and then I'll let you pick between Chidwick and Paul, and I get the other one.
Chidwick or Paul?
Yeah,
I'll take Paul.
Okay, I got Chidwick. So how much are we betting on our? And it's just you win, and if neither of a guy, is it win or highest finish? So if it's winner only, then there's a lot of times nobody wins. Well, sometimes. I mean, there's only 19 left.
Highest finish. We gotta have
highest finish. Okay, so how much? USD. How much are we betting?
You can write down your number, what you want to bet, and I'll write down mine, and then we'll take that number, whatever's the lower.
The lower number. Okay. All right, I have my number.
I'm literally looking at you. I said, let's write it down. I know you didn't write it down. I know you have a number.
Okay.
All
there,
right,
I have my number. I wrote it down.
Put it in?
What's your number? Will you say it out loud because mine's written down?
Let's bet USD 1K. I know you said higher, probably. Let me just
Actually, I said lower, but I'll bet 1,000.
How much?
I said 500.
All right, 500. Then we can double.
I'll do 1,000. You got it. No problem.
How about we do 500 today and run the same bet back tomorrow? In the second.
Oh, I thought I was doing it for the. Oh, you thought we were doing it just for today? I thought I was doing.
No, for the winner of the event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do 1,000.
All right, it's fun.
Let's do 1,000. Okay, so I have Kuhn, Makita, And I need to write this down so I remember. And Paul.
I
love that I have Paul. Paul's my guy. You don't remember I was in here with Ollie for the longest final table.
Paul's on my. I have Paul.
No, oh fuck! You picked Paul. Damn, you picked my guy.
Might as well
I
write
have
down.
Chidwick. Yeah, that's why I got to write it down.
I know we're gonna win this. I love.
Paul was my guy yesterday at the final table, and his guy was the Dutch guy.
I'm giving away half.
We had a total man crush on.
I'm giving away half to the Twitch chat. I'm gonna do a giveaway probably 500.
Oh man, you're so rich.
I'm a giveaway guy. I love giveaways. I love Twitch, and it's all here. So, and I think we're gonna win. I feel like it's just what I feel.
Posture.
If you're listening on Twitch, I'll put it up on Twitter afterward when we win. So if you're paying attention, be sure to be on that.
Wait, you have Danny, Paul, Richard, and who's the other one?
I got Jungle, bro.
Jungle, that's right.
There's an emote for Jungle. I'm gonna put it in the Twitch chat right now.
So 1,000.
I'm pledging half to a giveaway on Twitter. I'm feeling confident. I think I'm a 2-1 favorite, just based on just energetically right now. I have Twitch with me.
Oh wow, this is. How's Danny gonna play this? I mean, great card for Ivan. Yeah, board pair.
Ivan could have been drafted easily. He's fearless. That's a guy because it's hard to win.
Well,
we're saying
we
best
didn't draft
finish.
Everybody. We should probably.
We can add to our picks.
Can add.
We'll progressively add. At any point, you can offer an offer along the way. All right. Well, this looks like a break or a table break. We're gonna get to see some new players. There's a lot of big names in the field. Danny Tang. That's my guy. He is in the lead at this table, not in the tournament, but if you look at this, it looks a little bit short stack compared to some of the field. We saw a couple 2 million stacks. We're probably going to get some new big stacks in the mix. So
that'll be exciting. I want to see some deeper play, not just all in.
Yeah, well, we're going to get to see that. So I hope we'll get that draw for you queued up here. So far, we're at the juncture where there's no rebuys. So talk to me about how do you think that's going to be playing right now in this stage of the tournament? We're still not near the bubble, but the money is closed. We haven't just seen so many rips in, but we've still seen people going for it. How do you feel this next hour or so to close the day is going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're starting to approach where we play down to the bubble. You're going to see what we've established is that their ICM effects in this game are strong. So there is some incentive to build up a chip lead here. I think there will be players with big chip stacks who are going to keep the pressure on and try to keep building. Short stacks obviously have a lot of incentive given how much money is out there in Ante. So the implication to me is that some of the more middling stacks in the tournament right now are the ones that will play the most solid.
Yeah, and I meant to ask Jason. I want to ask your opinion because you said you played a bit of short deck, whether it's tournaments or cash. I'm not sure. How big a difference is it in short deck with cash game versus tournament short deck? Whereas like Hold'em cash game versus tournament in Hold'em, how big of a difference do you think it is in the two?
So the ICM effects are stronger here, right? Because in Hold'em there's more hands that can be large equity favorites, right? So when you have extreme ICM effects, you can still get a few more hands that you would end up playing. Whereas in short deck, if all of a sudden you need to have 60% or more in your range, like with the equity plus the ICM juice, all of a sudden it's like you can only play aces if you're theoretically playing correct, right? Which is super extreme. Right. I mean, you get aces just under 1% of the time in short deck. So, I mean, I think the tournament has a bigger effect on the game through ICM if players are respecting it in short deck as opposed to Hold'em.
For sure. And I got to ask you, Ras, I know you love to play. You're watching this. How badly do you want to be in there playing? Is this something? Is it like, are you actually like having a hard time with it? You're like, wow, this looks so fun. Or are you kind of like, no, it's fun to do commentary. I'm learning the game, brushing up on the game.
I mean, you're talking about the short deck specifically. I'd say so far at Triton, a couple of those no limit events, I was definitely jonesing to play.
Yeah.
I'm considering, but the short deck, I do want to play. I do feel like with my amount of experience, 75K is steep, but I want to play. It's hard watching these guys gamble and not be in there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I do enjoy the commentary. It's also fun to be in the booth, and like you just said yourself, like I'm learning watching these guys play short deck, which is cool too.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, a future Triton down the road, I can pony up the 75. But for now, I'm just going to learn from the best.
And they do have different buy-ins, I know, on the future stops. It's been 33 months, as we mentioned, since the last Triton event. That was in London. There was a $1 million buy-in, which is the biggest in the history of poker. They also do have 25Ks and some other so maybe an introductory 25K might be better to dive in. But I think the next Triton stops, there are some talk about where they're going to be. I know it's going to get back to normal. The world's kind of coming into a little more normalcy, obviously, not fully at the moment. But what about travel plans for you coming up, or World Series plans? Do you have any specific idea on what you're going to be playing, or do you kind of just wing it coming up here?
I mean, I expect to be playing a lot of events in the World Series. So I did that really for the first time last year in the fall. Just like my focus was coming in and playing WSOP events, I played about 40, which is more than I've ever done in the past.
Yeah.
And I think I'm going to do that again. Before that, you know, there's a good chance I'll be at wherever the next Triton stop is. I believe they're looking at May. So we'll see when they announce it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, World Series is going to be tournaments. Same thing with you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I love tournaments. I hopefully will play this WSOP, but as you mentioned, the Triton, I would love, in a dream world, I'd love to play like one Triton event and a stop.
Yeah.
This price point's a little high. They do have 25Ks, 50s sometimes too. I know the introductory no limit was a 50, but they look to expand the schedule. And this was sort of a introductory, a re-welcoming of the series back. This is a little shorter than usual. I think typically it's 2 weeks, and they do mix in some different variation buy-ins. So yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure yet. I think Jason mentioned he also doesn't know during the WSOP. It depends a little bit on cash games, how everything's going, and plays it by ear. And I know that's sort of how you typically do too. Kind of see what's going on. Last year you did hop in, won the 3K 6 max. That was pretty cool. 800 plus entrants, I think, maybe even more. Took down first place. So
997.
997.
It's my largest field live tournament I've ever won. So
everyone's got a style. I stone bubbled with aces pre, won off the money. You won the tournament. You know, that was a nice memory for you. Not so much for me, but I do look forward to WSOP. And yeah, we're gonna be picking up with a brand new table when we get back to the action here, guys. This is 75K buy-in. This is short deck. There's no more re-entries, and now we got another table. And look at who it is. Why Kin Young? I mentioned him. I told you this guy can play. Saw him gambling earlier. I should have drafted him because man, this guy is good. I'm just telling you, he is a player. We're gonna pull up his resume. You can look on Triton-poker.com and look at. Wow, we got some new people in here, man. We got a whole new look, including Mr. Anderson. Kerry Katz who's rocking it. He's got the trench coat back on. He's got the glasses on. And wow, what about Brewer, Ras? Tell me about him. Have you gotten to play with him at all lately? He's a guy who's kind of burst on the scene this last year or so too. Seems to be doing very well in the highest stakes events.
I mean, only a couple times. Not very much at all. Very very briefly. I did. He was on the feature table the very first day. And I mean, I remember specifically because there was a big hand that him and Adamo played, where Adamo had a pretty nasty bluff that got through. Brewer ended up laying down 2 queens on the river. Oh, there's your guy. He's all in.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we don't see the cards.
Well, for this one hand, we're doing won't have the graphics up, but once we get everything situated, it's going to be coming in. We will be seeing whole cards.
It looks like Richard had a suited ace, and he's up against, I think that's a queen, and I'm not sure what the other card is. Maybe queen 10. Yeah, queen 10.
7-6 off. I need to get in now.
And the river.
And ace high wins.
Very nice.
都好啲，唔好一上唔第一鋪就出。我好撚勾上電視台。
I think one of the title sponsors, GG Poker. Play online at GG Poker. Join the world's biggest poker community and always have a good game. See some of the world's brightest stars there that play on GG. Many more as well. Jason been in here. You see playing. Was the chip leader earlier. He's got a stack. Now several of these other players have also played in Triton. I saw Daniel Negreanu. He was getting FOMO. He was on Twitter. He was talking about gassing up, playing, getting out here. A few other people chimed in, so we may see some pop-ins that come in still, although it is into the short deck phase of the tournaments. 1 and 2 are no limit. 3 and 4 going to be short deck, and you know they do throw some pop-ins. We saw the 50K turbo. Ibinger won it. Matthias took down that turbo event, I believe 670,000. So that's a nice thing about Triton. They also are very flexible. If you know what players want, they give. If people have the itch or they want to add something, they just put it in and make it happen. So very cool. Very cool series. And here is Y Kin Yong, who has got 1.3 million. He's got the chip lead at this table, at least one of the healthy stacks in the tournament. He is someone I specifically remember being very impressed with how he played, some of the reads, some of the folds he made, and that's when I really was like understanding how intricate the game is and how capable he was. And look at this, we're down to 18 RAS, so 3 tables to 6. It's getting moving here. 51, so let's call it.
Sorry, can you repeat who you were saying? You were very impressed.
Y Kin Yong.
Yeah,
just that he's very experienced for sure. I could tell the way he played. Like instantly, it was impressed. Like it was 1 or 2 folds and even maybe like a thin value bet and like a great fold.
On the flop, I would have. Big hand.
Chip leader Elton 嘅喎，
呢張台
唔係 chip lead 唔係 Elton 都唔係，我 chip leader Elton。
哦係應該係啦，200萬喎。
Saying Elton's the chip leader. That was true. I think it still is. He's just got under 2 millions. Jungleman's still in second. Jason in third. Y Kin Yong is in fourth. Makita in fifth.
So short deck is a game where I think sometimes, especially as you get down into ICM spots, being on the chip leader's right is better than being on the left. Because it's a game where you just want to be able to be first in. And kind of when you're after the chip leader, they're going to weld the ICM stack, the hammer, and just deny you your ability to get in the pot very often. But if you get in first, then the chip leader has to respect that more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think Jason also pointed out the fact that this is it really depends on the stack sizes at the table, and there's just not really as much solve. It's just like there's more kind of feeling on the go, having to make good decisions for different situations. So it's one of the reasons why it's so fun. And also everyone's style is so different. A lot of these guys just aren't regular. This isn't something that you play short deck tournaments that often, so it's not. I think people are kind of figuring it out as they go, which is cool to watch. Wow, betting on the come. That's an absurd card, really, on that board, right? I mean, 7-8 is a straight, but you hit basically gin.
我問翻一條長大問，我問佢呢個世界上超唔超過8個人係嘅意思嘅對手，你會咁樣 call in 8個人唔超過，即係意思對面係單行啦，係咪？但係如果對面係呢個世界冇8個人，係佢會 call 嘅，而單行係其中一個。
5個都冇
5個應該有。
唔係最慘係一樣嘢嘛，你係啱啱冇你有諗下中啊，你唔中法，佢再打你再近唔近？
我諗佢哋諗住我都唔知啊。
呢個問題嚟咗啦，係你中嗰樣唔同啊，即係你又唔中。
Are we opening back up draft picks or not? Are we not? Are we talking or we have a lot?
I mean, I'm always open to conversation.
Let me just kind of take a peek. Richard Young finding the all-in. I mean, just could argue why not limp or something, but this is also maybe looks weaker. Do you want to be balanced? And
Oh, look how much is in there now. It's 60,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably wants to be balanced.
as well as not just like limp go 5-way, right? No one has, and then somehow you're just losing the pot instead of at least picking up a nice pickup.
Danny Tang ends up laying down the queen jack off.
第二隻都幾好
咁結
Let's keep him. That'll do something.
All day. I played tournament until now. This is the first 10 AA.
Oh, we're only down.
Long deck, full deck. This is the first time.
I think Paul Foy is
Nobody
out.
call me.
Too many chips.
And Chidwick and Richard are the
But
two
after
lowest
you
in the
get
tournament
I
right
need
now.
you to have
Get
it.
air jack.
I need the ace jack, yeah. Ace jack's a trouble hand.
Just now we are talking about just now we are talking about the hand 8 with Adamo. I say if the turn not come out 8, what you do? Adamo so bad.
I don't know. I might just never fold to him.
Also, an interesting little wrinkle for people when it comes to odds is that open-enders are favorites against made hands. So, for example, if you have aces versus queen 10 on jack 9-6, queen 10 is actually a small favorite. Because not only is it the 8 outs twice of hitting the king or the 8, you know, it's also much easier in this game to run out 2 pair or trips. So
廿幾個，如果佢哋呢啲，其實我應該要去個女爵。你得廿幾個 anti 咋？
So which is why here you see with the 8-7 of diamonds
現金局係一定去嘅。比賽
and queen jack, between both of them, you know, the pair actually has very little equity. And Ali just likes betting. So far, I mean, he bet 9s on the other board. Here he is betting queen 10 into 3 people. Kerry not interested at all with the 8-7 of diamonds.
So why can Young actually a favorite currently?
Yeah.
Look at that. Just seems like it really just rolls off nicely, doesn't it?
And this is something that, yeah, Hold'em players, when they come over, they just can't stop betting in short deck because it just feels like you just always have good blockers.
Yep.
Oh, here I'm blocking the straight.
And he's telling a story that Wai-Kin Young is going to hope he keeps telling because he's in great spot. Actually, interestingly enough, almost in an identical situation, Wai-Kin Young had Ali dead to rights and River to chop with Jack 10 to King Jack. So, I mean, it's different because he's not made, but it's also, he's telling a story, I have a straight, and he's betting into the nuts.
So, I mean, obviously if Wai-Kin knew Ali's hand, he would just call here because Ali can't win and can't call a raise. But
300.
then again, pretty much everything changes the board. And he has the nuts right now, so.
This one about call holding very soon.琴日我有諗到個，就係嗰個問題啦。2蚊唔係呢個8點打，但2蚊係好肯定打㗎。
I hope so。真係好撚屈咯，同埋對住佢呢啲唔識嘅其實都，不過 raise 得其實都係嗰啲咯。
So Ali under the gun coming in for a raise.
5-13.
Which shows that he's not taking a limp only strategy. Now Danny with the decision here with ace queen. Does he 3-bet? Or does he just call? going to be in position for the rest of the hand, and I'm sure he assumes he's a lot more experienced post-flop player than Ali, in short deck at least. Now this is an interesting board because neither of them have anything. And Ali showing yet again that he just loves betting in short deck. And despite some times where it hasn't worked out, there have been some other pots where it has worked out, right? The pocket nines, where he turned the 9. He's gotten into trouble doing it a few times, but he had that pot versus carry where he bluffed carry out. But it seems like Ali is the most active post-flop player that we've seen so far. He's pretty much bet almost every time he conceivably could.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to come in and experiment in a game, it's more fun to be aggressive than loose. It looks like he has a pretty clear plan. He's going hard on blockers, and he's ready to mix it up. So see if he shifts gears at all. So far, that's been his style.
There you can see King 6 suited was flipping with 9-7 offsuit. How is that?
Surprising.
Yeah, right? The big little, like King little, Queen little cards are really terrible in this game.
Yep. Yeah, Jack 6 off, Jack 6. I mean, it's bad in holding too, but just.
Yeah, that's.
Is there a worse enemy? I Jack 6 off.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah, I'm taking that stone.
Brewer rocking the mullet. I don't know, there was a couple of players in the NCAA tournament rocking that thing. I don't know if that was, I think Baylor was there. I don't know if that's his normal go-to or he's just experimenting, but that is the mullet you don't see very often.
No.
It's unique. And Kerry's got his style too. It's like they came over with a plan.
Wow. Ali really going for it here. I mean.
Yeah, enough in the middle. The Annie's 10, 20,000 for the button, and Kerry got him to lay it down and.
Huh? I don't know what you had, but I called. Yeah, you would have called for sure.
Yeah, King Queen.
Oh.
Showing the advantage of being aggressive.
Just an ace?
Sounds like.
Ace one.
Not a very good one.
Maybe that fold. Yeah.
Sounds like Brewer would have called with the ace 10 in his spot.
You got by like 10-9.
Yeah, you had an ace. But worse than his, I assume.
Yeah, that is father and son, Richard and Wyken Young there. Playing, and Richard knows what to do with the 8K. It's my guy. Come on, Richard. Punish Rasty from the back of the pack. He can do it. Richard is in. Not getting called. Not getting called.
I would have asked if you could add on chips.
肯定會啊！
有冇電視台點得我大佬？
又係喎。
唔係電視都唔會啊。I was probably getting there.
Yeah, father and son playing at the same poker tournament. You don't see that.
Ace-7.
The same table. You don't see that every day.
That's a shove, right? For
Yeah,
38.
we'll shove.
Yeah, okay.
You shove in the ace.
冇啦，著都好少籌碼實吧？你final table 聽日打㗎呢個？嗯。
Yeah, things actually it's going pretty fast. Down to 18, although 6-handed right now, post reentry, so probably slow down a bit.
Danny Tang yet again with the mystery cards.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, I got all love for Danny, and he's my pony here, but he did kind of allude to that he was doing it, right? He mentioned that he's not said not showing every hand or something. I didn't understand that, but
And Wyken Young kind of has a piece of this. I mean, the gutter to the nuts, the Queen of Diamonds, very relevant. Or, sorry, to the nut straight. If it were to come along with Queen High Diamonds, you know, this is an attractive bet size. But he's going to lay it down. So I would not have folded that hand. I would have either led or check called a bet of that size. But Wyken knows better than me.
Didn't I say that he's...
I mean, it seems like you've got a little too much there.
Yeah, critical time of the tournament. You know, it's sort of getting closer, but also you realize you want to make it, you want to stay in, but you gotta give yourself a position, a chance to not be so short and be all in. Ace King 9. There's 9-10 suited. Don't give that hand to Stevie. 9-10 suited. He'd be ready to party.
I mean, 10-9 suited versus Ace King off. It's probably like 55-45 or something.
Yeah, it's definitely about right. Yeah, I'm open to business, Ras. If you want to add any people, at some point we're gonna venture into the zone of likely someone's gonna get it done. We got about a third of the field right now. If you want to bump it up to closer to half.
I mean, what do you want to do?
I mean, do you want me to offer first? You want to offer? Or is it, we could just go. We could do 2 more each. We could 2 more, 1 more each.
Okay.
Trying to look at the chip counts here. Let's see. Take a look. We got Ace 6 suited. You mentioned those. It seems like those. I would think these hands just aren't that good though, because it's just so hard to. I guess it makes it straight though. The Ace 6 suited too. Actually, any ace suited you make a straight, right?
Suited aces are strong hands in this game.
I
mean, not super strong, but you're blocking an ace, and even against kings and queens, I mean, you're only a very small dog, like 55-45. So,
I'll make an offer. How about I'll take Wyken Young, and you could have Elton if you want. He's 1.9. He's got a 500K lead.
Okay.
All right. So we can add that to the sheet. I'm not really so much. I think Elton does play very well short deck, but it's fine. I just like Wyken versus the field.
all right. Well, now we have all the people who are currently in the top 5 are in our group, so pretty likely to get the winner right now. I don't know if you noticed, but Kuhn is in first.
I saw it. I didn't really want to build. I didn't want to put that smile on your face.
Kuhn is my guy.
It's a good one to have.
Yeah. People are starting to raise it up a little more. Interesting decision by Kerry. He's raising it even though he's so short. You'd think you'd just go all in. I mean, is he...
That's not going to... Ali is going to be at least playing.
definitely a better flop for Carey, but he can't really like it very much, especially versus Ollie's flatting range. He's going to have a lot of flats that hit that, and is Ollie going to steal another pot in which, I mean, it feels like range versus range. I would guess that this favors Ali more than Carey.
你哋 confirm 咗幾多號就？未知。我應該係7號。
And so far, we've seen Ali basically bet every time. But this time he passes on betting. I would guess Ali has to figure King-Queen has next to no showdown. Right? Because, you know, my opponent's checking ace-high a lot or some other hand.
He's been a little more to the school of blockers go card. He's
Yeah.
kind of like, if I had, maybe, if he had the Jack-King or the... Obviously, like a 10, it'd be more exciting for him. I just feel like he thinks he could also maybe be drawing dead. Carey could have some traps, and he just
like
doesn't want to.
aces.
But 2 checks, he said that's enough. Nice swing from Ali.
I mean, so far, having watched Carey play this game, it seems like Carey is never continuing in any tricky spots. Like he folded the 8-7 of diamonds on the 9-10 ace, right? With 1 diamond and 2 spades, just folded to the lead. I'm not saying right or wrong. Here, he just, I don't know. To me, I just don't like in this spot Carey's decision to just not rip it. I mean, we saw Richard with 200 something just rip it. I mean, you pick up a lot. I feel like, and I'm going to continue extrapolating on his style, Carey's got a really careful style and no limit hold'em, a game he plays a lot more, where equities are a lot farther apart, where he protects his tournament life and doesn't always gamble all in when he doesn't have to. Let's call it the Helmuth style.
Okay.
I just don't think that style is going to work in short deck. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you win too much ripping it in and picking up the antes, and equities run too close to play super careful. Right? We just see he got bluffed even though he was like 4-1 favored or something on the turn. So, yeah, I feel like...
Yep.
I feel like so far, I'm going to go with, you asked the question earlier, Carey's not that experienced at this game.
Probably the case, but again, he works hard and fast learner, so he's probably checked in on it, but maybe he hasn't played a ton. And also,
I definitely think the ace-jack off is just a rip there.
Yeah.
I don't think making it 60,000 a thing. If you want, you could come in for a limp, but I mean, to me, at this point, how much is in there? It's like 60,000 every hand, 70,000, right? 10, 10, 10, 10, 20. I think it's 70K.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's risking 2 something to win 70,000. I mean, you know, he only has like 4 pots in his stack on that one. Like you just rip an ace jack off, I think.
Yeah. Also see the problem you're gonna miss and then be out of position too,
Yeah.
which happened, and then he even had a decent card there, right? The jack could have made an aggressive move there, but we'll see. We'll see. Still in. He's got chips and a lot of experience. Number 8 lifetime earner on poker.
Oh yeah, he's gotten way better at no limit hold'em.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
I've always said. I mean, I've seen his results. I think he's been good for a long time. Like, I mean, I just see him battling. If you play 25Ks, 50Ks, 100Ks all the time versus the best,
yeah.
you're going to improve quick too. But I was mistaken. I thought Carey started playing a lot more poker recently, but I look back and he was 2004, like on the Hen and Mob. Like he's played like a lot. I mean, I think he just obviously.
Oh, from 2004.
Yeah.
Okay.
But obviously more lately. It's in the last few years. But like there was.
Well, because he started doing the tournaments in Vegas in like 2014.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Mbappe 好似話 sign extension。嗰邊啊？留翻 PSG 啊？唔益嘅啊。
See ace-10 off under the gun, give it up. Here's Ali with the real hand. He's shown willingness to play a very wide range of hands. 2 queens certainly are that to play. Chris going to come in with a difficult hand to play. Ace-7 off, just not a ton of great boards. Do remember that you can make a straight if a 6, 8, 9 were to come out.
Feels like most hands of Danny's aren't making it to the card
Yeah,
reader.
I love Danny, but I do think that that seems. He referenced it even. It's not even just like by accident, right? He said like, "Oh, this one I don't want to show" or something, but. I mean, from a fair play standpoint, it's not, obviously, if he's not showing his hand all the time, it's not.
Well, this opens up a can of worms for these events. Let's be real, because if Danny's going to do it, what if anyone else wants to say it?
Of course. That's
and
what I'm
then
saying.
all of a sudden,
from a viewer's perspective, it's kind of fun to play along and guess one hand. But yeah, if it's the same guy every time, it's not.
Well, then pretty
that.
soon everyone's going to do it.
I know.
I mean,
so I'm sure this will get addressed. But yeah, I'm trying to understand why Danny was looking to play some soccer down here. Play. Would you be up for some soccer tomorrow, Ras? When's the last time you kicked the ball around, or is that?
It's been a while. Yeah, maybe.
Not sure what time we're on tomorrow yet, but I do like to watch this. I hope we get to. So we'll play to a winner tomorrow. 100K also will be starting short deck. Historically, on these Triton events, there's been some ridiculous amount of rebuys, like 8 rebuys, 10 rebuys. I didn't see.
Short decks?
Yeah, I didn't see many. I saw today. It looked like several rebuys that didn't know how many.
總統親自己留低㗎嘛，佢老媽知係幾留。
留嘅咩冇線通？係咯。啊？點解要留咧？總統留，總統叫佢留，但係總統又唔會，即係我都唔知。
Yeah, Richard with the king queen off up front. See what he elects to do. I feel like he's going to play it. Yeah, he goes with the limp. That seems pretty reasonable. Decides getting it through so many people. He's going to see what happens instead of risking his whole stack. And here Danny shows us the hand. The A6. Wow, okay, so this was an interesting one to show because Danny has a pretty bad hand, but it looks like he thinks Richard off of that stack is limp folding enough. Blocking the ace, he decides to play aggressive with it. But it's not going to get through Brewer with King-Jack suited and who's much deeper. But Danny's going to be in position going forward here. This is going to be a tough one to win with this much in the pot. And if Danny bets, I have to think Brewer's going to ship this in a decent amount. I mean, the stack to pot ratio is only like 1.5 to 1, so it's not going to be a ton of check calls. And Danny seems to have a pretty good hand to stab and fold to shoves. Because, I mean, it's really, he's got the airiest part of his range. So, you know, the only question now is, does Brewer think this bet is small enough that he can just call here out of position? Yeah, no, this is nice hand. So Danny was getting out there a little bit on this, but I think it was a good example of how to take some garbage in this hand and play aggressive with it, right? The ace blocker. It feels like he made a read on Richard there.
Looks like you just have a 10.
Well, you probably wouldn't shove an 8, so.
Yeah.
All in.
Carry with the similar hand, the ace queen this time, not ace jack. A little better, but a little shorter. And Waikin Yong with his stack, this hand versus that stack, he is going to be very, very interested.
I think Waikin's going to play this.
Yes,
Richard only
for
has
sure.
260K.
It's actually trivial even. Like he's risking max 260, and there's money in the middle, and he is going to look up Mr. Katz and Jack 10. So it just feels powerful.
Look at
right?
this.
I mean, it's like
48-51.
Yeah.
Right?
subject 女王9 subject 女王先。
出晒。
I had Jack 10 also.
Tells me a Jack 10, but just doesn't seem to matter.
You had Jack 10 off, did you say?
I had Jack 10 off, yeah.
Wow.
That's not what Kerry wants to hear.
Or to Jack. No, I didn't.
GG, Kerry got it in good, but I mean, that was. Can we call that a flip rest or no? Or is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think
48-51, 3% I'll allow.
You allow the calling a flip.
Yeah.
All right, so unlucky for Kerry, eliminated.
That's it, right?
Sure, we'll see him again, and he's got the Super High Roller Series as well after this out here, so he'll be here for a while playing that, and probably in the short deck again, I would imagine. I don't see Kerry sitting out. He doesn't strike me as a sideline person to come and take a beach day when there's big action going on, especially on this high production, amazing turnout, great field and venue. So Kerry Katz does take us down to 17, and we'll see a look at the chip stacks at this table in a bit, but we can tell you overall.
Good news for you. Good news for you.
So
Jungle is in first. Coon's in second now. Jungle's got 2.4.
Hard to bet against the Jungle. Oh, we got the top 4. Actually, we have the top 5. You got 3 in there. Waikin Yong gets stronger, though. You want to do a double? Should we do a double on if you want to pick one pony, one for a bonus?
I mean,
take your time, Rest. Don't.
You mean like we each pick one? I mean,
like
you're
only
not the chip leader.
No, like you get to choose though one. We can agree on it. Like a one per. It doesn't have to be the best stack. Like you get to choose X, I choose Y. We'd have to agree, of course. Just like a little tickler bonus.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Ooh.
Let's let it progress.
So Waikin raising here. Danny gonna treat this?
They know each other well. I mean, this is something where you may just see him exercise the call. I thought he could shove too, but I guess it makes sense to call.
Ooh. I mean, we can see that on this board, even though it feels like it favors Waikin a lot, Danny's actually 41%. It's a surprisingly high amount of equity.
I'm surprised on that. Why? Because
I mean, just from having the 3 aces and the 4 tens. I mean, 7 outs. 7 outs somehow.
With 2 to come, yeah.
How's that much? Pretty insane.
Just making sure.
It seems like a hard one though, even though the equity's so high. It's a bit of
it's basically just the 7 outs.
It's just tough to, you feel like that. As though it seems that way, it seems like hard to feel like you're in that good of shape, right? Maybe Danny just so experienced realizes that even with, but that's assuming that you're, making the 10 is a winner, like a pure winner. Also, if the ace is good, right? So it's a little harder than just saying, "Oh, I have 40."
Oh, yeah. Obviously, he doesn't know what hand he's up against.
That's what I'm saying. But in this exact situation, it just actually ace jack just feels, as it looks, it does feel not so good. He's saying, "Would you call me all in? I don't pre-flop."
Waikin doesn't give an answer. He keeps that one to himself.
He's a competitor. This guy's 3-time Triton champ. I'm actually going to pull it up, but if you take a look, we'll look at it. I mean, my man is double second almost.
Oh, 1.7. Jesus.
Yeah, he's moving. Chris Brewer.
You're starting to really run away with this.
Well, yeah, no, it's still a lot of play. A lot of play. It took us a while to lose someone there to 18 to 17, but we did lose a player. Mr. Kerry Katz going to go down there. We have 17 left. Looks like a little bit of a break here. We're going to be Sticking with this table, though, I believe. What are your thoughts, Ras? Tell me, are you feeling okay with your picks? We kind of did a little auction on players. Are you feeling more confident, less confident, and who do you like at the moment?
With Jason Kuhn on my team, I'm always confident as long as he's still in the tournament. So
I mean,
he's my guy.
You went for the hybrid. He's GG Triton ambassador. Not a bad guy to pick. So tell me also now, 17 left. You're getting more warmed up to short deck. Anything you're picking up? Is there anything new that you're sort of have learned today from, or just brushed up on?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems to me that you can start to tell the difference between some of these guys that are a little more experienced than not. Like this last pot between Wyken and Danny, where he raised it and called. I mean, we hadn't really seen that so far, but these are two guys who obviously played a lot of short deck, whereas some of the other players were going all in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does seem like maybe if you're more of a beginner, you could keep it simple by having much more of a kind of shove or not type of strategy there in order to, keep it simple, make less mistakes. I mean, post-flop waters in this definitely seem a little bit murky, right? I mean, there's Ali who's been getting all over the place, betting. He had a couple times he got himself in trouble, like that King-Jack hand when he had the Jack-10, and I mean, he got really bailed out by the Jack on the river versus Wyken.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, that's one way you could maybe simplify the game a little bit for yourself, but in a way where you don't lose out on too much EV, right? Because, as Chidwick seemed to show it, you just pick up a lot when you move all in, and if other people fold, sometimes they're folding hands that have quite a lot of equity versus you. So.
For sure. Makes perfect sense. So as of now, it looks like we're going to stick with the same table. I know that there is a break, and then we will be playing to a winner tomorrow, not tonight, but we have a lot of high-stakes tournament action coming up still to play in this short deck. I'm enjoying it. I hope you are. We're going to watch some highlights at the break, and then we'll pick it back up.
Ace-Queen suited, again, up front, could be taking a only limp strategy. And Danny going to set mine, because there's really nothing else good that happens with pocket sixes.
Yeah, as you said, the pairs, if we can
I mean,
get in for cheap.
It's a big dog there to all these hands. Oh. Wow. We're going to see Lee with the King-Jack and Chidwick with the nut flush draw. Those are the two hands that really flop something. I mean, the others, it's pretty dusty. So how will Lee play trip jacks with a good kicker here? I mean, Chidwick's not too deep. Lee has a lot of chips, but effectively it's only 244K behind.
Yeah, let's see. He was one of the chip leaders. Get an updated stack count, chip count. We reminded you again, Triton/poker.com. You can see the actual current updated stack. He's in 8th with 97 antes, 774,000. So, pretty good position, sitting there in the mix, and got a cool spot. Stevie with the ace queen suited, getting raised right away.
Yeah, but it's a small amount, so it's if he re-raises here, he's kind of committing to the hand for a lot more. It's only 24,000, which I mean he's getting like 5-1 to call. And you can see if he opens up this betting back up again, I mean he's a 2-1 dog versus trip jacks. So he has to kind of think like, if I re-raise here, how likely does my opponent have a jack? What trip jacks is he actually going to fold?
Right. Also, the nice part about drawing to a flush, though, is if you make it, you're good. Especially if you do beat a full house. You don't have to worry, does he fill up or not? It's just kind of like...
definitely changes the kind of the texture and the way this plays, right? Because in Hold'em, it's kind of the opposite. Like, this is not that great of a board to be drawing to a flush on, whereas like now,
a little surprised. Did he got it in there? I guess like with the multi-way, just figuring he's against, going to be against a jack as this is playing. I don't know. Maybe it's standard.
Well, I mean, I think some of the thinking is that does he want to have some bluffs or semi-bluffs that play back when he gets raised there? And then if so, maybe this is one of the best hands to do it with, right? Where he can re-raise back. Obviously, he wants to get a fold, but if his opponent goes with it, then...
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting, though, to see. And say how hard it is to make a flush. Chidwick did it. 51 entries in this field. 23 remain. I think the payout information is up. Almost up, not quite. The structure is 40-minute levels, 300,000 starting stack. Jason Kuhn, still your chip leader, was kind enough to join us in the booth, drop some knowledge on the game. Very nice of him to come. Short break. Jason has a 6-month-old, saw him on FaceTime on his break as well. Checking in and spent some time to give us a theoretical touch on what he does and what he considers his... All right, everyone, we're back. Event number 3, 75K short deck, Ante-Only. We're live from the Marriott Cyprus Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino. There's a look at it. One of the towers. There's a bunch of venues here. Definitely a staple venue in Europe. So good to be back. I was actually here twice towards the end of last year, and they're always building, expanding, growing, optimizing. Rast. That's what they do here in Cyprus. They optimize, and I'll tell you who's optimizing his stack. Wykin Young, that's my guy. Twitch chat, 50% going to you. Stay active, stay motivated, Wykin. Keep playing well, 1.7 million, Rasty. I don't think you're nervous. I know this amount is getting nervous, but you're competitive. I know you want to win, and, it's tight. It's tight at the top. There's some big names there. This is shaping up for a big deal. And look at Richard Young. He's fighting in there. Father, son, top and bottom of the chip counts at this table. Danny Tang in there as well. Brewer. And Ali, kind of fun. Ali is sort of the people's champ in this event. He's sort of in there expressing not as much knowledge. I mean, he's definitely never played a Triton short deck event. I know he's new to the stop in general. So this is, it's jumping right in, getting your feet wet into the big boy game. Let's see what happens.
No freebie, Danny.
Oh, I keep doing this. Fuck. Yep, thank you.
No freebie. It's almost like the dealer's letting it go like a friendly. Like it wasn't like, all right, I wasn't sure we're making him pay it.
清個輪啊，清下輪個蟹有啲食咯，長水到閪咁已經傾熟。好啊，好嘅。真係冇得。
Tell you he's not afraid. Ali got carried to fold ace 10, essentially blind on blind.
Yeah.
Last two to act, and Carey had a winner there against. He got ace, ace 7, like really would have been dominated. So, kind of gives you a little look into his guys had a ton of success, and just shows like his aptitude, his understanding. I think of players' games, of situations, willingness to go for it, but like aggression, but not blind aggression. Like he makes aggressive moves in what seems to be the right spots. And there's definitely something to that.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I think beginners to short deck, again, bet too frequently multi-way as people overvalue blockers. Not that blockers aren't important, and there are certainly some spots, especially on the river, where they're very important. But you know, I would classify Leah probably as somewhat of at least somewhat of a beginner to short deck, and but that said, he clearly has a lot of card sense. You know, he clearly knows how to be selectively aggressive.
Yeah, I did.
And
I fold.
I think when because I have a lot of experience in my career of trying new games, starting new games, just hopping in there and seeing how it goes. And that is kind of the fun part of a new game, is you're just kind of testing out all these little theories and ways to play. And it's kind of fun to watch people giving that a shot in real time here in the short deck streets.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
靠捉佢哋計，我哋係靠捉佢哋計贏錢頭。攬住安全帶打。
King 6 offsuit is short deck garbage. Probably like the 10 deuce off.
All in.
All in.
640.
沖涼啦，沖涼啦，沖涼啦，沖涼啦。
All in.
So you can see King Queen offsuit, a small favorite versus pocket jacks.
呢啲就通常都呢啲真係好撚問水，硬係覺得佢好似領先有咩屌佢。I'm doing the walk away. I'm sorry.
I mean, I guess we'll agree this is a flip, 3%.
2, yeah. Danny's doing the walkway. He loves this so much. I know, like you could tell, he plays high stakes, but he just loves short deck. This is like a real emotional one. It's to stay in the game. If he can hold here on the river, he's looking away. He's doing the real. Oh, he grabbed his little bundle there. Oh, he didn't work.
I was kind of feeling that.
Oh, do I, mate?
Yeah. I have him covered, right?
1, 2.
Yeah.
Yep, you have covered.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's actually a significant blow for my team. I mean, that's first casualty in this event.
Oh, the second, because Paul's out too.
Can't keep walking away.
Yes, this is. I mean,
you lost Danny and Paul. You're down to Richard, Jungle, and Wykin.
We're talking about
Father, Son, and Jungle.
Oh my goodness!
Father,
I mean,
Son, grandson.
Wow. Wow. Who's the grandson? Jungle.
Jungle.
Is that where we're going? I mean.
How much equity do you have?
Damn, that was a big flip. Danny, boy, come on. He wasn't showing his cards, so I love Danny, but I got to give him, got to give the people what they want. We want to see cards.
Man, you don't show your cards, you're on the bicycle.
That was a tricycle walk, yeah. All right, so we lose a player again. We're getting down to it. It's getting a little closer to the money. Actually, did they usually the payout should be announced? No. Did we see it? Is it on the site? Because the Triton/poker.com gives you an update.
You pay the top 7.
Okay.
194.5 for 7th and 1.17 for the champion.
Wow. Yeah, look at this. Wykin Young, 3 titles, 9 cashes, 9.6 million in earnings. That's just in Triton. And if you look at in London, in the £100,000 pound main event, he took first place, 2.6 million. And in the 100K short deck main event, he took second place and won 1.8 million. So he went in the two mains with like 100 plus entries. He went first, second in the main events in 2019. And he got very unlucky versus Bonomo, as I remember, heads up to win it. Was all in, I think, 2 times as a favorite and lost both. So, secret's out. Why can't I know? Maybe getting back into it. It's been a while, 33 months since that series. It's a long time. It's almost 3 years since we've gotten to see Triton. It's a pretty big treat to have it back. A little shorter series than usual. But nice series.
Are these guys playing four-handed?
Yeah, so I guess because of the balance, is it 5, 5, and 4? Down to 12, right? So down to 18 6-handed tournaments, so that's just how it happens. And it's at the feature, getting four-handed at the feature short deck. That is something where you would imagine like Brewer and Ali probably haven't done a lot of four-handed short deck work, right? Like on.
Well, I have no idea about Brewer.
No, I'm just
I
saying,
would say Brewer strikes me as more
studious,
experienced than Ali based on the play we've seen so far. I think
yeah,
he's played more short
my point being that 4 max no limit hold'em, 5 max, 6 max, these type of things and ranges. Like I just think like probably not a lot of people have like looked at a four-handed short deck, 'cause that's like a very rare part of the tournament you get to play. It's almost never going to be four-handed. Okay, so Brewer does find top pair. Ali, who's had the propensity to bet frequently, often.
He likes betting.
He's not afraid to grab chips.
Just taking a small stab at this pot. 18 into 72. I mean, that's a quarter pot and very easy call by Brewer, for Brewer rather. Ooh. Now that's a card Ali's gonna, given the way we've seen him and that he bet the flop with stone nothing, I think this is 100% a bet. The question is just how much. I mean, he probably wants to bet an amount where a king has to consider folding.
Yeah, it looks like
he's going pot.
Little over pot, about pot, yeah. It's all, again, same situation, boards paired, little extra comfort when you know that you're going to hit a winner almost always with the flush, especially a runner flush. If it comes through, got to believe that would be good. And if so, your opponent somehow has a full house, you're not worried about that particularly.
Brewer makes a non-obvious, not too easy call here. Oh,
wow.
My.
That is quite a run out.
The thing is, Ollie never has kings himself. So I wonder if Ollie actually bluffs that card. Because, I mean, Ollie's really repping an 8 of some kind.
Right. Yeah, it's almost like, does he need to do the betting himself? Because probably going to get checked back on that, so. And Ali had other river cards in mind.
Yeah, 10 or a diamond.
You get paid on 10. You don't get paid on a diamond.
We're a little extracurricular.
I had
notice
the #1 king to call down.
That just shows you a little insight in the level. The number, he's saying I had the best king.
#1 king to call down. I'm telling you, Brewer, I can tell you, he's played more than Ollie.
He's a player.
He's already got the short deck kicker calling rankings. He's a player.
That's when you know you're a player. And you start telling about the top pair, what's the best one, and knowing exactly what it is. And yeah, Richard Young trying to get back in the game. He's getting some pretty good hands. He just hasn't had a customer really on his last couple all-ins. But Ali is taking immediate interest. And here's that exact situation we were talking about.
Wow.
And actually, everyone's got a little something. Four-handed, mind you.
Now we're going to get to see the odds of jacks versus jack 10 suited.
Unless ace-queen comes in, probably with an all-in and all-in, though. Oh, Brewer, very quick interest.
7, 15.
He's got a nice stack.
730.
And there's also playing in, though, if he were to lose, he'd still have 500K against just Ali, right? So it's like, this is...
I mean, I think if Brewer comes in, it's
got
gotta be.
Sorry, I wasn't trying.
It's gotta be really bad for Ali.
Yeah, I was looking away and I was like, okay. How much was it again? 730. Okay.
I mean, listen, yeah, Ali and Richard have the same equity here 3 ways, but Ali's probably going to be a favorite heads up if Brewer folds. So, person it definitely hurts the most is Ali.
Fold.
Oh,
wow. Well, we're going to get to see those percentages. And actually, 64, 28. Wow, he's actually got, yeah, he does know. He knows that's a dream. In Hold'em for sure. In this game, maybe a little less, but even so,
it's still basically the best he could hope for.
Right.
Really.
I only used 1, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's see if we're gonna get some action.
Damn.
Sort of bricky for the Jack 10 suited. It's gonna see if we can pick up some equity here on the turn. Wow,
Oh my God.
That's the one. That is the one.
Wow, we're turning deck. Jack
Ace
on
queen,
the
what advantage? 2 ace, you get 8 queens.
And
yeah, when I have ace queen, he's probably a favorite. I had ace queen, no halt.
Oh wow, yeah, it's
Like
interesting.
just knowing my 2 faults.
Ollie's been known to sweat big rivers in his career. Let's see if he can pull one, and he can't. The runaround Jack 10 showing its force, its power, its strength. Wow,
that was big for you,
yeah,
Richard.
Really big, really big. Nice hand, Richard, and nice hand for Team Twitch and me, because that would have been Richard out, Ali powerful. Now it's Richard ahead of Ali.
Well, nobody has Ali in our bet, but yeah.
I would have called like full play.
Oh, you're right. I was thinking it was Makita, but yeah, either way, it's important. I'm losing players left and right there. I'm fading now.
Yeah.
This is where tables turn.
Wow, big pot.
That's why you put Twitch on for half the bet, Ras, because when you're 3,000 strong, energy rooting in the chat, it helps in those situations. They can will stuff home. 2,500 watching on Twitch. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're enjoying. Let us know where you're watching from. Hope you're enjoying the short deck. If it's your favorite out of the 2 Triton games this week, let us know. Number 1, put 1 in the chat if you prefer No Limit Hold'em, and 2 if you prefer watching short deck. I'm curious because I actually am genuinely torn. I think it's more fun to just see something kind of new and different. And
so 10's here. 10 here is a little dicey, but he gets it through.
Four-handed seems big-ish, even though never if you get called, it's not big. Almost
No.
ever.
Yeah. You're pretty much a dog to every hand that calls you, I think.
All right, take a look here. GG Poker, play online at GG Poker. Join the world's biggest poker community. Always have a good game. GG. Love the name. Stands for good game. Daniel, Jason, Elke, Fedor. In the mix. Jason, one of the top stacks. Still in this tournament. Weekly Super Millions. Tuesdays, YouTube can watch Whole Cards Up. 10K buy-in. Final table. Pretty exciting. A lot of these players compete there in the field. I don't know about this particular group here, but I know some familiar faces there, so check it out. Hope to see you at GG Poker. Big pot rest. Big pot. That was big. Go Richard. Crowd goes wild.
Some guys can do it.
Some guys did it. The runner. That Queen of Hearts was so spicy. It was literally like it was a made-up turn, actually.
King 9 off. This feels a little speculative here. I mean,
so if Brewer had called, Ali would be out. Brewer would have a lot of chips, and Richard would have got an extra 250.
no.
Oh,
he made
Jack
a straight, right?
Oh, did
Jack
he?
10 made a straight.
No, but
Yeah.
no, but he had jacks. I'm saying Ali would have been out.
Oh, Ali would
Richard
be
would have
out,
got
yes.
more. Ali's out. Chris stack grows. So
Yeah.
a little butterfly effect. That's a big thing in tournaments.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Brewer would have really chipped up quite a bit, and Ali would be out.
And Richard would have 800, a little more too.
So see, Richard rips in the suited ace there versus the limps. Suited aces actually play pretty decent all in. Again, this guy limps with kings. You rip it in, ace 8 suited. He calls. You're like, oh no, disaster. Not really. You're like 45%.
That seems like one of the fundamental differences in the game, because in your point, ace suited being big, you always can make a straight with any suited ace.
Yeah,
you can flop where you can't and hold them with the 6, 7, 8, 9.
You're in fine shape against kings and queens,
right?
And
yeah, the ace-7 suited, you can hit.
And you're blocking ace, king, ace, queen, or aces, which are
All
big
right.
hands.
I'm on for I'm on team ace suited for.
Man, I'm ready to fire this up.
Kind of want to play you heads up right here in short deck on the side.
Heads up short deck. Now that's got to be a weird. I mean, because now you have to play all these junky hands.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be a good spot for me to play you heads up in short deck. You're probably a little more aggressive.
Wyken up front with the ace-9. See what he decides to do. Kind of actually feel like maybe he raises. Yep. It's putting the pressure on. Richard with 2 jacks. Oh, decides to call. Wow. I'm guessing Ollie's gonna ship this. Yeah. Easy fold for Brewer and for Wyken, really.
552.
Wyken with a little posturing, which is okay. The question is whether or not Richard calls. I mean, he's going to be getting a decent price here and actually is getting the right odds versus Ollie's hand.
Call.
Yeah.
Same hand? All right, flip. Jack's unlucky hand. Yeah, true. I lose an ace there, but Jack's unlucky hand. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Richard's getting almost 2-1, so I mean he needs like 33% equity. I don't think Jacks can fold there.
Yeah. 8 outs.
I'm no improve.
Now Jacks is solid favorite, almost 3-1.
All right.
Do we talk?
Yes, me cover for sure.
Yeah, it's close.
You have.
I think it's close.
You have more than 550.
I think you have a tongue
Is it a table break? Is it a table redraw?
Yeah.
I'll rebalance it.
Yeah, he's going to.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I think the feature table is going to be getting Jason Kuhn.
Wow.
My guy.
I heard whispers. I was trying to see what's happening here. There's a lot of commotion.
Ollie's out. We're replacing with my guy. Now we got a lot of guys facing off here. You got father, son, no grandson.
Oh. No jungle right now, but we are going to do a rebalance of the table. So this is coming to a very fun part of the tournament. We're getting down to it. This is where we're going to start to see a little bit. It's an interesting thing because we just don't know. We really don't know because we know what you maybe are supposed to game theory wise, but depending who has the chips, who wants to go for it, it could be anything. I hope we get to see that tonight, but we will have this day 2 tomorrow as well. We're going to rebalance the table. We got some more action for you guys, so don't worry about that. But right now, Rast, who's impressed you? What is becoming clear to you in this tournament at the moment?
I mean, I feel like Brewer has played pretty well. I mean, Wyken's made a bunch of good decisions.
Yeah.
You know, even Richard. I think, thing is Richard has been pretty short.
Yep.
So the decisions haven't been particularly complicated.
Yeah.
But I've liked every decision Richard has made. Even this last one, I like the way he played the jacks. So, Ollie has had some good good hands and some bad hands, but definitely Ali's had a few hands that I didn't necessarily agree with.
He's on an experimental side. He's playing
Yeah.
a lot of hands. He's in
Yeah.
there. He's mixing it up. Probably finding some unfamiliar situations. The game, some of the other players maybe just aren't going to be in the same spot. So it's kind of fun. I think the key so far pivotal moment was the ace-queen. Brewer decided to fold. He sized it up. He looked at it. It's short-handed, four-handed. I think you could tell he was really on the fence there. Obviously, ace-king, I think he would have put
Number
in for
one,
sure.
I'm going with Richard.
Richard.
Yes.
For the hand. Well,
no, I mean in terms of who's made the best decisions.
Okay.
I just actually really don't dislike any decision Richard's made. So I
Nice.
don't know. What about you?
Yeah, I think that I think Ali has been in there a little too much. That was just kind of what I'm noticing. But it's also more fun to watch, and it's also maybe that I don't know because he's doing things that like hands that I don't know the game as well, and I wouldn't have played them like that because he's just in there more. So I would say that in terms of impressive, I do feel Brewer really knows where he's at. He just seems very comfortable, very confident, understands the game. Even talking about like in the spot with top pair as the number one particular king in the spot to call down. So it just seems like really with a plan. He knows what he's going to do with what happens. He knows how he's going to proceed, and I just think that it's pretty clear that he has put some work into the game and knows what he's doing. I gotta say though, Jason Kuhn, he's coming over. He has had some really good short deck experience. He said it's his favorite game. I think it's going to be a rebalancing the table, so we're going to see some new faces. I think Phil Ivey was still in the mix. Some other huge names. Jungle Man wore a suit today. Maybe he gets some featured table. He was ready for the bright lights. Who are you looking forward to out of those guys? Who would you like to see more? Would you like to see Jason or Jungle?
No. Jungle, listen, I'd like to see him out of the tournament right now. He's your guy. Like, he could cost me $1,000.
Yeah.
We've got my number one pick coming to the feature table. Jason Kuhn, my guy. He's going to do it. He's going to take it home, win me $1,000 of your dollars in my pocket. And listen, I mean, I think Jason plays this game great. He's put a lot of work in. It's his favorite game, and he's a great poker player. And I'm excited to watch him play some cards.
Yeah, no, I think everyone agrees. Great choice. He's a fun guy to watch. Been talked about, and actually in each of the two prior events, he has built chips. He cashed, I believe, 5th place for $300,000 in the 50K. He was chip leader in the 100K. Going down the stretch, a couple hands didn't work out, didn't cash, so he's hungry, he's ready, he's locked in, and we're going to get to see him, I believe, when we cut here for this rebalance. Let's see who gets over to this feature as we pick up the action. There he is, just getting chips organized right out of the rack. He's got the lumberjack look, flannel going, and he's focused. Brewer, Kuhn, Wykin, we got a treat.
Yeah, it feels like now this is going to be a higher level short deck table. I mean, Kuhn, Brewer, Wykin, Richard, everybody here has a lot of experience. I think a lot of the guys who were less experienced have now, moved on.
Departed.
The faithful departed.
Interesting hand here, and not a great situation for 2-9s because he is hemmed up. I mean, the blockers galore all over here. People feeling confident, but
I mean, if he puts enough pressure on, he can probably get jacks off in most situations, and to me that's a pretty good card for him to continue bluffing because he picks up more outs, but he decides he doesn't want to. And oh wow, they both make a flush, so there's probably a value bet coming here.
Troublesome. We know how hard it is to make a flush.
Yeah, but it's a little easier when there's 4 on the board.
Well, actually, the fact that he bets 35, this is interesting now if that sizing could even get him to bite for a bit of a raise, although it does intuitively.
He's not raising. He's not raising.
No, I mean, I don't.
He's got the 4th.
I'm saying it's good. It's good. It's good. It's fortunate for him that's the case to get that size on the river.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I don't think he would raise either. I'm just saying, yeah, it's hard to be raised and get called then with the 9 high. Diamond, but
technically the 5th nuts, I guess, because there's quad 6s. But I mean, that one you can pretty much rule out, given the bet on the flop and the call. So now these players are quite a bit deeper. All three of them, everybody on this table over $1 million. So, I mean, probably not a spot where we're going to see a lot of jamming. But Richard might decide to raise this up. I mean, he's in position. He has a nice strong hand, king, queen suited. Powerful big cards and the suited to boot. No one's going to be able to play with him.
Yeah, so we're still very short-handed. I mean, it's interesting, kind of how it's gonna go in the nature of this size with six-handed. I mean, we're down four-way here. And again, some of the more experienced players that I presume in the field and just in general in this, so they probably do have a good bit of understanding of this, how it shifts from 6 to 5 to four-handed. See 13, so at 12 it will be 2 tables of 6. But currently you're getting to see that 4-4-5 action.
Well, it looks like Kuhn is going to punish this limp with a relatively weak hand, 10-8 offsuit. Could be an exploitative decision here versus Richard, but what will he do? Jack-10 offsuit. I mean, if he folds, it would definitely signal that this is an exploit that Kuhn's doing here, raising. Yeah, I mean, probably.
I learned that from you. You just did that. I learned from you.
Probably feels like Richard's a little extra weak limping, that raise is going to win.
Huh? It's all out of my head that it seems.
Also, remember, this is a game that being out of position is extra uncomfortable, so.
Sorry, I thought you were fine.
We do see why Kim Young with the sixes, but
you could read my intentions.
I guess a little less likely.
That's why I was like, when I saw the 12 out there, I was like,
joke's on you.
At this stage of the tournament, there'll be super aggressive action, right? So he comes in, he's got the sixes, looking for set mine, and hello.
Got the set.
2 gutters
versus
in there.
2 gutters, yeah. So, kind of think on this board, I feel like he's going to find a lead. Seems like one where probably doesn't really want to check raise his hand too much, and you know, given that most straight draws are going to be gutters, you can bet an amount that puts him in an uncomfortable position. Now Kuhn also has a backdoor flush draw and bigger cards with his gutters, so yeah, a float here does make some sense to me. A little trickier as Brewer, but he closes the action, but yeah.
Yeah, so Wykin finds himself in a post-flop very nice scenario. I mean, obviously a queen would be super problematic, but this is a big matchup for us, Ras, just the pot alone. I mean, it's starting to get
8-7.
A little big. Oof.
8-7 made the nuts. But see, one of the problems with 8-7 here is if you hit your 9, then a ton of hands still, you know, any set or 2 pair obviously can still boat up, but then higher straight draws, the queen jack or whatever, you know, are very live versus you now. So I think that was probably part of the reason why, even though Brewer was getting a good price and closed the action, still took off. Whereas like when you have king jack and you hit the queen, any 7, 8, or 9 is a total blank, right? Whereas when you have 7, 8, and the 9 hits, any king, queen, or jack is not a blank.
Right.
It makes a bigger straight.
For sure. Yeah, Jason not thrilled with that card. Definitely a heart would have kept him interested. Queen, of course, maybe some other Broadway card possibly, but this is just going to be a pickup for Wykin.
I had a real dream. Beautiful hand. Oh my God.
Richard got a lot of chips in front of him all of a sudden. He really didn't have a lot of maneuverability.
Yeah.
And now he's in there, stacked up and looking.
It's not that easy.
Fit.
Yeah, Richard was in last place. I just basically just let you have him.
Sometimes you get him. He's got 1.2. That is stout. He's also, we talk about our very good friend Phil Locke. I don't know if he gets official credit. You know the term I'm going with, right, Rast? You know the poker term that he coined, I believe, upstuck.
Oh yeah,
it's a real thing. When you're up to 2 and you're down to 1.6, you kind of feel, or 1.4, you feel a little, not so great. If you're at 200 and you're up to like 700, you're feeling great. And he's definitely got he's riding the wave right now.
Now, it looks like Elton's in the chip lead now. Jungle's dropped back to 1.6. Elton's over 2.3, and Kuhn's just hovering near 2 million. So, got 1 and 2.
Okay, so Jason gonna jump into.
Chidwick's still in. He's in 10th.
Do you have
my
him
lowest
too?
guy. Yeah.
Who don't you have? You have? I mean, no
I have Kuhn, Chidwick, Makita, and Elton.
You have 4 or 5?
4.
And I have 3?
You had 5, but only 3 are still in.
Oh, you gave me a bonus.
Yeah, Richard.
Yeah, Richard is going to punish you.
Yeah,
Is Phil Ivey still in? Has been asked. Let's see. I haven't.
He is. I think he's in last.
Can we get? I mean, it'd be nice to get a little Ivey update. He's in last. He's in but last. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll tell you what. I'll take Ivy, and you can take either 11th or 12th. You can pick. I mean,
who do I get? What?
You can pick 11th or 12th. I would probably pick 11th. I mean, it's a 60%, or sorry, it's like 10% something percent more chips.
You're out. So wait, you're giving me the option?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take Ivy. You can have one of those guys.
No, I meant I take Ivy.
Oh, wait. Okay.
No. All right. Pass is fine. Oh, this table has 3 of the top 5, or 4 of the top 6 in chips at this table. So the other tables are not as deep as this. It also feels like a decent board for Wyken to stab at. Hand too weak to check call. And he's got a little something. And realize some fold equity, take it down. Nice hand. I mean, the buttons check back range there, this deep, is going to have a lot of trashy hands that have to fold that. Some king and queen highs, hands that have 6s in them. So. And even a pair of 8s might end up folding, like the king 8.
Yeah, so again, hand strength, short-handed, everything looks a little better, but these are all modest hands, especially four-handed. They're not, no one's fist pumping, but they're also happy to get to a board, get to a flop.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, the ace-10 off is the dog. Look, the hand that dominates both of the other hands is the weakest hand.
Brewer is going to be okay with that. Richard doesn't seem super interested. Checking in on something. This is going to be a spot, though, where you also, although you got a nut draw and you have a 7, it's like, do you want to start betting? Looks like the answer he decides is yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's deep enough here to call a check raise.
Right.
Right, and would with the nut flush draw. So, it makes sense, and I like his bet sizing.
Puzzle pieces put together well.
There's 7, 9 of hearts?
3, 7 of hearts.
Oh my god. Sick. Thought I had the ace of hearts. Oh, wrong one.
That would have been an interesting hand if you do not check. Sorry.
Well, Brewer definitely thinks that if Kuhn had the ace of hearts, he should have bet as a way to use an ace blocker, blocking anyone else from having the nut flush draw. Similar idea to Hold'em.
Yeah, Ras, you're getting called out for that offer by Twitch chat. Wasn't thrilled with that. They said, this is a well-put statement. He said, I'll take one of the world's greatest players, and you can take 10% more chips of so-and-so. I mean, come with more than that. I even countered, and you snap folded on the offer. You better, if you give me an offer, you better be willing to take close to the other side, but all good. We'll move on. We'll roll the dice with what we got. I'm 20.
Well,
2,600 strong.
Dude, how about this? The last time we did it, tell your Twitch fans who weren't there that I let you pick either side of the offer, and then I just threw in a free guy.
You did give a nice thing. Yeah. All right, neutralized. Nice.
You haven't really.
It's not
made
Twitch
an
fans.
offer
This
yet.
is Twitch. I mean, this is.
You
Twitch.
haven't really made an offer yet.
I made a bunch of offers. We got like a ton of people. At this point, someone's probably going to win. There's a lot of guys there.
Oh yeah, we don't really need to keep. I mean, we have the top 5.
Yeah, we got enough of a sweat. I would like to see a winner. This is going to play down to a winner tomorrow. There will be another short deck event, and everyone's got a little something going.
The problem for Wykin is that 6 is just such a useless card.
Yeah, I don't think there's. I mean, I would doubt he's going to be betting here, but I guess he also could recognize hands like Queen Jack, Queen King. Could be in there and could maybe get a little value, keep control of the hand, because it's also tough to call a river if you don't bet here. So maybe he does go small size-ins or some middle, small.
Yeah, with the idea is checking back like every river, basically.
Right. Yeah, because you check, and now you let a hand like Queen King barrel or fire, big size on the river. You don't love it because it's tough hero. Could Brewer do some? Could he be up to no good here with the check raise or such? But probably too much equity, just to call and.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird.
Just play to the money.
I don't know if we can ask them to.
I think they're doing a cash game.
Yeah, the players talking about if we should play down to the money or keep going, and they're saying there's going to be a cash game potentially later. So I think that's the driving force to get down. Also, 51 entered down to 13. It's pretty deep. I think there'll be a big short deck tomorrow, but most of the players wouldn't be prevented from entering unless maybe you won it, and even then I think you can super late reg. So last night we saw 2 players from the Netherlands heads up. Tian Mulder taking it down. Tom Vogelsang, his friend, heads up. Pretty cool, man. It's twice now we've seen in the no limit events that have taken place 2 friends from the same country getting heads up and battling. It's got to be a great memory if you're a poker player getting to play with one of your best friends in Triton. This high production value as well and big prize pool and biggest names. Definitely a dream scenario.
Oh, here we go. 2 jacks.
We played heads up before, Rast, under the bright lights. Do you remember? You've had a lot of tournaments in your career. You probably don't remember.
I don't remember.
Premier League.
Oh,
it was
yeah,
a heat,
of
but
course.
Still.
Yeah, you won, right?
I did not win, but thank you for thinking that. It's a good guess. I think if you had to guess 50-50, I probably would win mostly, but I did bluff you, though. I bluffed you.
Yeah, that's right.
And I finished second overall in the Premier League, and I don't know. Did you make the final table?
I did, yeah. I had that sick comeback. After that, I won the heat where I called Phil on that huge bluff, and then I did well in the next one. And then actually in the final table, I got it all in. I had this crazy 5-bet versus Sorrel where he folded the best hand, and then got it all in good.
What year was that?
Lost.
People are still 5-bet bluffing pre-flop. Was that 2013?
Yeah. I did. I 5-bet Sorrel with like Jack 9 offsuit, and he had like Ace Queen or something and folded, or I don't even, something like that.
Well, I don't want to distract you from a moment for your guy, our guy, but in this particular scenario, your guy, Jason Kuhn, with a set, although I don't think he can get in too much trouble here.
No. I mean, not unless Kuhn gets screwed. I mean, I don't really see any cards.
Unless a 10 or a queen comes in and goes insane.
Oh, yeah, then he might.
He might. That was actually, if anyone's...
Let's get a 10. Make this interesting.
Oh, careful what you wish for.
No, well, that was the card I meant where it flips.
Oh, it's a big flip. This is not even just like now this is a situation a little bit. There's a flush possible, straight's possible, but set over set, four-handed, both players love and life. And, Jason has got to be a little, that's definitely not a brick, but it's also,
It's definitely not a brick.
It's, I mean, if that was a jack of clubs, that would have been a lot more of a problem for him. But even here now, he's going to have a hard time. Oh, he checks it over. Oh, man. Maybe a little safety net card there. Maybe not too much more money goes in now, if any. Jason's thinking what a terrible river, but really it was a terrible, turn and river. But
yeah, I don't see Jason.
He's just going to
betting big here. Yeah, he might block.
Makes a lot of sense, actually. I think you might have a winner. Maybe opponent has 2 pair, ace queen or something, or and probably just gonna call. I mean, I guess he could fold even, but I think he'll.
No, I think he's gonna end up. Well, I think he'll end up deciding to call, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know. He's got that look like, man, I got I got bamboozled here. But the price feels fairly right. Lose to some random. I guess you don't really think about straight. It's more just like a bluff or a blocker bet or bluff. I don't know. He's doing the right things. I said Wyken Young has made great decisions in my history of watching this young crusher. So I still think he's going to find the right play, but you couldn't blame him for folding if he did. Oh, he's laying it down. That hurt. Wow. That is not, with that river coming, I'm sorry, that turn coming, it didn't look like there was many ways that he was going to lose that hand.
No, I didn't think so. I mean.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think Kuhn's looking to accomplish more like a 2 pair or some hand that or even just so he doesn't have to call or get bluffed. But
even change for the time being.
He could, a very effective bet, and that was one of the other benefits of betting there.
That hand felt. There was a lot going on in that hand.
There was a lot.
We need to get Kuhn back in the booth so he can explain that
one. He can break that down.
I actually do think he was trying to.
I had a very, very good hand on the flop. I had too good. I thought, oh shit, I'm gonna get stacked. I had a set.
When he hears he had a set, what was there, an ace out? Ace only?
King,
only. Oh, so king. So it's kind of 50-50 if he was beat or not, even with the set. Or actually on the flop, yeah. And speaking of Premier League, I do have to give a
value betting
throw out to your hand
did I
there,
make you
Rast.
pull a
That
better
was
hand?
See, yeah, he
Yes,
was
that's
value
amazing.
betting. He was value betting.
Well,
We were
I'm
right.
bluffing, you were right. I was hoping you'd call me the ace king.
If I call you, you will be tilted.
Huh?
If I call you, you will be tilted.
No, I wouldn't have been tilted. So I just put a little dinky guy out there. See what happens.
But yeah, I was that hand, that Premier League.
I turn it.
No shit.
Yeah.
In the queen ten of spades or something crazy
No,
like
I
that.
jacks.
Oh, jacks. Okay.
Going back down memory
That overset me. I'm glad the board didn't pair. Yeah, thank you.
memory lane. Premier League. Rast made one of the coolest hands in poker
Your
history.
intuition was right. I was not bluffing.
Not because it was a great call. It was a great call, but situationally, you would have been removed from this 125K buy in Premier League, like having a nightmare basically to start, and it would have
Kind of
been
bad
like
luck, too, 'cause
one of the
it's
worst
like the only hand
showings ever, and
even
then you
in the
called for your
remote
life, were right, and then came back to like salvage the whole
Anywhere in
thing,
world
and
that, like that's the only
yeah,
exact hand that I could have. That
really put Phil Locke in. I think he was talking to
Every
himself
other
for a while after that, had to reevaluate some things after you called him. And then Antonio's right there to rub in his face, like you took a sip of water, like he's like, you're such a bitch. Antonio really loves smacking Phil around. It's crazy, their relationship.
That was a fun little. I mean, no, that call was huge. I was actually not having a great streak before that.
Yeah,
it helped me with some confidence. But that was an interesting little hand. Yeah, we were totally right. Kuhn was value betting. That's why he put the quote-unquote dinky little guy out there.
Blocker value, yeah. The whole deal. He was whenever
I just feel like Wyken overthought that one a little bit.
Whenever you accomplish multiple things with one bet, it's strong. It's a great bet. He did that. He ticked several boxes there. I'm feeling little chinks in the armor though. That felt like a swing hand. There was an opportunity for even like again the river could have been a board pair. Could have got violent.
Oh yeah. Well,
even though the flush beats a boat. So,
I mean.
So we're at that stage now. 13 left. Kind of
For some reason, I thought the action was still on you.
Not the bubble, but it is sort of hitting
I saw,
inflection
like,
point, right? It
I
feels
don't know.
kind of things have really slowed down.
It's late, bro.
It is late. I'm tired.
The players are tired. They don't know when the action's on them.
That also slows things down a bit.
Oh my goodness. This is flopping the wheel.
That's one thing Ace-9 can do.
Two players have flopped the short deck wheel. Ace 6, 7, 8, 9. For viewers who don't remember the wraparound, no deuce 3, 4, or 5.
I thought you said 120.
Neither of them have a diamond. I mean, 9-10 is a hand that is very frequently played. So there's only two straights possible here. So they both have the lowest straight or the second nuts.
That's a good point. No 9-5. Two options, and they both. Wow.
Hey, have a straight. I mean, fuck.
Wow.
How do I fold?
Wow, that's
no.
That's an amazing
I have
sign
not
if
made a
you're
decision.
Wyken, right? You know now you're not beat. your opponent has the same hand because it's the only
Yeah.
straight option. Now you're just thinking, oh my god, I might actually get him to fold. And Brewer, man, he's got it. Like he's thinking about it. He's at the other side maybe like Wyken somehow has nines and it's just that's one option. Could or 10 like doing some kind of crazy high tech bluff.
Yeah, or
you just have
like
ace
7-9 of diamonds, 6-9 of diamonds, played it aggressive, hit a diamond, and is continuing.
Right, you don't have a dime in your hand. Maybe it's.
But if he had those hands, would he really bet all in? Maybe he just bets pot, and if he gets called, gives up unless he improves, right? So.
Right. Yeah, does he play 9-10 like this? Would he play 9-10 this aggressively?
Maybe. I'm just saying like 7-9 or 6-9 of diamonds. Would he play if he?
I guess it's just a cool off. I lose. Ugh, so painful if I just call and I'm just dead. But I mean, it's a big fucking shove. Jesus, there's a lot in the. I mean, I don't. Fuck.
Why Ken's got him in the
I have
blender?
ace 9, man. Like, this is.
No, you ace 9 already. What can say?
What do you think, Rest? What's he gonna do?
I mean, I think he's gonna call.
Yeah, I think he's doing that one where you just kind of like you prepare yourself. He's like talking to myself, handle it well. If I'm beat, handle it well. I'm not folding, but
I mean, I feel like he kind of gave it away with the like
many do I
I have
have
ace 9. Like I guess this is just the
I have
cooler.
only 3 left?
I would
There's
bet.
no way he put out 10 time banks. There's no way he's only got 3 left. He's used 3.
Okay.
Yeah, you have 7 left.
Okay. Oh, you don't need to say anything. Just tell me.
what a nice comfortable position for Wyken though, right? Because it's like you're on a free roll. Like wow,
Yeah,
it's a
free
big
roll if
pot.
he folds.
Big pot.
You just get the.
Wait, so how much is actually in the pot? He's all in. They're factoring that into the pot. Was there? Either way, it's a big swing. I mean, Wyken's gonna be.
Just stop saying something, please. Just take him at the end.
I don't know, man. I don't think he's calling. We're showing a little emotion. You don't envy his spot here. The other side is if he calls and somehow has a crush.
Do you wanna bet?
Sure.
Your side is looking better.
You think he's gonna? You think he's gonna call?
Yeah, I'm sticking. I'm not changing my answer.
All right, I think he's gonna.
What are we betting? Like $200.
Let's make it 100. I think you're plus. I think you're minus 140, but I'll give you some loose.
All right,
I'll give you a
$100. You got
a
it.
loose go here.
I mean, do I even have 9-10 here? I should have some, but fuck.
Look, this is the next level. He's doing the Inception Matrix thing, like the Raven and that show Game of Thrones. Like he's going deep into the tank here. He's gonna put it in, isn't he? I'm just gonna lose 100. It's good for me if he folds, obviously, for Wyken, for momentum, for morale,
Yeah, I mean,
for chip
Wyken's
stacks.
one of your guys.
He is. I've seen it's almost. I feel almost unfair about having Wyken because I've seen what he's done. I watched it. I commentated on him. I know he's got moves like this. This is an advanced move. He's got his guy
in the blender.
And
Oh my goodness, Phil Ivey's in third.
Oh, is he a good note take? Well, yeah. He's gonna fold. He's too committed to the passion of it now. I think he's already braced himself.
Oh wow,
for
Chidwick's out.
Jeez, so no.
Wow, this has been shaping up again.
How many are left on there? Is it saying? Cause we're 13. I know it's in real time. They update this with this, so maybe it's just not. He's folding.
I don't know if I have 9-10, but I just think I'm dead.
He's gonna fold. This is the hand of the tournament so far. I mean, look at the time banks used. Wow, Rast. This is. Oh, he did call. He did call. I lost 100 and momentum.
That would have been a sick bluff.
He called. All right, let's chop it up.
Wow.
How many did I use?
He said I go, don't know who.
I think 6, but I'm not sure.
Don't pay up. I pocket 6.
Oh shit.
Oh. Wow.
Wow, this whole I
Actually misread your stack, you know. I thought you had like 500 or so. I didn't see like.
Yeah, I mean that was a big fucking shove.
800 something.
Yeah, I would've snap folded. I wouldn't even have thought to call that hand. I would have fucking got bluffed. I would put that shit in
Kuhn with oh, the gamesmanship.
Kuhn with the triples down on that he would
I
have
love
folded.
the gamesmanship there. He's all basically saying, bro, you got to tighten your stuff up, man. That is amazing stuff from Kuhn. He's probably telling the truth, but either way, I like it. He's making Brewer think about it. We are going to, looks like a redraw down to 2 tables. Look at the payouts there. 1.1 million, 840. Third looking sweet too. Everything's nice. 7 and above, you make money. If you are an 8th, you go out. So Ras, we're coming to that point. Everyone loves it. Who doesn't love a bubble, a high stakes bubble? It's not peanuts. We're not playing tiddlywinks, big money up top. What's happening? How are you feeling? Who's impressing you right now?
I mean, Wyken, your guy, that was a pretty neat little hand right there. You know, I've like, listen, almost everybody at our table I think has played pretty well. Kuhn, Richard. I mean, Richard hasn't had too much to play in this last little segment we've done. But yeah, I've liked a lot of play. You know, Brewer was just in the blender right now. Kuhn wouldn't have called, but you know he did get to chop up that 300 in the middle.
Kuhn's got moves, man.
Yeah.
He could be just mind gaming. The guy just wastes a lot of time banks. It's intense. He's second guessing
Put him
himself.
on tilt, like he made a bad decision.
He who knows? But either way, what would you have done in that spot? All right, we sub you in. You're not in the booth. You hop in there. Short deck that gets happened. You get jammed. You still have a lot of chips if you fold. You know, it's an important time to tournament.
I think I probably fold. But
you did hear actually an interesting note on that though. Wyken was saying, I didn't realize you had so many chips. So he may, for what it's worth, he may have played the hand differently, knowing that he had that many. Sort of what he's alluding to when he says that, as in like, oh, I didn't know you had that much. Maybe I would have just raised, or maybe I would have even just called and played it differently. So he seemed like he wasn't completely clear, which is actually making me a little nervous because I need Wyken focused. I need him playing perfect. We are going to have a sweat. We are going to be down to the final 2 tables. 7. There's still a lot of play though, right? This is not, you can't just hide here. There is your ante in every hand. There's not time to just walk into the money. We still have some real play. What are your strategies in short deck if you're one of the short stacks right now? Do you start jamming it in? Do you just pick your spots? Can we give a short stack strategy?
I think it depends on how short you are. I mean, we're still a little ways out of the money, right? So, I mean, I think if you're short, you've got to keep on staying alive, right? We're far enough away that you can't fold your way there. But, you know, at some point, you try to make that bubble, right? Yeah. It's a lot of money. It's a 200K bubble. But I think at this point, it's just still take chances, still accumulate chips. Maybe just slightly prefer your tournament life in a few spots. But I think what's going to end up happening is you want to be the first in. So it's more like you slightly prefer to keep the chips. Like if it's a really super close spot and you're calling, maybe you fold, but not so much as the first one in the pot.
And a really interesting point Brian mentioned earlier, and it's a little, completely different than Nolan and Hold'em. You like to be on the right because you get to come in and make the move first, and it's different as in Hold'em on your left. The position is actually sometimes it's beneficial to be the one to be able to play first, because if you're a chip leader right now and if you are on, if you are in a bad position, you just can't get in the pot. Where if you're short, you have a chance to play and make the moves, because if a chip leader's if he's on your right, he just gets to open, enter, and do whatever. And if you're short and shove, you can't do anything. So at least as the counterintuitive to Nolan and Hold'em, you would actually have the opportunity to do that. So that's, I think, a very interesting point. See if that comes into play. And Jason also telling us that in these Triton events in particular, and in short deck, in theory, you should be playing very tight, but that's not always the case. These guys, there's some trophy hunters here, people gambling. They're not necessarily playing to the book about, as you said, you kind of need aces in some spots to even call based on the equities as they run closer. This is something that people aren't abiding to that rule book. So I think we're going to get to see a really interesting situation coming up here, and depending on how the seats break on the draw, we're going to get to see how those positions come in. I personally I've been really impressed with the play. I think there's been a mixture of things that we've seen, and some aggression, some people coming maneuvering off short stacks and different styles. So I'm very much looking forward to this juncture. And don't worry, we will not finish this tonight, but we will tomorrow pick it up. We'll play to a winner. There's also another higher stakes even Triton short deck event to go through. So this is, if you're here, if you're in town, or if you're thinking of coming, there's still time to hop into a short deck. Who knows, maybe even some of the no limit guys will hop in that didn't play today, take a day off, watch it on TV, maybe like, man, this looks interesting, this is fun, and hop in tomorrow. So let's get back to the action. We're going to be watching the final two tables. Phil Ivey catapulting up, and look at this. There he is. You ask and receive, Rast. Phil Ivey from the back of the pack. He's there. He's in the mix. Wai Kin Yong, we get to see Jason, Phil, a couple new players join us, and Ivan Liao. Don't sleep on Ivan. I told you, man. And Ivan we trust. He's here. This is I don't want to play favorites, but this is about as much as you can ask for firepower-wise at a short deck. Coming to a bubble play. Get comfortable. We're rolling. Quite an addition. Random draw, but if you could draw it up, I think be happy with this draw. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, I'm liking this. We got some fresh blood here. If I remember, a few of these guys have been at the future table earlier, and we're playing, Ivan playing some interesting pots. I feel like this should be a little bit more aggressive now. I think Kiat Lee was at the future table earlier, and he was a little aggressive. He played some interesting pots, so I feel like the home stretch right now is going to be the best stretch. So I would just buckle up, get some green tea, get a cappuccino, don't go anywhere. Ivy might be yawning, but you certainly won't be.
Unless it's a Turkish coffee and it's late, you probably don't want to have right now because
then you're going to be up till like 5 a.m. like Jeff.
Yeah, watching the national championship game from about 7 a.m. and that's a problem. And take a look at the record here for some of the other players. Oh, there's a big hand. Lee Kiat, kings. Wai Kin Yong got the 8s. And Jason Kuhn with the Jack-9 was this. So this is a call. Interesting, right? To the kings. Got $1 million. Decides to go post flop.
Yeah, kings wanted to lay the bear trap. I guess what he's deciding is that at this stack depth, rather than raise himself, it's too deep to go all in, and rather than raise himself with kings, he'd just call, and if someone else behind him raised, then he probably ends up going all in. So otherwise, just play post flop. Kuhn checks this back with the 3 jacks. Not a really good card for him on the turn. Let's see how he maneuvers. He's going to bet, and I don't think anybody can continue versus a bet.
Just. You can keep it as a souvenir.
This is for tips. For tips?
This is my stack. Let's not do the race off with it.
Another yawn by Ivy, and it was contagious. I yawned that time. I don't know if viewers at home did as well. All right, here we go. Queen Jack of Hearts. It's a good hand. We're up to 105,000 in the pot every hand now. 15K ante, 30K on the button. Ooh. Weichen with ace queen off on the dealer button.
Some hands here.
Wait,
some
wait,
some
you
pretty
haven't checked.
hands.
You haven't checked it.
Yeah, he definitely might not check here. I mean, there's 150,000 out there, and he's got a good hand. He's got position. Definitely wouldn't like. Don't think he would like getting jammed on were he to raise, but feels very reasonable to raise here. And I think. Ooh, Lee lays down the queen jack of hearts, which surprises me a little bit.
Oh, Jungle's stumbled to 1.1. Sir Watson there still, 11th. And Wei Yu, who I have seen play, he has 429K in earnings at Triton alone. Does have a second place in short deck.
Ivan gambles with the pocket tens. Wow, what a flop for queen jack of hearts.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty good. Second pair. Big flush draw.
Well, yeah, some backdoor. Wouldn't have backdoor straights, but great flop for ace queen against tens here.
Yeah, tens gonna have to go away.
Yeah, it's not. There's not too many good situations here that can come out, unless. I mean, I guess what, queen 10 would be double gutted. 9-10 be open-ended, unless you had some ill intentions to float. That's pretty high tech. It gets fancy. And at this stage of the tournament, you really want to be peeling, floating, going for super bluffs.
肯定係大煙啦。When you want to deal the card, I'm so I stopped her so hard, you know. Because I have a big hand, right?
You had a good hand? I don't know if you had a good hand or not. The only reason I wouldn't know is because I had ace 8.
Jason Kuhn basically saying, look, if you're telling the aces story, it's not going to check out quite as well for me. An ace flopped. I had one. But he did have a solid hand.
60 and these only maybe.
Oh, shit. You did have an okay hand.
You can see why this game is popular, though. There is definitely, more gambling, more collisions. People, pre-flop, more people are putting money in every hand.
487 here. It feels the 120 out there. Feels like a spot where
not an amazing.
Jamming makes some sense.
It's not. There's a lot of people to act, but it's also just.
Yeah.
He does show a bit of emotion there. It didn't look like he was super thrilled about it.
No,
I mean,
he didn't.
Granted,
Definitely
not
might be
saying
a
he's
tell on
acting.
that.
Oh,
no.
no.
You guys looking at it on your phone?
Kuhn can't.
That's my guy, just
That
picking
is-
up the rockets.
To be fair, aces
That's
are
how you
0 for
win.
2 today versus ace queen and ace jack.
I will
so
say this: an ace jack has already been folded, but
that's true. But that's not really. That's not. That's actually good in some
520?
sense, right? Because that means he's not going to hit a set,
520, is that what you
and
said?
he could hit a straight.
but there's one less jack, which is bigger than that.
500 exactly.
I'm looking for positive reinforcement, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
You think the 2 jacks? Yeah, 2 jacks is not going to be likely way to do it. And
I got aces, bro.
still 79, really? Oh,
Yeah, but that doesn't include the side cards.
yeah, the jack's gone.
The ace and the jack, and actually 2 tens were folded as well, which is pretty bad for the ace jack. Because, I mean, it's going to be hard now. Oh.
10-10 chop.
Well, there's one, but one of those jacks was folded, so there's only 1 jack left in the deck.
Okay, not going to happen.
GG, bro.
GG. 2 aces hold up. Jason Kuhn says it's his game. Might be the overall chip lead, I think, now. 2.7.
Oh, yeah, 2.7. I mean, unless there's been some big moves at the other table, that's going to be it.
Yeah, I think it's got to be. Elton was in first with 2.1. Jason at 2
So
million.
we're doing what?
Yeah, he's going to be chip
We're
leader.
going down the clock.
We will play till the end because tomorrow we are coming to the same seat.
Oh, okay.
Because it will go down.
Okay.
Wait to the end of what?
This level.
Oh, I see.
So that 181 antes, but
I can't reach my cards.
with it's 5-handed at the table. So basically, there's 6 antes in the pot. So if you want to figure out how many pots that is, you divide by 6. So that's 30. It's like
It's healthy.
Yep.
it's healthy. I mean, 30 is like 75 blinds. So you multiply the pot by 2.5. If you wanted to kind of
Hundreds?
translate it over to Hold'em, assuming there's a 1 big blind ante, so that's 2.5 blinds in every pot.
Check.
Ivy here playing it slow on the flop. Now, actually can't lose because the straight draw hits with a 10, and the 10 gives Ivy the nut full house. So now with Ivy's probably going to go ahead and bet his hand. Straight draw, 2 flush draws. As well as, I mean, there is a 6-7 straight. And Lee with a speculative call. I mean, it feels a little dicey there, calling with Queen 9. If you're good, your opponent at least certainly has a bunch of outs, probably saying like Jack 10 or a flush draw, and it might bluff the river. It feels hard to win that one, calling with Queen 9 there on the turn.
Yeah, there's those. Look at those antes, 180. Look at the flags. Look at that. Looks all similar. Malaysia and USA. That's what we got here. That's all they look. That's actually a very similar looking flag to USA as well, but it's different. And do you think we get another 1-2? It's been 1-2 from the same country.
Yeah.
This is looking very
No,
possible.
that was my call earlier. I'm not changing midstream.
You're sticking with it.
I'm sticking with it. It's going to be USA this time.
You feeling USA? Okay.
Coon. And who knows, maybe Ivy.
Going Malaysia. I think Wykin and Richard, father, son. Is he still, Richard's still in there, right? Other table?
Yeah.
That'd be fun. For me. I mean, listen, if anyone wins, I obviously always root for Jason as well. Got it. Hard not to root for. It's our Burning Man buddy. Remember that Burning Man? That was 2014. Yeah. That's good memories. Good memories. Jason is not running around the desert though anymore. His daddy Jason, 6-month-old, balancing poker and fatherhood, being married. It's not easy, but does a good job.
I get it. It's going to cost you $1,000, so I mean, it's okay if you don't cheer for him super hard this one time.
I'm more worried about the Twitch chat. I haven't heard you pledge anything to them, so I'm just
I'm going to pledge something to your Twitch.
It's not my Twitch chat. This is the Triton Twitch.
It's the Triton
yeah,
Twitch
this isn't
chat.
about. This is not. I mean, there's a few familiar faces, but there's a lot of unknowns in here.
Oh, okay.
Whatever, Russ. I'm not putting pressure on you, but you should probably do something. It's gonna go on Twitter anyway for me. If anyone's watching, follow along. I'll put up there afterward if we win. But it's not. There's a long way to go, Rast. No one has Ivy for the record. Ivy could just dark. He could just win this.
Well, we always have a winner.
Oh, we said best finish?
We said best finish, yeah.
Did we?
We did,
I can play back the VOD. I don't remember if that's what we said.
We did.
All right.
We did. I would actually bet a lot of money.
We're betting a lot all the time. I said we got to slow down the betting. It's betting this, betting that.
I brought it up. I asked the discussion, and we said, yeah, best finish.
Great. Someone's going to win. That's good.
Man, I know you do the whole streaming thing. I just don't like making bets where I'm instantly giving out 50%.
I do that way too often. It's actually a leak.
Like,
it's a leak.
What's the point? I'd rather not make a bet. It's just like instant massive punt minus EV betting.
Depends how you look at it.
I just can't do that as a gambling professional, Jeff.
Believe in abundance, rest. When in doubt, that's where I head to. Okay, poker, queen 7.
Yeah, there's going to be some poker on this one because no one really has much of anything. Ivan with the best hand, but, you know, Kuhn, will he find some bluffs on this? Oh, I mean,
I'm going to feel much more confident now with bottom pair into trips. Top kicker, that's a big swing of emotion. And no one really had anything anyway, although there's a heart draw that becomes available in hearts beat. He checked it.
Everybody checked.
Wow. Makes the fully. A little bit interesting that
I feel like Ivan's going to go ahead and bet it now. And the question will really be is Wyken going to call him? I mean, a 9 still makes a lot of sense here, right? Just trip 9s. What about 9-8? Decided not to bet the turn. Kicker doesn't play. Now going for value.
Full house. Oh, wait.
Nice hand for Ivan there. Special thanks to GG Poker. Play online at GG Poker. Join the world's biggest poker community and always have a good game. GG. What a name for a site, right? It's nice. GG. Good game. There's Jason on cue. Look at that. He's there. He's there. He's everywhere. Jason's all over the screen right now.
Yeah.
He's literally, we're in the Matrix. There he is. Today it's the live poker, though. Live poker. Phil Ivey, man.
He's on the stream every day. And
he's
pretty soon the
guaranteed.
NFT collection's coming out with the wavy hair 1 of 1.
Is that what happened? Is
That's
that your Ollie's thing? You got
the running joke, man. I can't stop with it. I'm going to keep going.
Gonna have to fill me in about that, but
the 1 of 1 NFT, the wavy hair. That's like the alien, the CryptoPunk alien. It's like the equivalent.
A lot of queens out there. We saw another queen folded. Queen jack suited, queen 10 off, 2-7, set mine potential if he can get in for cheap. King 6.
Jason's definitely going to set mine here. Only has to get through the button, and he will.
Yeah, so the button's a big blind.
There's a lot of 7s live in this deck right now. I mean, we get queens and jacks and 10s. 7's coming here on the flop. Just watch. 7. Oh,
ton of diamonds. Queen.
Ooh. Ivy.
Hello, Mr. Ivy. Gonna come right
He woke
through.
right up. No yawning anymore.
Oh, that's when he flopped the
I will tell you, that's actually a pretty big tell. If in the middle of a pot somebody yawns, they usually don't have anything. Because when you got the nuts, you're pretty interested.
Sober up.
Yeah. But when you have absolute 0, your body can't help it. I mean, yawning is somewhat unintentional activity that happens.
What do you think about the lead out here? Is that pretty common? I mean, he's like you're not really worried about a flush draw. I guess
I like. What do you just think flushes never come? You say that, but so far we've seen 2 flop
been
flushes.
more flushes than I remember.
Seen many flushes.
I'll
like
retract on flushes.
4-card flushes.
Flushes are
are
possible.
Yeah.
No, I guess people have 2 pairs in sets. It's important. It's just no one had anything there. I just feel like Phil
Yeah,
always.
I mean, I'm fine with the lead out.
Right.
I want to be results oriented just because nobody had anything. And I'll tell you what, in short deck, just like PLO, taking it down is fine.
Taking it down.
Taking it down's good. You win
fine.
the whole pot. I mean, no matter what you have, if someone has a good hand, they have a bunch of outs versus you. You know.
Perfect. You're right.
All in.
Lee Kiat shipping it in. Ivy, a little bit of a decision here with the king queen.
Yes. I think it's 750.
I mean, the king queen off is a little bit stronger hand here than in Hold'em, where in a similar situation for like, let's say 20 big blinds, it's not quite as good, but my understanding is that king queen off slightly better, but yeah, Lee did come in from under the gun. Perhaps had he been in a little bit of a later position, Ivy would have peeled it off. With a wider range. I do think shoving under the gun there with the ace-jack off, getting it through is a pretty huge result. Lee Kiat has to be very satisfied with that. Three of the four queens out in these four hands. So to me, king queen off is the hand that likes this the most out of these four. I mean, ace queen is nothing but ace high, and 9 might have technically the best hand on the flop, but it's very vulnerable, and in 4 ways you can't like it. But obviously ace 9 improved massively here. And in a flop that's checked through on the flop, and yeah, so unsurprisingly, one of the king queens started betting. But I think after checking the flop and then calling the turn, Ivy's going to put Lee on a 9 a lot. Probably has to also think he doesn't have a ton of 2 pairs because he probably are full houses because he probably bets 9-10 and a 9-7 on the flop. So he goes with a blocking bet here. Again, probably assuming there's a lot of queen 9, king 9, ace 9. Also, maybe that makes him a lower straight with an 8, but Lee with a nice little fold doesn't want to pay off the blocking bet.
Yeah, down to 11 just like that. I mean, it's 7 cashing, so we're starting to get pretty close here to the money. Just a couple, must be elimination on their table. We can take a look at Triton/poker.com. Really nice site. You can literally click on the table, similar to online, and just see, like, open up the table to show you the players, the position, and what their stack size are. Elton Sang in second with 2.3 million. Phil Ivey in third. Jason in first. Wai-Ken Young in fourth. Ivan Liao fifth. Richard is up in sixth, and there's Jungle and Makita right around $1 million. Chris Brewer still hanging in around $1 million as well. Sir Watts, after his 4th place finish in the 100K, he's got a short stack with 46 antes in 11th. Phil Ivey suited ace queen. I'm not on ace queen team, but ace queen suited I like. That does help. It just seems like it matters. It does matter. Look at that, instantly into the lead, but not easy to play these hands. Multi-way short deck with the everyone kind of having a little something. Ace 7, 8, 8. Look at that.
Wow, that's an action card. I mean, 8s make trip 8s, and I mean Ivy now has the nut flush draw, along with
sorry guys.
aces and 8s with a good kicker.
Sorry.
I mean Ivan's gonna bet here. There's no reason to check. And I don't see Ivy doing anything other than calling. He's beating bluffs, and he has the best flush draw possible.
What do you think about the sizing? 150 and a 120, fine with it? Would you like to see even more, maybe, just to tack some draws?
I like the size. This isn't that draw heavy of a board for a short deck.
Yeah, true. Got to feel good about his hand. I mean, there's still
he's got to think how many hands are going to call me. That said, I think it's strong enough. He's going to go for a bet. I do wonder, is Ivy going to call me? 9-6 was already a straight. So the only card that really improves is Jack 9. It's not the best that he has the Queen of Diamonds, per se, because he's blocking some flush draw combos that might bet. But he's going to look him up, and it's very reasonable call.
I've been looking a bit Bit like Mr. Ivy, come on. Ivy only smiles. A lot of history, I'm sure, playing on Triton, and knows Ivan, knows he's capable, which is also one of the reasons Ivan's capable of building big stacks, because when you give action, you get action, and Ivan in a solid position, but still a lot of tournament left right now. It's funny, a tournament with 11 left, it can take. It just feels like there's so much. It's so hard, right? It's like in golf to get from a 76 to a 72. It's very difficult to go from a 110 to a 90. You know, if you put some time and you get there. In a tournament, also like it kind of goes fast, and then it gets tough. Rast, this is the ICM is layered here.
That's a stellar analogy, JG.
Thank you, man. You can use that if you need. With Ali, future streams.
I will, but if I do, I'll reference you.
No problem. I don't mind.
Ooh. And I just feel like right here he's just going to go all in. Yeah. 730. It's a nice amount to just go for it.
Yeah, we saw Lee Kayat earlier with the Kings kind of in a tough spot to limp or raise or shove. He had an awkward stack to get around $1 million. Remember that? And he just called.
And it was. I think the blinds weren't quite as big as that.
Right, maybe 30K.
Yeah.
And it's just a tough spot. So it looks like he has good awareness on what to do and what situation. Also seems very experienced, comfortable. I mean, pretty much everyone here seemed throughout the few days we've been watching seems that very comfortable. Sometimes you don't know if someone come to a table, featured table. It can be a little bit nerve-wracking or uncomfortable. I don't think there's anyone here that's that hasn't done it before or isn't comfortable. It's nice to see.
All in. All in.
All right, getting a little momentum, picking up some hands, putting the pressure on.
I sweat with you.
Whoa, wow.
No sweat needed, huh?
I think. Let's see. How much? 800. Oh, too much. Very, very nice hand. Beautiful hand.
Wow. Yeah, it's similar. It's one of those spots. Not really a time to gamble necessarily. Although Jack 10 suited so pretty, but for what? For who? Ricky Waters said it best. You ever heard that? Know that line, Rast? You know Ricky Waters or no?
What, Ricky Waters?
Do you know who that is?
From a movie.
All right, Rast. We'll move on.
All right,
we'll move on. Anyone at home knows the Ricky Waters for who, for what reference. We'll pick it back up if I see momentum in the chat, but it's a famous quote. He's an athlete, number 32 for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, that's right. That's right, actually.
At a press conference, he basically...
What did he do?
As I remember the story, correct me if I'm wrong, at the end of the press conference, someone asked him, Ricky, why you didn't really seem to go for that play or lay out or like go for the play, and he said, for who? For what? Basically, like, mailed it in on the season and the game. He just said to the guy, like, for what reason would I do that? And unfortunately, I think that quote stays. But he had a great career, but that's something that he's remembered by.
Phil gonna bluff at this. So problem here with a 6 is it's super vulnerable. You call, but your opponent has got a bunch of chances to draw out on you. Even if they have a total airball like Ivy, we can see it's like 40%. Ivy with a decent hand to keep bluffing with, decides not to. But now, hitting the jack, feels like he gonna find a value bet. And Ivan just might pay this off.
Yeah, I mean, can't blame him.
Unless he just decides Ivy's not bluffing enough with this line and this spot.
They have. Hey, he's saying, I know you. I know what you know that I know, but you just gave me one. Maybe I'll give you a call. See if everyone's playing honest.
Give me a piece of my time.
Ivy wins the pot, plus a time bank chip looks to the dealer. Kind of a bit of a disservice. Jungle Man dressed up today. He wore a suit.
Yeah, he never made it on the feature.
Didn't get to the feature today.
I mean, maybe he should just wear it tomorrow. Nobody knows. Well,
we know. We know.
Just say it's a different suit.
A suit coat's okay to wear. Again, maybe we should change the shirt.
Yeah. I mean, oh, Jason and Elton, 1-2. Makita in 9th. We still have 11. Oh, Kuhn raises it up. Raises it and takes it.
I just want to play quick so we can get one more hand in.
Oh, is that?
There's a look at the outer table. Quick flash to Jungle. Maybe they heard us. They gave us a little peek. There is a look at that table. Sir Watts, Elton, Brewer, Jungle, power. Firepower everywhere. No matter what we see tomorrow, this is getting ready to close down day one. Although 11 left, and we still got a full day action, the 100K as well. Short deck event going to be starting, and then we will play to a winner in this tomorrow. There's Kuhn, Ace King. He said he wanted to see one more hand. He gets a good one. Ivan just gives it up, and look at the bags are out. That is it officially through the day. All the players, 11 remain. We'll have to take a look at everything. I think we have a few guys left, Ras. You got 4, I got 3, something like that, 3, 4. And
come back tomorrow, watch the bubble play.
Yeah, no, this is the exciting time of the tournament. I mean, we got a lot of hands to break down, a lot of hands we could discuss. At the moment, it's Jason in the lead with that 2.7 million. Gotta, when you're a great short deck player, when you're a great poker player, it's nice, but when you have aces and someone jams into you and you hold, that's also nice, because unfortunately for 2 other players today, aces did not hold up. We saw Ace Jack and Ace Queen take down aces, but been an eventful day, exciting day. I'm definitely got my short deck juices flowing.
Oh, there he is.
There's Jungle.
You can see it. Didn't have the suit coat on, but oh, there we are. That's sharp, Jungle.
It's very sharp. It's Paul, Richard,
Elton.
Oh yeah.
Danny no-show Tang.
Danny no-show Tang.
Because he just never shows his whole cards.
Not often. We'll have to check on that.
Yeah.
All right, we're winding it down. We are going to be back tomorrow, but Ras, give me 1 or 2 hands that stood out to you. Anything? For me, the ace-9 call took a while. Brewer, you said you would have folded. He ended up making the call, big pot.
Yeah.
Ended up chopping. Thoughts on
one
that?
Definitely. I mean, it was a little weird hand with the bet sizing, which I think was maybe because Wykin didn't know exactly how much Brewer had. But after a relatively small raise on the flop, which to me set it up for 2 more streets of betting, he then jammed for, I think it was like just over 3x pot on the turn, which is pretty wild. So yeah, I mean, I think in Brewer's seats, let's say he has ace-9. I'm putting in almost $1 million to chop like 300K. I'm just dead versus 9-10. You end up chopping whenever a 10 hits, which is probably less than 10% of the time or something.
Right.
And then you can try to reach and find a few bluffs, but like, are they more frequent than 9-10? Maybe not in all. So I think and some of the bluffs he could have like a set, set's got decent equity still. Like a set versus a straight there on the turn is probably, still over a third, still probably something like 35-40%.
Right.
So.
Well, ultimately made the call. They did chop the pot. We're down to 11. Yeah. This is an exciting time. Obviously, the tournament's going to be high octane. Jason referenced this earlier about who plays. You can't just run people over necessarily in these tournaments when you get the chip lead. So we'll see how that balances out tomorrow. We're going to be picking it up. Ali Najad, Korai, for Brian Rast. I'm Jeff Gross. We're going to see you for the final day tomorrow. We'll play to a winner in the 75K. 75K short deck event. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
You don't see those buy-ins every day.
You don't.
That's
special.
Why
they factored in for some rebuys. Doesn't get too crazy. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. It's going to be over $1 million the first. Hope you tune in. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.